غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگاه، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
به امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایی داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Wow. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for part 2 of Iran Revolution Live. We are your hosts, Armin Navabi, and of course, Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic, and of course, myself, Goldie Gamari from, I don't know, The Goldie Show?
The Goldie
I guess?
Show. The Goldie Show. I like that name. Yeah.
Thank you. I know what I just honestly I just came up with that like 3 months ago, right? Remember 3 months ago, my YouTube channel had less than 2,000 people. And I just want to say the only reason that I'm here, the only reason I'm doing this is because of Armin, because Armin is the one who encouraged me to get on YouTube. And he was like, you really need a YouTube channel. And I was like, I don't know anything about YouTube. I don't know anything about live streaming. Like I don't know anything like tech stuff. And Armin helped me out. So guys, like Armin is the real OG here. So thank you, Armin.
Oh.
And honestly,
Well,
I could not think of a better person to be here right now, like live streaming and breaking news on the Iran Revolution. Armin, you missed this part. So last night, I learned, I taught everyone a new word, kotak. Because we were watching some kotak videos, right? So we were watching we were watching some videos of Iranians like in London, UK, and in Canada and elsewhere. And they were going after like the Islamic regime mercenaries and like dashtan kotakeshun mizadan. So I was like, all right, guys, we're learning a new word, and this one's PG-13. So there you go, kotak.
Kotak Zani.
Kotak Zadan, Kotak Zani, yeah. So if you see people like mentioning kotak in the chat, it's why. That's because why we had a little bit of fun when you left. I was playing kotak videos while you weren't around. Okay, so let's go back to the Piers Morgan show. Armin, you're not going to believe what happened.
I can't wait.
Okay, all right. So I'm just going to start from the beginning, but I'm not going to play Ambassador Mike Huckabee because I mean he said fantastic stuff. But we're just not we're going to go to the spicy parts here. Okay, we're going to go to the spicy parts. So all right, let's begin. All right, let me add this first.
Mike Huckabee, just in general, he was support for Pahlavi and
yes. So he was great. Like his comments were 100% perfect. So totally fine. Like no issues there. Yeah, and then but because his comments were good. Chunky Yogurt was like, "Oh, Mike Huckabee is just Zionist propaganda." So we'll get to that.
Chunky Yogurt.
Yeah. That's what I'm calling you from now on. Chunky Yogurt. Mostagandide, right? In Persian, that would be Mostagandide. All right, let's go.
Okay.
We're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Does American help look like?
All options are on the table.
Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel.
I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You do not get to talk over me.
Piers, this is serious. The estimates are between 2,000 to 12,000 people being killed in 2 days. And the people are still coming out in the streets.
If Trump carries out an attack on Iran, Iranian retaliation will be massive.
Shut up.
I was here listening. I wanted to tear my own arm off so I had something to throw at the screen. He's obviously never been punched in the face.
History will remember your lies, Piers.
In the short time since our last show, President Trump has ordered airstrikes on Islamists in Nigeria and Syria. He sent the U.S. Delta Force to seize Venezuelan President Maduro in a stunning overnight raid. And he's out controlling the regime by video link while a naval armada lurks in the Caribbean Sea. He threatened to seize Greenland from Denmark one way or another. Mexican cartels, he says, could be bombed too. And most consequential of all, Iran is now on notice. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Iranians have been killed in the past week for protesting against the Islamic regime. Today, the president's posted cryptically that help is on its way.
It's starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Well, the mullahs have run Iran as an Islamic dictatorship for almost 50 years. Dissent is punished by death. Women are beaten for not covering their faces. Minorities are denied housing and services. There's little dispute about any of this because the Iranian government wants its own people to know about it. Every popular uprising to date has been beaten down by one of the most formidable and ruthless security services in the world. Bodies are piled high as a warning, and eventually the protesters go home. So why will this time be any different? Well, Iran's exiled crown prince, Reza Pahlavi, says the difference is Trump.
I love Piers.
And I think we
love
have some serious leaders that understand what is necessary, that understand the ask of the Iranian people, and are responding to that. I think President Trump is responding to the call that the Iranian people have. The Iranian people have heard his words. They are naming streets after him in Iran. There's a difference. They know he's no Barack Obama or Joe Biden.
Everyone
And
needs to
that's
thank
why
Piers Morgan
they
for this
do have
episode.
a higher
I'm
expectation.
telling you, everyone needs to thank.
Well, there's no saying
Piers
argument.
Morgan.
The Iranian regime is good for the Iranian people, but you don't need to be an apologist for the mullahs to worry about what happens next. A regime that's spent half a century embedding itself in every community on every street corner isn't going to just vanish into thin air. And many sympathetic Americans want the president to focus on rebuilding their nation, not anybody else's. Only Trump knows what he'll do next. But right now, peace through strength is starting to look like a lot like, well, the strength. And he wants the Ayatollah to know about it. Well, we'll start this debate by talking.
Okay, so now he speaks with the ambassador. That part is fantastic, by the way. So everyone should go check that out on his YouTube channel. But I want to get to
Does Huckabee mention the word Pahlavi? Does he mention
I can't recall, but he was very supportive of regime change. He was very supportive of regime change. He may have, but I mean, he was good. He was good. So no complaints, right?
Now, thank you very much.
Thank you, Piers. Great always to be with you.
Now it gets spicy.
Well, to debate this, I'm joined by the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian-born former Canadian MP, Goldie, the journalist and host of the Chuck Todd cast, Chuck Todd, and the former US Navy SEAL, Rob O'Neill. So a powerful panel to launch our first show back this year. Cenk Uygur, Happy New Year, first of all. Let's get the pleasantries out of the way. I suspect things are about to turn unpleasant very quickly, so let's be civil to start. Cenk, I thought it was a good time to have a vacation, if I'm completely honest with you. Turned out to be one of the worst times to ever have a week off in history, where basically all hell broke loose everywhere. And as we try and wrestle with this, let's talk primarily for the purposes of this debate about Iran first. What do you feel about what's happening there? It does seem significant to me that the German chancellor is now coming out saying this is the beginning of the end of the regime and it could happen in weeks. Is that your sense, that this, despite a number of repressed attempts at overthrowing this regime that have failed, that this time we might be seeing the hand of history?
Yeah, so first of all, Happy New Year back to you and to everybody on the panel. So, Piers, in this case, the most important thing to recognize is that there are two separate issues going on here.
Yeah,
one is the Iranian people's battle with the regime. And there we support the Iranian people 100%. I would love for Iran to be a democracy, control its own country, and be a beacon for freedom in the Middle East. Well, that would be amazing. I would hope that everybody would want that. But there's a second issue also going on at the same time, which is that Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. They've agitated it for this entire time, including through the representatives of Israel like Mike Huckabee.
So by the way, like, guys, my expressions are on purpose because if I want to keep a poker face, I will. But the reason that I do the expressions that I do is because I've mastered the art of communicating without interrupting people. So there you go. That's literally why I do the expressions. It's on purpose because I'm communicating, but I don't want to interrupt. Because if I want to keep a poker face, I could.
Not our ambassador, he's the Israeli ambassador.
Yep.
Also, when you do the poker, when you do the expressions, the people that are working in Piers Morgan, they love it and they will highlight you more. And they also would notice that they should get you in faster. So that's a good strategy.
There you go. I mean, I didn't know that, but my poker face, like my expressions are just basically me communicating and other people got it. So there you go. All right.
And we know that now because he had a secret meeting with Jonathan Pollard, who's a traitor to America. So he meets with traitors secretly, by the way, behind Trump's back, behind the American people's back. everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel. They've wanted this regime change forever. And now here's how you could tell that.
But that doesn't mean he's wrong.
They will not.
Cenk, it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it might well suit. It might well
that's
suit.
right.
Well, hang on. It might well suit Israel's interests, but that doesn't mean it doesn't also suit America's interests, or indeed the rest of the world's interests.
Iranian.
Right. So, Piers, then we get to the issue of, yes, but what is America doing and what should America do? So if you want to accomplish the thing that we all want, which is Iran to be free, the worst possible thing you could do is bomb them. Because if you bomb them, like all countries, they will rally around the flag. If you think there is no one who supports the regime in Iran, you're also wrong about that. I think they're a minority, but they're the minority with the guns, etc. So at this point, the idea that, oh, don't worry, we'll just bomb the Iranians, we'll kill a whole bunch of their civilians, and then we'll be greeted as liberators. You know, Mike Huckabee talked about 2 kicks of the mule, but except he got the wrong mule. So we got kicked in Iraq in the same exact way. Neocons like Mike Huckabee coming out there and going, oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to liberate the Iraqis, and the Iraqis.
Okay, so I see in the chat, people are asking like what flag. So what he's saying is that, oh, if like the United States goes after IRGC bases, Iranians will rally around the Islamic Republic flag, as if like, you know, like he's basically trying to say that we Iranians you know, like hate America, and if they try to like, you know, if they try to liberate us, Iranians are gonna like do the whole Allahu Akbar jihadi nonsense, right? So that's Islamic propaganda. Yeah.
So the rally around the flag effect is a known effect when if people are against the regime, if they have an external force attacking the country and the regime, then the people will put aside their disagreements with the government and they will unite with the government against the foreign entity. That doesn't work in Iran because the government is not even a government; it's an occupying force, and it's a lie. And it's a lie because during the 12-day war, the regime tried to make it seem like a rally around the flag effect is happening, but you could see that even after the 12-day war, the Iranian people are more pro-Israeli than ever. So it did not happen with the Iranian people. It's a lie. Yeah,
but that's like the narrative they push, right? They're like, oh, like if you attack Iran, Iranians are all of a sudden they're going to start yelling Allahu Akbar and like, you know, go rally around the Islamic Republic, right? And this is why like Cenk, he's a disgusting individual, because that he knows he's lying, right? That,
he knows.
Like,
You think he knows?
Oh, he knows. 100%. He knows. He 100% knows.
Okay.
He's like,
oh my, but Goldie, look at your face.
He has blood on his hands. He has the blood of innocent Iranians on his hands too.
Goldie, you're about to murder somebody. Look at that face.
Well, I have that expression on purpose because because sometimes, you know what? Sometimes silence is louder than words. And
I know.
All right, let's continue.
These are going to love us for it, etc. I don't need to get kicked by that mule twice. I guarantee you this will end in disaster if Israel forces us to get involved. If you care about the Iranian people, we should not bomb them. It will be greatly counterproductive. And I guarantee you that both Israel and America does not want democracy in Iran. What they want instead is a puppet leader. So they will bring in the former Shah, a king, a dictator who will do everything that Israel wants. And then the Iranian people will revolt against him. And then we'll go through this cycle again and again and again. This is literally how we got to the Ayatollah, by us imposing a Shah upon them. So that is a disastrous idea. Do not go into this war. Anti-war means anti-war. War is not peace. George Orwell was a genius.
Okay. Goldie Gamara, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
I mean, first of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions. No, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking, and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You do not get to talk over me. You do not get to talk over me or interrupt me when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not speaking on behalf of all Iranians.
Yes, I am. You speak about how you know, the bombings
when
or
did
whatever.
they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your
No,
mouth shut
because you're pretending to
until I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let
But
her
go ahead.
speak. Cheng, with all respect, she'll let you speak. Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like I was saying, Pierce, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to rectify, and they are rectifying, 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein.
Goldie, that was so powerful. You destroyed him. You annihilated him. This is a true representation of the fierce Iranian woman, guys. Amazing. Thank you. Bravo.
It gets better.
Okay.
That's not even the spicy part. That's not even the spicy
really?
part. Cenk is like the appetizer. Chunky yogurt was the appetizer to that Joseph Goebbels, right?
Yes. The Morandi guy.
Yeah. So yeah. Chunky yogurt. I don't think I was expecting that, but you know what? I already know how to debate. Like, so these people, right? Like, these people are so I just want to say this really quickly. So, like, all these people that have been like on these shows, they're very unprofessional. They don't actually know what they're doing. And you know, like the one thing that I've learned, because I've done comms and everything for a very long time, is you don't argue. You don't argue with these people. You just let them like blabber on like a little baby. You make them, basically you make them look like an idiot. And then once he made himself look like an idiot, Piers Morgan is basically like he's like, Cenk, shut up, let Goldie speak, right? Because I'm just there. I'm like, I'm not gonna debate with you, right? I'm not gonna debate. So
the best part where you call, because he's not going to let you speak, because they don't have any good points. The only thing they could do is not to let you speak. That's the only thing they could do. And you called him out. The best part, in my opinion, was, why you keep interrupting me? Is it because you're afraid of what I'm about to say? And that was so on point. You basically exposed what he was trying to do, and then you silenced him with that. He had to tone it down a little bit. That was fantastic.
Thank you. See, and I kind of know what I'm doing. But I'm telling you, Pierce was fantastic on this. And okay.
Chuck Todd, welcome back to Uncensored. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on, Chuck. Someone said to me, wow, what a week to not be on air. And I was like, the thing about Donald Trump is there's always another week and another week.
Correct.
And another week. So there's never a good week to have off in Trump land. There's an awful lot going on. It's funny. I was talking to somebody the other day. If you take away Trump's rhetoric, which can often be very inflammatory, and you focus on what I think is his vision here, a lot of what he's doing, whether it's Greenland, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, I can understand the argument. I may not like the way he expresses himself with some of this. I understand the argument. What do you think is the overview here for Donald Trump?
Well, I think this is a case of opportunism, right? Look, I was just in the region. I was in Abu Dhabi about a month ago, which obviously is a home to quite a large Iranian diaspora. And this is before these protests got the attention. And I came away from there in my discussions and meetings with various Iranian journalists and experts. The optimism that the regime is going to fall was high then. And I had another colleague who went in country over the last 6 months, and look, there's not drinking water in Tehran, right? Like this, what you're seeing, the level of desperation with the people, I think, is at a level that we haven't been able to fully understand as outsiders because of the media repression and how little we actually are seeing what's happening in country. But when you talk to Iranians that have either been in country or are communicating, you do get this sense. So this is coming. And I think this is a question, what does Donald Trump want to do? This is a bit of opportunism. I don't think he wants to get involved. Like I think pre-protests, he was probably willing to negotiate with the regime in some form or another. Now I think he sees where the wind is blowing. And if you talk to enough folks in the Iranian diaspora, you can feel that optimism that this regime's days are numbered. But we got to remember, just like Assad in Syria, we knew his days were numbered, but are they hundreds of days? All right. Or was it going to be, 10 or 20 days? And it's possible this is still, this regime will fall, but it may not fall until this time next year at this point. But it is going to be sooner. So the question really is what role? And I think, boy, could the United States use an agency right now called USAID? Because in some ways, that was the theory of the case behind AID is to be there to help those that are either looking for freedom and democracy or are trying to build a fledgling democracy. And that is the best toolkit we
Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
That organization was basically supporting Islamic Republic approved alternatives to Prince Reza Pahlavi. So Trump was right to defund Iranian people were very happy where a lot of the support for so-called Iranian opposition was defunded by Trump.
We have someone who's joining us for the Piers Morgan watch party.
Who? Piers Morgan?
See. No, Piers Morgan's he's not joining us. But we have someone who's going to join us for the Piers Morgan watch party.
Ooh, guys, guess in the chat who's going to be.
Let's guess who's going to be joining us.
Guess in the chat. Tal?
No.
AP? Tusi? Harris Sultan? Tusi? Oh, Neo Berg?
No, Neo's busy.
Tommy Robinson? Emily Schrader?
No.
Oh, that would be good. David Wood? People are saying David Wood. Niak?
No.
Somebody's saying Taylor Swift. Okay. Nicolas Maduro. Okay, yeah, guys.
Mahir's going to join us.
Oh, Tusi. Okay, I was right then. You didn't say yes.
You're right. Yeah. So Mahir, guys, Mahir Tusi's going to join us for the for the Piers Morgan watch party.
Oh my God, amazing. Okay, again, we're gonna have him again.
Of course. I mean, poor guy. He's been working so hard, right?
He should just skip his show and just join us. How about that?
I know, right? Like we, you know what? We should just have like the one live stream, and then he just like takes a break and just like does his show or whatever in between. But I know he's been working so hard. He's been working so hard.
I really want to thank him more this time because he is one of the biggest voices. He has corrected so many so many horrible positions by the media. Like a lot of people just come to him to figure out, there's so much mainstream media. And the people come to Goldie and Tusi. Like you guys have become a major force, a correcting force for. Yeah, well, mostly you guys, but yeah, thank you, thank you.
3 of us. So, all right.
Oh, people are talking about Tusi. Oh, there he is.
Wait. No, wait. Sorry, this is not who I thought it was. I thought this was Tusi. Oops.
Who is it then?
No, it doesn't matter. It's Shonagu. Wrong person. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I thought you were someone else.
Oh, okay. I got excited.
No. I thought I was Tusi, but it's not. All right, it was someone else. I got confused. No, we're not bringing that person on. No way. All right. No, that person is crazy. That person is literally crazy, and they're actually a grifter. So I don't want to associate with that person whatsoever. My bad, guys. Okay. My bad. It's because you know what? Lack of sleep. So I got excited. I thought it was Tusi, but it was just like a grifter. So there's no way. I don't even want to say that person's name. Anyways. Let's go back to Piers Morgan.
I didn't even see. Somebody just almost came into the studio. I didn't even see who it was.
I'll message you their name on WhatsApp.
Okay,
all good. Now be shut off. It doesn't matter.
Wait. Can I address this? Somebody is saying, please invite Masia Linejad. No, we won't.
No, ew, God, no.
Ew, never. Masia Linejad is a traitor.
She's part of the regime. All right. Anyways, let's continue.
And unfortunately, it's not a toolkit in that it's not in the president's toolkit right now, thanks to Doge.
Okay, Rob O'Neill, a lot of the time it's worth taking a look at the amount of money being leveraged in the prediction markets, where the money's going. Looks like somebody thinks they know something, because Polymarket has a $19 million market right now on whether the Ayatollah will be deposed, and they're now saying there's a 24% chance, so pretty much a 1 in 4 chance that the Ayatollah goes here. From a military perspective, given the scale of these protests, which might well be unprecedented, we can't be entirely sure because the internet's been shut down and footage is scarce. But if it is unprecedented, do you think we're beginning to see the beginning of the end here of this regime?
Thanks for having me, and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm optimistic about it this time. We've seen it before. Excuse me. And like Chuck Todd said, it's kind of up to the media how much they're going to report on it, because we only know what we're told from over there. At least, you know, like the first guest, I don't speak Persian or Iranian or Farsi or Urdu, so I'm going to say it in English so I don't even confuse myself.
So I think Armin. So what happened here is after I went after Cenk, I think the other two guys were like, oh shit, like she's not going to take any crap, right? So he's just like, I don't speak, he's like waving the white flag, right? So
they're respecting your authority. They're like, we don't want what happened to Cenk to happen to us. So like bow down to the queen, the Persian queen.
So I thought that, so actually like, so this, guys, this is where like my poker face is really good, because when he said that, like internally, I died of laughter. But as you can tell, like from my face, yeah, they don't want to be kotacked. You're right. They don't want to be kotacked. Yeah. Guys, we're monitoring President Trump. So don't worry. As soon as he goes live, we'll go to President Trump. Okay. But Armin, this is just so funny because like so this is where my poker face comes in, because internally I'm laughing, but as you can tell, like I still look very serious here. So.
You look like you're about to slap anybody who speaks crap.
Well, yeah, well, you know what? Because you know, regardless of what's going on, it's a very serious situation. Like thousands and thousands of Iranians have been murdered by Islamic dictatorship. So I'm not gonna like take any BS, right? All right, let's continue.
But in the past, when they see the Iranians rising up, when they get to that point, for some reason, our media blocks that out. And then it seems to me, because I'm not there, and if I'm not there, I can only go by what I hear or read. Then they crack down hard, they kill people, and it goes back to business as usual. This time, what the Iranians have seen is that we bombed a mountain, we hit them pretty hard. So hopefully, regardless of the media blackout or what our media chooses to say, the Iranian people know that we will support them. The biggest problem that we had, one of the major problems that we had in Iraq, the biggest problem being we went into Iraq, was we immediately disbanded the Ba'ath Party. And although they look bad because they were doing what Saddam Hussein wanted, they're doing that because they want to keep their heads on their own shoulders. They're going to do what they need to do to survive and keep their family alive. We got rid of them, and then foreign fighters came in, and obviously we know the the Civil War started, it was chaos for a long, long time. Right now, what's happening there, if the Iranians know that we're going to help, but then our media backs out and they're not sure about us, who knows what they're going to do? But I do know that foreign fighters are now going into Iran to try to help, be that the Mahdi army, who the Shias, or is it Hezbollah, even Hamas. I mean, they were getting funding through the Iranians, but I believe they're Sunni, and I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But I think the bottom line, and this is me just trying to be an honest broker, I think we should do as allies everything we can to support the Iranian people and help them get what they want. This is not Rob O'Neill from the.
No, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say to some of the comments. Yeah, I do kind of feel like after that they're all scared to speak. So it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? So when I went after chunky yogurt like that, the rest of them are just like they're scared to speak.
Goldie, this is
that face.
This is why the producers, the people behind the scenes, they used you as a grenade when Merendi was speaking. They were like, this lady, we need to like unleash her energy on Merendi. That's why.
I just want to say, like, I'm so grateful to Piers Morgan and his producers for doing that. Because wait until you get to what he says. Like, you're gonna lose your mind.
The United States it's not my decision, but I would love to help the Iranian people because I think everyone would agree they've been beaten down and oppressed for almost as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, Pierce, can I quickly add something here?
Chuck,
just a piece of reporting that I got while overseas is that there's some thought that the current president, okay, and I may mess up his name, Pezeshkian.
This part's so garbage, but I just ignore it.
He's turned out to be at least rhetorically more moderate than some expected. And I have
I know.
Who's had somebody close to him indicating he thinks.
So no. I know. It's and then he goes on to say like, oh, he could be like the Gorbachev, right? But so I explained in the previous live stream that Pezeshkian, he's actually a radical. And he was part of the university students who took Americans hostage. So like what this guy is saying is just complete and utter nonsense. But honestly, like Armin, I didn't even bother responding to him because those people, it's irrelevant what he's saying. So I was like, I'm not even gonna like what he's saying.
You did a great job not responding to that. It wasn't worth responding to.
Exactly.
But, it's good that you explain it to your audience here. You know.
Here I explain. Yeah, of course. But sorry, go ahead.
No, for the audience here, Pezeshkian right now is participating in Khamenei's propaganda by saying that the Iranian people are out there in the streets killing average civilians, and the reason people are dying is because the freedom fighters, like which he calls the terrorists. So he is right now going out there and trying to present all the people, the thousands of people who are dying in the streets, as the victims of the terrorists, which are people who are trying to liberate Iran. That's what he's doing right now. That's what Pezeshkian is doing, which he has to answer to, because he's also another Goebbels right now, basically, based on what he's doing. So that's the guy that this guy is calling a moderate. And Pezeshkian is actually more loyal to Khamenei than any other president. Even hardliner presidents haven't been as loyal to Khamenei as Pezeshkian. So there you go.
Oh, I agree. But then you know what it is? Like this idiot, he also says like oh, you know, if US aid hadn't been cut, that could have been a help to the Iranian people, which is like the most retarded thing, because US aid was funding the globalists and communists. So when he started talking, I was like, you know what? He's not even worth my time to like even like bother like debating.
Yeah,
so,
you have more important things to respond to.
Exactly. So I just responded with my face. As you can see, my face is like, I'm not impressed right now. All right, let's continue. Oh my gosh.
Thinks he can be the Iranian Gorbachev, meaning, and that's a real, so if you actually ask strategically, what could the United States do? Can it start to find people that are within the regime who want to help get rid of the regime, right? And who's to say that this even worked out as that well? But you do in some cases. Without Gorbachev, does the Soviet Union fall as cleanly as it fell, right? And I think so. When you're asking like, how do we deal with the next day? I think finding, out whether indeed the Iranian president wants to play a role here or not is something that's the type of thing our intelligence community, in theory, should be able to help with.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of...
Just mute this for a second. The transition is going to be done by Pahlavi. Pezeshkian and the so-called reformers are not if they are in charge of the transition, that's just basically a way to bring the Third Republic, which is just another version of the Islamic Republic, which is going to be anti-West, anti-Israel, and pro-RGC. That's not what we want as a transition. The only path to a free Iran that is secular and democratic and pro-West and pro-Israel is Pahlavi.
So the only reason that I didn't even call him out on that nonsense is because you and I, we already know that President Trump has made his decision. And the U.S. administration, they know who is the real voice of the American people, and so that idiot man, honestly, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, and I also didn't want to come across as super argumentative, right? Because there's so many non-Iranians who just spout utter garbage about Iran, but my focus was on Cenk, right? Yep. But here's the thing: I didn't know that Mohammed whatever. I didn't know that he was coming on. I only thought I was dealing with Cenk, and then all of a sudden it switched. So you don't actually see my reaction behind the scenes. But here's what I want to do, because I know you're gonna get very frustrated at what Marandi, whatever. You're gonna get very frustrated at what Marandi says. But I just urge you, keep your mic muted. Whatever you want to say, just be muted, because I want you to watch the progression, because this next part, this is historic. This next part, I tell you, this is going to be part of the Iranian Revolution. Okay. So I know believe me, I was behind the scenes watching that. I was freaking out. But
Goldie, you know me so well. You know how hard, both of us are like this. You know how hard it is not to respond to these people.
Oh, I know. Yeah. But let him just go for it. Let him just go for it, because it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS. I want to just turn now to someone who's been on Uncensored a few times, Mohammed Marandi, professor at Tehran University, a supporter of the regime. Welcome back to Uncensored, Mohammed Marandi. I appreciate you coming on. What is your assessment of what is happening on the ground in Iran?
Well, first of all, when you say a supporter of the regime, you're framing it in a certain way. I assume you are a supporter of the British or the American regime. But it's obvious what happened. We had currency manipulation last week. The currency fell 30-40%. It was carried out by the United States, forcing neighboring countries not to cooperate with Iranians over the currency. Then we had peaceful protests among business people. And there were a few thousand people in 2-3 different cities. There was no violence. There were no arrests. Nothing happened. Then the next day, we had more protests, roughly the same size, I guess. I don't remember exactly. Then we had infiltration, and we had violent rioters. And that was the beginning of extreme violence, which peaked on Thursday night. And we know that Pompeo, the former head of the CIA, said that Mossad is on the ground with the rioters. We have Mossad in a Persian statement. They said that they are on the ground. And the most interesting thing of all is that late on Thursday night, during the height of the riots, and roughly 100 officers of the law were murdered. A couple of them burnt alive, beheaded, head smashed. We had a nurse who was burned alive in a clinic. The clinic was burnt down. We had many buses, ambulances, and fire engines destroyed, tens of each. I'm not sure about ambulances, but I know tens of fire engines and public buses and private property. But the point is that late on Thursday night or early in the morning, they cut off the internet and suddenly everything died down. The reason? Because all these groups, these small groups, violent groups that were spread out in different cities and different parts of big cities, they could no longer communicate with their bosses abroad. So if it was really spontaneous, the riots would have continued. But now we've had 4 days of quiet. And yesterday, we had massive anti-riot protests across the country. And I asked your producer to show footage of the protests in Tehran against the rioters. And this is from the middle of the footage. This is Engelab Square. It goes from Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam Khomeini Square. That is millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But
All right,
just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it. So it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us there. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is very clear. This misinformation is being produced by the West, and the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there, he came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There were millions of people. What you are trying to do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran, is you are trying to help war. Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
No, I didn't bad-mouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never bad-mouthed Iran. I bad-mouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge.
She wants
to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said.
Yes.
It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi. Let me. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi. Here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being...
Armin.
Oh my god. Oh, he got so scared. Oh my god. Big, powerful government man afraid of Iranian woman. Oh my god.
Guys, so this evil demon,
Coward.
okay? This evil demon,
Howard.
he's in the top, like he's in the inner circle of the Islamic dictatorship.
Yes. Guys, this is such an amazing display of the, when you hear Iranian women being the weakness of the regime. Well, on one side, you see the regime. On the other side, you're seeing the fierce Iranian woman. This is the display of what we have been experiencing in Iran in the past couple of decades. This is what the government is afraid of. This is the weakness of the regime. And you saw in his face how scared he was. Like, no, not my weakness. This is the kryptonite. The fierce Iranian woman is kryptonite to the regime. And that's why he was so scared. The cat, like you see his face, like no, not Goldie.
Well, did you see how he panicked? So guys,
Yes.
so what I said is I'm looking at I'm kind of like going like that, okay? Because like first of all, I never expected to see this this Nazi here, right? Because again, guys, he's literally like Khamenei's like right-hand man. Okay, so he's literally the Joseph Goebbels. Okay, he's responsible for the blood. Oh, we're gonna rewind. Don't worry, we're gonna rewind. But I paused here because I know Armin wanted to speak. But did you hear me, Armin, when I said وقتی که گرفتیمت؟
Yep, yeah, I love
بزرگ
it. Yes.
بدنت نوک انگشتته، نوک کوچیک انگشتته وقتی که گرفتیمت.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's
did you feel?
me holding back. That's me holding back because I wanted to say, you know, those swear words in that video, right? Right? Like
Yeah.
I was really like trying to hold back and not say those swear words that everyone knows from that video, right? But did you see how he got panicked as soon as I came on? He's like, no, right?
Yep, yep.
بیشرف بیایم دنبال
حرف دل هممونو زدی گلدی. حرف دل هممونو زدی.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, so now you know why because remember, like this interview happened this morning, and then now you know, like when I came back after my interview, I was like a little shaky and low energy. It's because of this. But you know what? I just want to say Piers Morgan is a hero. Piers Morgan is a hero of the Iranian revolution because Piers Morgan gave me the opportunity to confront this Islamic Nazi who has been murdering thousands of Iranians. And I just want to thank Piers Morgan for that. So everyone go look at this. Go find the video by Piers Morgan. Yes, Piers Morgan is one of us. He's one of us because he did not have to, like, you know, he could have very easily just ignored me. He could have easily just, you know, whatever. But Piers Morgan, he gave me the opportunity to confront him. So, like, guys, this is historic. And Piers Morgan is getting an honorary Iranian citizenship. I'm telling you right now.
I think it was because they saw how fierce you were at this first segment. They were like, we need to get this woman in here because to respond to this BS. Yeah.
But you know what? I never thought that I would be able to say that. So, you know, به همیهنان ایرانی امیدوارم که, you know, I hope I did okay. امیدوارم که حالا, you know, تونستم یه جوری حرف دلتون رو بزنم. So there you go. I'm actually downloading this clip and I'm gonna like share this part on my Instagram. But okay, so let's go back a little bit. And then Armin, maybe do you see like that, like قیافه کیریش، اون خنده کیریش که مثلا میگه خنده
نحسش،
واقعا ببین قیافه نحسش، ببین چه جوری داره میخنده اینجا، like ببین چه جوری داره میخنده، خاک تو سرش با اون خنده کیریش. ببخشید. Okay, I'm not going to swear anymore, but I had I'm sorry. You know what? When you're confronted with
a lot of
you know, sorry, go ahead.
No, a lot of Iranians have want to wipe that smile off that face for decades because he does that all the time. Yeah,
I know. Yeah. But you know what? You know, تقدیم به همه ایرانی. I dedicate this to all Iranians because what's amazing is that as soon as I came on the stage, that smile of his, it was wiped off, and then he went into full panic mode. Yeah. I dedicate that to all of you.
He's such a coward. He's such an idiot because he shouldn't have demonstrated. He shouldn't have demonstrated how scared he is to be confronted by an Iranian. But he showed that to us. Did he forget that he's on camera? Yeah.
So let's go back. So just like this is how disgusting and weak and savage the Islamic dictatorship. Literally, my presence. I literally just pop up and I'm like, hello, right? But of course I have like my serious face on, right? Because I'm literally confronting a Nazi. Okay, literally confronting a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi. And as soon as he sees my face, he totally panics. So there you go. All right, let's go back and watch this again.
Spontaneous. The riots would have continued, but now we've had 4 days of quiet. And yesterday we had massive anti-riot protests across the country. And I asked your producer to show footage of the protests in Tehran against the rioters. And this is from the middle of the footage. This is Engelab Square. It goes from Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam Khomeini Square. That is millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But
All right,
just a few hours ago,
just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the
So I just want to say, like, this part here, okay? So the reason that Piers Morgan is interrupting him is because, like, I'm literally backstage, like I'm backstage, and I'm like I'm giving info to the producers. I'm like, this is wrong, this is fake, right? Like, but then look at his, like, you know, his smug, you know, smug little smirk, right? Because he's thinking like, oh, I'm untouchable, right?
independent reports I've read who are okay. So Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020.
Now look how he smiles. Look how he smiles.
We don't know what you're showing us there. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is very clear. This misinformation is being produced by the West, and the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there, he came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There were millions of people. What you are trying to do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran.
Look at my face when I show up. And then look at his face.
Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
I didn't bad-mouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never bad-mouthed Iran. I bad-mouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer.
But you've accused her.
Do you see my smile there? Do you see how he's smirking? Like he's literally panicking. Wait.
Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Somebody should frame that. That's amazing. I'm coming for you. Look at that. Run.
Someone needs to screenshot this, right? Because do you see my face? He's like,
yeah,
no!
Look at his. This is the perfect screenshot because his hand is like, no. And you're like looking at him. I'm coming for you. Look at that. This is the perfect screenshot. He's like asking for mercy. And you're like, nope.
And I haven't even said anything, but he just he knows from my expression, he knows what's gonna go on, right? This is what I mean, guys. This is what I mean. Sometimes you can communicate without saying anything. That expression that این همین لحظه رو تقدیم به کل ملت ایران میکنم. I dedicate this moment to the entire Iranian nation.
Can I swear in Persian?
My dad's watching, but okay.
But okay, you know what you're saying here? You're saying اومدم مادرتو بگم. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
what you're saying.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. All right. Okay, let's continue. But there you go, guys. There you go. There's my expression. And this, by the way, this is 47 years of rage. This is me finally having an opportunity to confront these Islamic jihadi Nazis on behalf of every single Iranian, because every one of us have suffered. We have all suffered at the hands of these Islamic jihadi Nazis. Okay? Wait, is there a message from Pahlavi? Okay. Yes, apparently there's a message from Pahlavi. I don't know. If you guys are trolling, I'm going to ban you. But let's see.
Can I say something while you're looking?
Go for it.
Really quick. Guys, when I said a fierce Iranian woman, I saw some people get upset. I'm not dismissing Iranian men. We have different roles. We all participate. So just me celebrating the fierce Iranian woman in this battle is not at all dismissing the great sacrifice of the Iranian men in this battle. Okay, so
100%. Like, guys, like we Iranians, we love our men, we love our women, and we love like supporting and congratulating each other. So just want to point that out. But yes, okay, we do have a new message from His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So I'm gonna go to that instead. Okay. And then let me just pause this here. So he just posted this like a minute ago. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh my God.
My compatriots, as I told you in my previous message, the world not only saw and heard your courage and voice, but is taking action. By now, you have undoubtedly heard the message from the President of the United States. Help is on the way. Continue the struggle. Do not let this regime portray the situation as normal. After all this killing, there is an ocean of blood between us and this regime. Write down the names of these criminals. One day, they will face justice for their actions. And I have a special message for the military personnel. You are the National Army of Iran, not the National Army of the Islamic Republic. It is your duty to protect the lives of your fellow compatriots. You do not have much time left. Join the people as soon as possible. Let's listen. So this is what I read for you is what he's about to say in Persian. So you guys already know what he's about to say, but I want to play this message in Persian, of course, for all of our Iranian followers and viewers. Oh my gosh. Okay. His team added subtitles. Oh, thank God. I'm so happy his team added subtitles. That makes it so much easier for us. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. All right, let's go. Let me go back here.
همیهنانم همانطور که در پیام قبلیم به شما گفتم صدای شما و شجاعت شما را جهانیان نه تنها دیدن و شنیدن بلکه دارن اکنون اقدام میکنن. قاعدتا تا به حال بایستی پیام رئیس جمهور امریکا را در ضمن شنیده باشید. کمک در راه هست. مبارزه را همطور که تا به حال انجام دادید ادامه بدید. نگذارید که این نظام شرایط رو عادی جلوه بکند. بعد از این همه کشتار اخیر یک دریا خون بین ما و این رژیم هست. یادداشت کنید اسامی این جنایتکاران رو. یه روزی به سزای اعمالشون خواهند رسید. و اما پیام ویژه‌ای دارم به پرسنل ارتش. شما ارتش ملی ایران هستید، نه ارتش جمهوری اسلامی. وظیفه دارید از جان همیهنانتون حفاظت بکنید. فرصت زیادی براتون نمونده. به مردم هر چه زودتر بپیوندید.
Wow.
The ocean of blood, the sea of blood between us. This is something that the Iranian people have said for so many years. Do you want me to explain that to people what it means?
Yes.
Because it matters. Okay. So when we Iranians say that there's a sea of blood between them, this is basically an anti-reform message, and it means that they are so, because they killed so many of us that there is no negotiating with them. That means that they created a sea of blood between us and them, and they are so separate from us that we could never come together with us. They are a different kind. They're a different thing. They are monsters. They're evil, and we will not negotiate with them because they're not with us. They're not one of us. We're not reforming them. And the only way that you could close this gap is with blood. The only way that the only response to the sea of blood is to go through more blood, to cleanse this blood that they have shed from us. So this is just, the sea of blood is just demonstrating the divide between the Iranian people and the government because of the blood that they have shed. That's what it means.
It's because there's no going back. We so many of us have been murdered that there's no going back. We can only push forward, because otherwise every single one of their deaths would have been in vain. So we're not giving up. We're moving forward. And that's why one of the revolutionary chants is Imsal Sal Khune Sayyid Ali Sarnegune, which means this year is the year of blood. We're going to take Khamenei down. That's basically what it means. So let's play that message by our king and leader of the Iranian National Revolution one more time. and then we'll go back to that, you know, the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship.
همیهنانم همانطور که در پیام قبلیم به شما گفتم صدای شما و شجاعت شما را جهانیان نه تنها دیدن و شنیدن بلکه دارن اکنون اقدام میکنن. قاعدتا تا به حال بایستی پیام رئیس جمهور امریکا رو در ضمن شنیده باشید. کمک در راه هست. مبارزه را همطور که تا به حال انجام دادید ادامه میدید. نگذارید که این نظام شرایط رو عادی جلوه بکند. بعد از این همه کشتار اخیر یک دریا خون بین ما و این رژیم هست.
دریا خون.
یادداشت کنید اسامی این جنایتکاران رو. یه روزی به سزای اعمالشون خواهند رسید. و اما پیام ویژه‌ای دارم به پرسنل ارتش. شما ارتش ملی ایران هستید، نه ارتش جمهوری اسلامی. وظیفه دارید از جان همیهنانتون حفاظت بکنید. فرصت زیادی براتون نمونده. به مردم هر چه زودتر بپیوندید.
This last part was so important. This is one of our greatest hope for the Artish to come and finally to stand against the IRGC and defend the Iranian people. That would be that's what they call 0 hour. Saat Sefr Enqilab. The 0 hour of the revolution is when some of the armed forces in Iran, it would be the Artesh, realize that there's no stopping this revolution, and they come to the side of the people by recognizing the authority of the leader of the revolution. That's what they call the 0 hour of the revolution. And that's what we're pushing for. So that's why he's focusing on telling the Artesh to start protecting the Iranian people, because that's their job. It's not to serve the Islamic Republic. Their job is to protect the Iranian people.
Okay, so there's the news message. We're guys, we're monitoring the news, so we're keeping an eye on everything. But all right, so let's go back to me confronting. Wait, let me fix the screen here. How iconic is this? Oh my gosh.
This is perfect. Did you screenshot that?
No. Wait.
Somebody should make an AI animation, like an anime version of all of this.
Wait, I'll screenshot. You know what? I'll screenshot it right now. Give me one moment.
Yeah.
All right, I just screenshotted that.
This is perfect. All three of you are exactly in the best. You know, it's a perfect shot for all three. Especially you.
You know what? I was made for this moment. I was made for this moment to confront these Islamic jihadi terrorists. My only regret is that I was not, you know, confronting him in person. But, you know, like I said, God bless Piers Morgan. Like, Piers Morgan is an unsung hero. He is a hero of the Iranian Revolution, because what Piers Morgan did by, you know, giving me the opportunity to confront him, this is not just for me, this is for the 90 million Iranians who have suffered at the hands of these savage Islamic jihadis, right? So that's me, like, you know, on behalf of all Iranians, because we've all suffered.
Look at this. This is a perfect caption for the screenshot.
The line is circling her prey.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, I got that too. All right, okay, so let me go back a little bit, because this is like the best part. All right, so let me go back a little bit, and then we're just gonna continue with the rest of it, and then we'll go all the way to the end, and then I'll pause it, and then you give me your thoughts on that part, and then we can like rewind and everything. But just look how amazing it is. Like, look at this, like, this smile on his face. And then as soon as like I come up on the screen, like his smile just like goes away, right? Like his smile literally just is like right off his face.
Iran, I badmouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not badmouthing the country of Iran. or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
a one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said. Producer said
yes.
it's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi. Let me. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi. Here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she has said, she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is.
Oh, you're muted, Goldie, you're muted.
Sorry. For those of you who are asking, yes, I was speaking Persian, and what I said to him is that bisharaf is dishonorable. Okay, so I said bisharaf. When we catch you, when Iran is free and we catch you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body left, right?
Yeah. So you think he heard it?
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Goldie, did you notice that he tried to? He almost quit. He almost left. He almost went to leave but then he realized that it would look so bad.
It would look even worse. I know.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue there. So I'll go back a little bit, but that's what I'm saying. Like when I'm shaking my hand, okay, when I'm shaking my hand at him, I'm like the tip of your finger is going to be the biggest piece of your body that's left when Iran is free and we're done with you.
And look at Morandi's finger trying to go for the quit, like leave button.
Okay. Well, that's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge.
She wants
to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said. It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Professor Morandi.
You and me.
Professor Morandi. Let me. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi. Here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she has said, she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from?
Okay, now, Pierce, I just want to remind you that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do not abide by what you say you'll do.
Well, you made a statement. You made a statement and gave us footage, which one of our panelists has directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks, and there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is to the top, towards the top. The crowd here goes all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him.
Yes.
There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The footage rally, all been debunked.
This woman, Pierce, if you next time, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get.
No, to be fair.
Did you
Don't
catch
worry
that?
about that.
He's like, I'm not going to come on next time. And I respond, you're never going to come on again because when Iran is free, we're going to capture you. You're going to go to jail. So of course you're never coming back on. You know what I need to do? I need to like download this like this clip, and I need to just add like the subtitles so that people can follow along with what I'm saying. But that's what that's basically what I said there. So let's go back.
We need a Persian translation subtitle for this for Iranians. For Iranians who might-
Listen, I'll do the Persian translation as well.
It was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend
so I
that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The footage rally, all been debunked.
This woman, this Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you.
To be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one. Professor, I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so. You have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not acceptable, Pierce. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely. All right, Professor, the best way, Professor, Professor, the best way to
talk about.
Professor,
just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting. They've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that it may be as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere. And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic, well, we just, don't want these people communicating. It's so that we can kill them and the rest of the world can't see what we're doing.
No, Pierce, that is an utterly dishonest take. The numbers are fabricated. The government has not given any numbers. And as I said
2,000.
I'm talking, Pierce. You don't want me to talk.
Well, you said you're just wrong.
You are just like those journalists who are talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the incubators. And
I led the campaign against that, as you may remember.
Well, you've flipped.
I haven't flipped to anything. I try and deal in facts.
No, Pierce. We had rioters who burned people alive, who cut people's heads off, and it's the evidence.
And what has your regime done to the protesters?
The protesters, Pierce, the millions of people that came to the streets yesterday, why did they come to the streets? It's because your narrative is nonsense.
Well, how many protesters have been killed?
Your narrative.
How many protesters have been killed?
I don't know the numbers.
You don't
know. I do know that roughly 100 officers of the law have been murdered.
So you know how many people you believe have been killed on the regime side, but you have no idea how many people the regime's killed. Interesting.
You don't want me to talk because you're afraid. Because you're afraid that I'm going to wreck your narrative. That's cowardly, Pierce.
I think what you're afraid of, afraid of this uprising this time being the one that actually topples the regime that you prop up.
You want to help, just like you were preparing as the Israeli regime carried out its blitzkrieg attack on Iran when Iran was negotiating. You were saying all sorts of nonsense about Iran to demonize the country, to justify the aggression and the slaughter. So you have blood on your hands. And this is what you're doing now today for Trump. The protesters on the streets across the country yesterday said a big no to you and your fake narratives. But people like you will just go out and say, this is fake. There was no demonstration. Whereas there were reporters in Iran. Al Jazeera was there. Many other people were there. You had Iranians across the board there. It was shown live on television, Piers. It was shown on Iranian channels live. You can go, your producers can go back and look at the footage online as it was being shown. You cannot pretend that millions of people were not on the streets in Tehran. You cannot pretend that simultaneously millions of people were not on the streets throughout the country. It's a fact. It was shown live throughout.
I'm not sure, Professor, all due respect, I'm not sure that you and facts are easy bedfellows. But I appreciate
That's
you.
your problem, Piers.
Not really.
You're the one who
actually it may be a problem for you.
You're the one who denied the genocide in Gaza for a year and a half. And you tried to justify the actions of the Israeli regime for a year and a half. And let me be very clear that if the United States, if Trump carries out an attack on Iran, the Iranian retaliation will be massive. And people like you,
it was after the strike last summer, you mean?
People like you.
You said this last time.
You
said this last time.
People like you will bear responsibility.
But this is the trouble. You're full of crap, aren't you? Because you said this last time. Do you remember? It was all going to happen last time.
Last time, Steve Bannon, the day after the war ended, on his show, said that the reality was that during the last 3-4 days of the war, the Israeli regime was in serious trouble. And they were begging for a ceasefire.
But what happened to the retaliation that you said would happen?
And Trump, because the Israeli regime was begging
what
for a ceasefire.
What happened to your retaliation?
Did you see Tel Aviv? Did you see how we hammered Tel Aviv?
Please, it's embarrassing.
Sure.
It's embarrassing. You come on
Piers.
here all the time and you say it's going to be retaliation is going to be horrific. It's going to be this. It's going to be that, and it doesn't happen. Iran doesn't have the capability to respond in the way that you talk. It's all bluff. It's all bluster. And what it seems to me, Professor, now is the people of Iran have had enough of this bullshit and they're rising up. And as the German Chancellor says, I believe this is the beginning of the end of that regime. And puppets like you that have helped prop it up are going to look very stupid when that day comes. But I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Lies, Piers.
I'll go back to the panel.
Piers, history will remember your lies.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they'll remember someone's lies, and it won't be me. But thank you.
Remember your lies.
Always a pleasure to talk to you.
that was magnificent. Oh my God.
Wasn't that amazing?
That was good. Yeah. The audacity, the hypocrisy of coming in like, oh, Piers, you're afraid. You won't let me speak. You're the ones who are like crying because Piers just bought Goldie on the show. You're the one who wanted to not bring anybody who challenges you, and you accuse Piers of being afraid. What is this? Wait, need to make his bigger. چربش کن مرندی داریم میاد. نه خشک میکنیمش خشک نمیذاریم چرب بکنه.
So, but this is what I mean when I say that Piers Morgan, another unexpected hero of the Iranian revolution, because God bless Piers Morgan. He gave me the opportunity to confront that Nazi, and then he just continued on with it and he called him out. So I'm just so glad that the world is like finally waking up and seeing like this is the propaganda that we've been dealing with. And this is a fight that we've had. So God bless Piers Morgan. God bless Piers Morgan's team. Like, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to confront that Nazi and tell him what I said. So I hope I did it okay. I hope I did an okay job.
You did amazing.
Oh my gosh.
You made us all proud. You did amazing. That was historic. And you're now part of history because Joseph Goldberg, you actually responded to him before we catch him and put him in jail. And this is I was telling Goldie when we were in live, like imagine if once we capture him and put him in jail And then Goldie's words are going to be historic because that's what she said, that's going to be happening to him. So we're going to on one side, we're going to put the pictures of him in the court. And the other side, we're going to show Goldie's warnings about what's going to happen to him. It was prophetic. It happened.
So there you go. That was pretty amazing. So, oh my gosh. All right. Okay. So let's continue because go ahead.
Can I just respond to one of his lies? Because here's what
go for it. You know what? Take as long as you want. Let me take like a 2-3 minute break. I'll be right back.
All right. So guys, one thing that the regime is doing, which is pure evil, is they cut the internet. Okay. But the videos of the body bags are making it out. The government is on purpose allowing. This is why Goldie was right about the government strategy and trying to, use fear to get the Iranian people staying home. So you see that the government, when they do mass killings, they don't let you come pick up the bags. Okay, you have to go through so many steps and a huge process for eventually to be able to get the bodies after months and after after a lot of pressure on making you promise that you're not going to say this. Like they give you like a regime's narrative that you have to come and say on camera until they offer you the bodies of your loved ones. That's what they do. But this time they're like, oh, here's this, come take your bodies. And they allowed people to record it. Think about it in the chat. Why would the regime, unlike usual when they do a mass killing of protesters, why do they just allow people to come pick up their bodies? And also, they allow people to start recording it with their phones. This has never been the case. Do you know why? Why would they? Because they want the recordings of the body bags out there. They wanted the recordings out there. So they allowed everybody to come record it. Because usually when they were silencing it, they weren't afraid of the regime being toppled. They didn't think that the previous protests were strong enough to topple the regime. So in those revolutions, in those rounds of the revolution, their main priority was to keep the government's propaganda that we don't kill people, right? But now, when they actually realize that they're so close to the edge of collapse, their main goal is to scare people. So they're like, come, pick up the bodies, record everything, show everybody how many dead people we have, show everybody how many we killed. That's the reason why they're allowing the recording, and that's the reason why they're releasing the bodies so fast without conditions. However, they also try to maintain their propaganda by saying that all of these people who have died, the thousands of people who have died, were killed by the protesters, and they call them terrorists.
Yeah. So
they still, yeah.
I was just going to say like that. So that's actually one of the main reasons why we're not showing any of the images or videos of the slain Iranians, because it is propaganda. Like it is meant to scare Iranians. Okay, we already know. We already know what's going on. Like we don't need images on social media to know what's going on, because this is something that we have experienced and lived through for the last 47 years. Okay, so we don't need to share the images and videos right now. And what Iranians in occupied Iran are telling us is to be strong and to continue pushing forward, because victory is very, very close. So that's why we're not sharing any of those right now, because we already know the numbers. We know, and it's the Islamic Republic wants to scare us, right? They want to scare us, they want to intimidate us, but we're not going to do that whatsoever. I'm loving all the comments here. Okay, there's a lot of Iranians watching, Armin. Oh my gosh, my Boa's watching. My Boa's watching too. So You know what? Honestly, I had to really hold myself back from like, you know.
Sorry, Baba.
That's okay. All right. Okay, so let's continue because so after that, yes, Armin, everyone's asking about your father. Do you want to give a quick update?
Oh yes, I heard my aunt in Iran told my brother that my dad is okay, and that's the only information I have. I haven't heard from him directly at all, but apparently my brother has information from my aunt. I don't know exactly how my aunt got that message out to my brother, but we have update that he's okay. So thank you for everybody asking. I appreciate that.
Okay, so let's continue now.
The end of that regime, and puppets like you that have helped prop it up are going to look very stupid when that day comes.
So I'm just going to say, like, honestly, after dealing with the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship, everything else that like Chunky Yogurt said or like the other people, I didn't really care, right? I didn't really care because like Chunky Yogurt is irrelevant. Like he's not even Iranian. Like no one in Iran knows who he is. The other two people, like, you know, whatever. Like it's irrelevant what they say because President Trump he's already made his decision, right? The President Trump and the American administration have already made their decision at this point. So for the rest of this, I'm like, all right, I'm just going to cruise right now because I already got to confront the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship. So the rest is just smooth sailing. And yeah, like Chunky Yogurt's like he's irrelevant. Like no one in Iran knows who he is or cares about him. So all right, so just enjoy the rest.
Wait, can I say Harris Sultan just sent me a message? This is beautiful. He said that us ex-Muslims might have our own first country. Iran is the first ex-Muslim country.
Harris, you have to come join us. You're one of us.
Yeah.
Harris, you get an honorary citizenship as well. Come to our country. It's you know, until you're able to liberate yours, come to our country. Come hang out with us. We love you. We love you, Harris. Oh, someone says to Goldie's Bobo, you can be proud of your daughter. I know my Bobo's very strict, very strict. So he's just like constantly messaging me. He's like, "Golsa in harfo nazan," and I'm like, "Okay, sorry, Bobo." Anyways, but there you go. Thank you, but you know. All right, let's continue.
Yes.
But I appreciate you joining me.
History
Thank you very much
remember
indeed for joining
your
me.
lies, Pierce.
I'll go back to the panel.
I love Pierce more.
History will remember your lies.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they'll remember someone's lies, and it won't be me. But thank you.
Remember your lies.
Always a pleasure to talk to
his
you,
lies.
Professor Miranda. Let's go back to the panel. Robert Neal, your reaction to that?
I had a hard time listening to it. I'll be honest, Pierce. I had to mute that guy. I can always tell when I'm listening to someone who, two things. He speaks in front of people who were forced to listen to him, and he's obviously never been punched in the face. I was here listening. I wanted to tear my own arm off so I could had something to throw at the screen. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of ratings that guy's going to get you. I'm serious. I don't know what he was talking about. He's a mouthpiece. He looks like the Butcher of Baghdad. I wasn't listening. Can we talk about, you got another question?
Well, I think the interesting thing to me is that he, after the airstrikes in the mountain last summer, he came on and was full of the same bluster about the retaliation is going to be horrific and America will wish it had never done this. Israel wish it had never done it. And it turned out that they...
I just want to say, do you know what like Chunky Yogurt's thinking right now? He's probably thinking, oh my gosh, look at what Goldie did to an actual Islamic regime propagandist, right? He's probably like, I have no hope right now because if Goldie's going after the Islamic regime itself, like what hope do I have, right? What's this? As tarsa hamin rogan. What is that?
Hold on, let me go.
از
ترس همین روغن رو از ترس همین روغن رو گرو کردن. نترسید، فقط خشک. Oh my God, you're amazing. Yes, خشک. Okay, these people don't deserve روغن. Okay, no mercy.
No mercy. خشک. I agree. خب همین هنان باعث افتخارمه که اقلا تونستم یه جورایی اگه حتی یه جوری خیلی کوچیک جبران بکنم برای 47 سال خون و اشک و زجر و درد. حالا امیدوارم که اوکی باشه. حالا دیگه سعی خودم رو کردم. All right.
They chucked a few fireworks at Tel Aviv.
Did you say something? Oh.
No.
Even that was it.
Is it okay if I sometimes
has
go for it.
anything
Highlight
like
whatever you
the
want.
military capability he and other puppets of that regime like to pretend they do.
No, they absolutely do not.
Oh,
And,
that's
but
a
again,
good
you know,
comment. Keep that one up for a
as a guy
while.
who thinks that we should not have invaded Iraq, and I was excited about it, but I think we shouldn't have. I could see getting excited about it again as a young Navy SEAL, but that's not the case now. And we definitely don't want boots on the ground.
Look at my face.
This again has to come back to the Iranian people, but unfortunately, like your last guess, all we're getting is people screaming at each other.
Yeah,
It'd be not, I mean, if you're a regime that's turning off the internet, it's kind of a telltale sign of what's actually going on. And
and they're not doing that. As I said to him, they're not turning off the internet because they want to stop the protesters communicating. They're doing it to stop the world watching how they are treating the protesters.
Genocide, yeah.
Yeah. So look, the idea that the regime are good guys is absurd. So there's been Iranian propaganda here. There's been Israeli propaganda. But what I care about is the American people. And the propaganda I'm sick of is pro-war propaganda. So we've seen this movie before, and you guys are falling for it like suckers again. All this bullshit about how the Iranian people would like to be bombed and how they would love for America to conduct Israel's war for it. And we should do regime change, and it'll be easy. We'll be greeted as liberators. It'll be cheap. We won't have to put troops on the ground. Bullshit. You can't run a country from afar. At some point, you're going to have to put troops on the ground. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to get harmed. And when they get harmed, then they're going to come back on TV and say, I can't believe the Iranians did this. I can't believe the Venezuelans did this. We're going to have to hit them more. And then they're going to put in more ground troops. It never, ever works. So if you believe, Piers and everyone else, that these riots, these protests are legitimate and have nearly toppled the regime, that's wonderful. I don't like this regime. Let them keep going. But the minute you bomb them, first of all, they're going to lose all credibility on the ground. The protesters are. The regime is going to love that action. They're going to use that to rally the Iranian people to their side. It is going to be deeply counterproductive. And then if it is somehow successful in toppling the Ayatollah, I guarantee you Israel and America are going to insist that Iran be run by a different dictator. They can call him Shah, they can call him king. It doesn't matter. That brother's a dictator. And we tried it before with a different Shah, with his dad. And when we tried that, it was so bad, it was so oppressive that it led to an Islamic revolution, which we've had to deal with this.
See, this is what I mean, Armin, when I told you that literally the entire global leftist media, they've been activated, and now they're pushing the Shah was a dictator false narrative, right? So all of them, literally every single media outlet, right, is pushing the Shah was a dictator. No, I know he was not a dictator. I know that, but I'm just pointing this out because the leftist Islamist media has been activated. So instead of focusing on the fact that, you know, thousands and thousands of Iranians have been murdered by the Islamic dictatorship, they're like, oh, the Shah was a dictator, right? This is how they control. But you can tell, like, you can already tell he's panicking. Like, you can just tell that he's not authentic, right? Like, no one is buying what Chunky Yogurt is selling, especially since, you know, when you just look at my expression, like just my face, right? I'm just looking at him and I'm like, you know?
So Goldie, I know that during the show you can't respond to every BS because you have to pick your battles and just focus on the most important parts. But do we at some point can I respond to every single BS that he just said? Like at some point, if
someone in the future, sure. But I mean, so we already know it's all BS. We already know it's all BS.
Okay.
But yeah. You know what? Okay, so
I just wanted other people, if they want to know what the counters to his points are, in case you think that's useful or not.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's useful right now because it's all nonsense. Okay. And, you know, everyone knows, like, look, guys, the most important thing is, like, everything that Cenk is saying is garbage. I call it out. It's garbage. And those of you who have been following us from the beginning, you know exactly what Iranian people want. They are literally risking their lives. Every video or photo coming out of Iran is people chanting Javid Shah, long live the king. They're saying, you know, Kharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde. So we don't need to go and just like counter every point right now. Listen, after the revolution, we'll have more than enough time. But right now, you know, my expression there is enough to point out that, like, this guy, Chunky Yogurt, knows absolutely nothing. And also, like, just look at him. Like, he's panicking. He's panicking, right? He's not Iranian. He's an Islamist. he's trying to like push like the, anti-Israel Zion, whatever conspiracy theories, and no one's buying it. No one's like, he's in this video, he's exposing himself for like the psycho, anti-Semitic, like conspiracy theorist that he is. He's sweating because he knows that his paycheck from the Islamic dictatorship is going to be cut off, right? He's scared of me. He's scared of me. So that's why he's scrambling like this. And honestly, like, literally just my expression is enough of a response to what he's saying. But let's continue.
Whole time. Every time we interfere with Iran, it creates massive blowback, and then the American people have to pay the price in blood and treasure. I've already seen this disastrous movie in Iraq. I do not want to repeat it, and I'm seeing the same exact bullshit propaganda supporting this war of regime change. And yes, it's obviously on behalf of Israel. Who are we kidding? Look at the Israelis frothing at the mouth. We've seen them for 20 years go, you have to invade Iran on our behalf. You have to invade Iran on our behalf. Okay, well, why doesn't Israel do it? And by the way, look at all this bullshit about how, the Iranians are, the regime is bad guys. Of course they are, but so was Saddam. That didn't mean we should go into Iraq. So Kim Jong-un's a terrible leader, abuses his people so badly in North Korea. How come there's no propaganda?
What happened?
State-funded media organization from broadcasting into Iran during the country's government-imposed internet blackout. There's massive pushback from the agency and Democrats. Here's senior foreign policy correspondent Jillian Turner.
Carrie Lake is pushing back tonight against
This is
accusations
live. This
she's
is live.
blocking the use of a key transmitter in Kuwait to send information into Iran. Democrats blame her and the president's gutting of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, a government agency that can transmit protest news directly into Iran.
We should be supporting these programs, and it's absolutely stupid that Trump has cut them off.
There was some questions that going forward in that regards, but they cut it. This is something that we've argued about for a long period of time, about the significance of diplomacy.
These accusations come as nationwide anti-regime protests continue to rock Iran, where nearly all 90 million citizens have been cut off from the internet for over 5 days. No social media, no GPS, no electronic communications. A spokesperson for Lake's agency, which oversees Voice of America and 5 other government media outlets, says USAGM is working to increase its broadcasting message into Iran during this critical time in a number of ways. The Speaker of the House today said the idea that U.S. communications hinges on a single transmitter is misguided.
In the age of 24-hour news coverage and social media and everything else, there are many avenues to get the message.
So Carrie Lake tells Fox News tonight that her agency has actually tripled the amount of content that they are putting out inside Iran during these protests. Here is a quote. Our outlets have surged coverage into Iran. Our VOA, that's Voice of America,
VOA Farsi, by the way, like they're actually supporting the regime.
Day, telling the story of the brave Iranian people who have endured so much.
I can't pause it. I can't pause it because it's live.
We are working tonight to.
Listen, I can't pause it because this is live, but VOA Farsi has been pushing anti-Pahlavi propaganda.
Jillian Turner, live at the State Department. Jillian, thank you.
Riots, arson attacks on public and private property, and above all, terrorism. Shooting at civilians, firing on armed forces and police are things no country would tolerate. I hope that some countries that have taken very misguided positions will pay attention to the realities on the ground.
Look, one death is too much, but I hear much lower numbers and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price.
Well, joining me now is exiled Iranian Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. Your Royal Highness, thanks for being here. You are in contact with people on the ground inside Iran?
As much as possible in the last 72 hours. As you know, it's been very difficult to access people, but every now and then information gets to us. I was able the night before last to have a FaceTime moment with a few of the people who came right off the street to tell us how the situation was on the ground. I mean, awe and admiration in the courage that they have displayed. But the sad news is that we had more casualties in the last 2 days, 4 times the number of people who were dead as a result of the 9/11 terrorist attack.
We're trying to get our
12,000
head
plus.
around that. What is the number that
About
you
12,000 plus.
12,000 plus
That's what we get so far. It might be more, but that's the minimum number that we know so far have been
killed by the regime? Not this is not arrested.
I mean,
This is
we are
killed.
talking about using military weapons, AK-47s, armored trucks to shoot to kill unarmed protesters. Their bodies are being picked up by bulldozers, and they charge each family for the bullet to be able to just retrieve the remains. It's abhorrent what's happening.
Obviously, we have no way to verify that independently. We've had reports of 3,000, 4,000 plus. The president's talked about thousands. And he said that it's crossing this red line and he's going to make a decision. You've been on record before opposing U.S. military intervention in Iran. Are your views different today?
But when you have civilians being murdered, massacred in a war that is waged against them by their own government, when the regime orders troops to fire on unarmed crowds, defenseless people, the only way they have a chance to have an equal playing field to overcome this regime is when they cannot neutralize this repressive force. Some additional help is needed. I don't look this as an aggression to a country. I'm talking about helping a nation liberate itself by giving them assistance that cannot otherwise obtain on their own. That's why it's critical and empowering. But a message of strength says we are not going to stand for this and we will not turn our back on these people. What the president said was so energizing, and it caught like wildfire, and people are going back to the streets to continue the fight.
You had a meeting with the peace envoy, Steve Witkoff, over the weekend. Is that correct?
But I'm not going to discuss the people we are in touch with out of respect for the administration. These are sensitive moments. But what I can tell you is that what the president has said has been extremely energizing to the people. The Iranian people count on this president to follow through on his promise that he made. And this is something that will keep them hopeful that this time they're not going to be thrown under the bus as they have before.
So getting from point A, where we are, to point B, if the regime, as some people suggest, collapses and the protesters have this moment, what is the model for success? What is the country that you have in mind, or your other protesters have in mind, the model for success?
You know, the only way that we can have the ability as a nation to determine our own future is within a democratic process of free election, the formation of a constitutional assembly where the future form of a democratic secular system can be debated and determine what its final form could be. So in the process of transition post-collapse, we have to have a plan of action, which we do. I have a comprehensive plan that addresses what needs to happen during that transition, how are we going to manage that process, what is the responsibility of an interim government to set the stage for that, and at the end, let the Iranian people, in complete transparency, debate what it is that ultimately they would like to opt for.
But you yourself haven't been there since 1978, is that correct?
1978 was when I left Iran for the last time.
Is there a team on the ground? Are there people? You don't have an army. How does this happen?
It's a combination of people who are inside Iran right now that are members of civil society. There are lawyers, experts, economists, university people. We're talking about a very strong polity that despite this regime have been able to survive all these years, and they need to step in to fill the void. A lot of people are ready to step in. There's a counterpart outside that in a sort of hybrid system can help one another in that process. And I think the important thing is to be able to protect their identities to the very end so they're not prematurely exposed, which is why it's not so obvious that we can ask them to, show up and not be immediately endangered. So we have to be very careful about that. But we are constantly in dialogue with them, preparing that transfer. So as soon as this regime collapses, we can immediately engage those forces within and constitute all the elements that will contribute to that.
I know you had some meetings on Capitol Hill. Were those positive? I mean, do you get good sense from the lawmakers?
I think that many lawmakers on the Hill, regardless of which party they represent, understand how critical it is, especially if you want to promote liberty and democracy, that Western democracies, the US at the top of the list, have a crucial role to play to support freedom-seeking nations. And I think they understand that beyond just word of encouragement or condemnation, we have reached a point where some action is needed. Regardless of what the executive branch wants to do, the legislative side has to be in support of anything that can empower a nation, because at the end of the day, it's about empowerment. It's about giving a nation. And we've seen that before. How did apartheid come to an end?
Right.
How did the Soviet Union collapse?
But you know, we also saw it in the Green Revolution, which didn't develop, and there was criticism that we as the US didn't do enough to help on the ground. 2009.
It is true.
Do you think this is the tipping point?
It
This
is very different.
is the moment.
It is very different, Brett, because the demand now is not just economic hardship or shortcomings or lack of liberalization. We have come to the point where people are just fed up with this regime. They are saying death to the dictator. They want to liberate themselves. And their demand for freedom is met with the most brutal reaction by a regime that is waging war on its own citizens. How else can we liberate ourselves when there's such degree of pressure without having, at some point, an element of backing and support from free nations that stand on the right side of history? Do not throw us under the bus by trying to negotiate or appease a regime that for 47 years has brutalized our nation.
Well, it's interesting to hear the president talk, and we'll see what the actions are or are not in coming days. Your Royal Highness, thank you for the time.
Good to see you, Brett. Thank you.
Up next, how Republicans are planning to combat concerns over affordability. But as we go to break, sad news. Scott Adams has died after a battle with prostate cancer. Adams became famous.
That was absolutely perfect. Every time it's perfect.
That's why he's our leader. That's why we trust him. Guys, that's why millions of Iranians are out in the streets right now, and they're being slaughtered, but they don't care, right? They don't care. Why? Because we trust him to free us. We know that he is the only one that's going to free us from this oppression. And shame on people like Chunky Yogurt and others who spout their Islamist jihadi propaganda. Shame on them. Shame on them. They have the blood. They have the blood of hundreds of thousands, millions of Iranians on their hands, right? But I hope you understand, guys, now. I hope you now understand why Iranians, why all of us, whether inside the country, outside the country, we have all been activated. We all have a role to play, and we are playing that role because it's now or never. And all of us are working together to overthrow this Islamic dictatorship once and for all. And we will not allow this propaganda to smear our Shah. We will not allow that. Our Shah is perfect. He is perfect. And we are so blessed to have him. We are so blessed to have him. I'm just going to say that.
Can I quickly, show a video that makes your point? Because one of the freedom fighters who seems like he has been hit, like injured, he recorded a video with the picture of the Shah in his hand.
Go for it.
His message is very powerful. Okay. Let me just show this to you guys. So this is actually very beautiful. I think it's fitting to show like what the Iranian people are fighting for. So let's just listen to this.
President Trump, please help.
So he first starts in English by saying, President Trump, please help.
This the day.
And he gives a date, which is January 10th. And now he shows Prince Reza Pahlavi's picture. He's saying tomorrow we will take to the streets again, not for paradise nor for money, but for the return of my father. He points to Reza Pahlavi. My mother, my sisters, and all my brothers for the return home.
اینو بدونن کسایی که خارج از کشور هستن همشون رو دوست داریم عاشق هم.
Let those Iranians who are abroad know this. We love them all.
همشون. حتی اگر
We love them all. We adore them all.
هزار تا تیرم بخوریم بازم حاضریم جونمون رو فداش کنیم.
Even if we take 1,000 bullets, we are still ready to sacrifice our lives for this.
زنده باد ایران. پاینده باد ایران.
He says, long live Iran. May Iran be eternal. And then he kisses the picture of the prince.
And then Chunky Yogurt has the audacity to say that he's like a puppet, right? Chunky Yogurt has the audacity. He has the audacity to go on Piers Morgan and say that the Shah is really puppet. Like, do you see how mental and insane those like savage jihadi Islamists are? This is the voice of Iranians. This man, this freedom fighter, right? He's even speaking in English to get the message out, and he's holding a picture of King Reza Pahlavi, and he's saying, I am willing to take 1,000 bullets if it means that our king returns back to Iran. And then you have people like Chunky Yogurt. Oh, this man is a Zionist puppet. Do you see how they're smearing us? Do you see how they're trying to take away our self-determination from us? And it's not me speaking, it's this man. And do you know why Iranians are making this video? I guarantee you, he has no idea. He has no idea who we are. But Iranians in occupied Iran are making videos like this in the hopes that, you know, someone somewhere outside of Iran will share these videos and share their voice with the world. And that's why we're doing this, because people in Iran have faith, right? They have faith in other Iranians to be their voice. And that's why we do this. And so, you know, when Chunky Yogurt says, oh, you don't speak on behalf of, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because Armin and I, from the very beginning, we have been the voice of Iranians in occupied Iran. So I don't need to justify whether or not I speak for Iranians. I 100% speak for the Iranians in occupied Iran who are sharing their voice, but you will never see this on mainstream media.
Right. Goldie, is that such man? Is that just
Yeah.
such man's?
Yeah, those are bullet wounds.
Well, yeah, like some, I don't know.
He's injured. He's injured.
Such- He's injured.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go back
Okay.
to Chunky Yogurt. Oh, sorry. Look at his face. Look at his face. So now you can see why I'm not even going to like deal with him. All right. Yeah, more of me on Morgan. Okay, fine. There you go.
Israel is a terrorist state. So they killed 2,000 in Iran, these protesters, and I hate that the regime did that. Israel killed 70,000 Palestinians. They occupy 5.5 million of them, and they say they're never going to free them. So why are we helping a terrorist state start another disastrous war in Iraq that we're going to have, in Iran in this case, that we're going to have to pay for?
Okay.
And if people don't know this, Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. They're walking you into another disaster, and I guarantee it. And it'll be for Israel again. And then they'll pretend that it wasn't, and they'll call everyone an anti-Semite. This America, listen to me. This isn't our war. I hope the protesters win, but do not let these people sucker you into another multi-trillion-dollar war on behalf of Israel.
Okay. Chuck Todd, your response.
Well, I actually don't think that, I mean, I sort of, you know, sometimes we all debate the extreme potential ideas when I don't think that's what's happening here. I think, look, as much as I am concerned that President Trump has got the YOLO virus, meaning he's more likely to do things that might not, that are politically unpopular because he wants to do it. He wants to legacy build or whatever it is, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's overthrowing the Cuban regime, Greenland, etc. Look, I think any sort of military assistance here will come up is more likely to backfire than not, right? That is what history has taught us. At the same time, finding a way to support these protesters is something that we should be leaning into. We're the United States of America. When people want freedom and democracy, if we're not standing by them, who is, right? That doesn't mean you do it with tanks. It doesn't mean you do it with bombs. And by the way, it's not just Israel that wants this Iranian regime gone. You know who the number one supplier of drones is to the Russians to kill innocent Ukrainians? It's Iran. You know who else would like to see Iran gone? Pretty much the entire Gulf Peninsula.
I actually really like the point that he made here, because it's so true, right? Like Cenk is just focusing on, oh, like Israel, 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 but then this guy, he recognized that like Cenk is just talking garbage, right? So he's like, it's not just Israel, like literally everyone wants the Islamic dictatorship gone, right? So now this is the best part. Other people are now starting to call out Cenk's BS, right? Chunky Yogurt's BS.
Yeah.
And look at his face. He's not happy.
Yeah, he's not on the right side. He knows that. Just a quick correction. So Sohail is now telling me the name of the injury that guy had. So apparently it's the shotgun pellet marks on his body. That's what it was. Yeah,
that's what it is.
Thank you, Sohail.
Thank you.
That regime gone. So this, in fairness, this is not about
that's
Israel.
what it is.
So what?
Not everything is about Israel. When it comes to the Middle East, there's certainly, protecting Israel has been a priority of this country for a long time. I understand that, but in this case, this is about
come on,
the Iranian
Who are you
regime.
kidding,
Of course,
Chuck?
I'm not going to die, but the Iranian regime here.
So one of the best things about this is like, of course I want to like interrupt and I want to like say something, but the fact that I'm just silent, right? That in and of itself is like exposing Cenk for who he is, because other people are now calling him out, right? Because like even that guy, he's like, not everything's about Israel. He's like, of course it is. It's all about Israel, right? Like it's just the propaganda, right? All right, let's continue.
Jew haters.
Of course, literally, they're just like sick, like twisted Jew haters. And you know what? I actually think this episode exposed Chunky Yogurt for who he actually is, because he can't go back on this. He can't waffle back on this.
Is been a bad actor to a lot of people, not just the state of Israel.
Yeah. Goldie, let me bring you in here. You were born in Iran. Do you feel this is different to previous uprisings?
Yes, absolutely. This is different. This time around, the stars have aligned, Pierce. So this isn't the first time that we have tried to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship. We've been trying for the last 47 years, in fact. But this time, we have a leader. We have His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, who has he's heeded the call of the Iranian people. He is going to be stepping in as a transitional leader. He's going to be taking our country from a brutal Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democracy. Now, what type of democracy that's going to be? That's going to be based on a national referendum that the Iranian people will vote for. So whether they want a constitutional monarchy or whether they want a republic, we Iranians are going to determine that. And that plan is actually available online. It's on a website called Iran Prosperity Project. It's been online for over 6 months. I can't think of any other revolution, in fact, where the transitional plan for the emergency government has already been published and peer-reviewed and is also available in English online. There are also a number of other factors here. So Elon Musk providing Starlink and Starlink devices, that is huge, because that has allowed us to continue receiving messages from people in occupied Iran despite the mass slaughter. The other really important factor as well is that President Trump is now giving his support to the Iranian people. And we're not asking for boots on the ground, nothing like that. But when you look at President Ronald Reagan's support for the oppressed people is what led to the fall of the Berlin Wall, and there were no boots on the ground there. The propaganda that Cenk is putting out there, it's the other side of the
bomb the Soviet Union.
Can you please don't interrupt me? I did not interrupt you when you were spouting your garbage. You see how they're laughing? So as I was saying, the propaganda that Cenk is putting out there. So wait, I want to go back. So when he interrupts me and I'm like, don't interrupt me. So the guy on the end, apparently he's like a Navy SEAL. He like drops his head because he's like laughing. Let me just go back a little bit here.
Don't use your mouse. Just press the back button. It will go back 10 seconds.
I
It
don't know
will
how to do
easier.
that. Okay.
Just press the back. Just press the
Soviet
arrow, left
Union.
arrow.
President Ronald Reagan's
Oh, no.
support for the oppressed people is what led to the fall of the Berlin Wall, and there were no boots on the ground there. The propaganda that Cenk is putting out there, it's the other
Because we
side of the
didn't bomb
coin.
the Soviet Union.
Can you please don't interrupt me? I did not interrupt you when you were spouting your garbage.
Yeah,
So as I was saying, the propaganda that Cenk is putting out there, that's the other side of the coin of the Islamic dictatorship. So there, it's meant to put fear into Americans by saying, oh, well, let's go bomb Iran. Well, no one's going to go bomb Iran. Israel and the United States back in the 12-day war, they targeted Islamic regime bases. They never targeted civilians. And in the 12-day war, yes, there were civilian casualties. 200 Iranian civilians lost their lives in the 12-day war. But in the past 2 days alone, the Islamic dictatorship has slaughtered over 12,000 Iranians. And that's at a minimum right now for what we know. So what Iranians are saying is that they will fight until the very end, because they know that at this point, it's either liberty or death. And so they are still going out, they are still fighting. And the one person that has mobilized us Iranians around the world to rise up and overthrow the Islamic dictatorship is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So, people like Cenk can complain and bark all they want, but ultimately their opinion is irrelevant. We Iranians, we've already decided what we want, and self-determination is our right.
Okay. I've got to leave it there for the panel.
What are
Thank
you
you all.
talking about? Can I? No. Can I just say she keeps pretending to speak for the
So this is my favorite part because Piers Morgan wants to leave it there. And then do you see my face here? So my expression? Because now chunky yogurt's like she keeps on talking as if she has authority, right? And for the rest of this, I don't even bother speaking anymore. Like all the other people talk, but I don't have to speak because I made my point, and those people, like the only reason he's freaking out is because he was like, oh my gosh, like I was schooled, right? Yeah, and I was like, you're barking. Like we don't care about your barking, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So let's.
But how? I don't understand. No, wait. I don't understand. Like he's saying, like she pretends to speak on behalf of the Iran people.
Well, yeah, but that's what they do.
Okay, just 1 second. But what makes him? I mean, you're Iranian.
I know
if you're not fit
to. I know that.
I mean, if you're not fit to speak for Iran, what the hell? Who the hell he is? And he's even less qualified. Then shut up.
I know.
You're even less qualified to tell the panel what the Iranian people want. Like he doesn't even meet his own standard.
Well, that's why it's funny. Well, that's why I didn't say anything, because anyone who's watching, they're going to be like, okay, but at least she's Iranian. Like chunky yogurt isn't even Iranian, right? But I don't have to say that because every single person watching this, they're going to know. Like they're going to come to the same conclusion, right? But the thing is, he needed to have the last word, and because I know Cenk. Because I knew Cenk, like chunky yogurt, was going to attack our leader, I made a point of His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iran Revolution, right? Because I knew every time I said that, he would just ooh, right? Because he's an Islamist. So there you go. But okay, so let's just continue because
he's worse than an Islamist. He's a far leftist.
Yeah. So there you go. So Cenk literally cannot keep his filthy garbage mouth shut, right? He can't keep his filthy garbage mouth shut. He literally had to have the last word, but it's irrelevant because I actually had the real last word. And then everything that comes after, it's basically just him crying and complaining. And he basically just exposed himself for who he is. So, all right. So there you go. Their opinion is irrelevant. I said their opinion is irrelevant, right? And that's at a minimum right now for what we know. So what Iranians are saying is that they will fight until the very end because they know that at this point it's either liberty or death. And so they are still going out, they are still fighting. And the one person that has mobilized us Iranians around the world to rise up and overthrow the Islamic dictatorship is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So people like Cenk can complain and bark all they want, but ultimately their opinion is irrelevant. We Iranians, we've already decided what we want, and self-determination is our right.
Okay. I've got to leave it there for the panel.
What are you talking about? Can I? No. Can I just say she keeps pretending to speak for the Persian people? There's been no vote. She doesn't represent any of them. It's so some do like the Shah. I don't dispute that. I think that they're very, very mistaken in that. There's some earnest people who believe that, and then there's people who work for Israel who say, yeah, he's a perfect puppet for Israel, and he should be. And then Chuck says, oh well, the UAE also wants him gone, and Turkey wants Iran gone. Why do I care about those countries? I don't care about those countries. I care about us. Can I ask Rob one last question? Rob, you're military. You were Navy SEAL Team 6.
No one even in Iran.
How many military? Hold on. Let me ask Rob a question. Hey, is Israeli
So here I start speaking Persian to him, and I say dahaneto beband. That means shut your mouth. So I'm like dahaneto beband. Okay, and then here let me go back a little bit, and I'll play what I say. Wait, where's the 10? I don't see the 10-second thing here.
No, just press the, you see on your keyboard, the left arrow and the right arrow. Okay, press them.
It doesn't work. I don't want to mess it up. But okay, so first I say dahaneto beband, which means like shut your mouth. But then the next part is I basically say like I'm in Persian, I say, don't worry, when Iran is free and the Islamic regime falls, we're coming after you next. That's what I say in Persian.
You're military. You were Navy SEAL Team 6.
No one even in Iran.
How many military? Hold on. Let me ask Rob a question. Hey, is Israeli? Hold on a second. Can I ask Rob a question?
Don't talk over each other.
So I say, which means don't worry, you dishonorable person. When the regime falls, we're coming after you next.
Well, we can't. He's not Iranian, but okay.
Israeli puppet.
Don't talk over each other, please.
Hey, Rob, when you do enough military exercise,
let me pause.
What we did in Iran was attack.
I don't like. He says like just some Iranians are in support of him. They are chanting no one else's name in the streets of Iran, and every single protest and every single group is chanting his name in the streets. Every single video of every single gathering that we're getting out of Iran is chanting his name. What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, because he's a liar. But you know what? I spoke to him in Persian, and that was less for him because, again, he's not Iranian. He has no idea what's going on, right? And he thinks he has the audacity to speak about us, right? So I was like, Bisharaf, negaran nabash. Agar ماست چانکی اگه داره گوش میدی نگران نباش. بعد از اینکه رژیم سقوط کرد میایم سراغ شما، چون که ما میدونیم پولاتو داری از کجا میگیری، ما میدونیم کی داره بهت فاند میده، فانداتو میگیریم و با همون فاندا میایم سراغ شما. شما هم میری زندان، نگران نباش، میایم سراغ شما، چون که ما میدونیم تو کی هستی. ماست گندیده ماست گندیده تو بعدی هستی. تو فکر کردی من از محمد what's his like last name again مراندی یعنی این خیال کرد که من از مراندی میترسم. ببین من چجوری مراندی رو جواب دادم. اون وقت این ماست گندیده خیال کرده که میتونه بیاد با من مبارزه بکنه. بدبخت. Anyways, all right, let's continue.
Tactically amazing. What we did in Venezuela was tactically amazing. That isn't strategy, that's tactics. But if you take enough risks, Rob, at some point, aren't you going to lose someone?
Goldie, let him finish, please.
A plane is going to get knocked down. You're going to lose some members of a Delta force, etc. And at that point, people are going to get mad. And then they're going to want bigger war and bigger retaliation. And we're going to get sucked in. Maybe I don't understand it, Rob. Rob, has the U.S. military become perfect and we can never lose anyone? There's no risk? Or are we taking significant risk here?
Yeah, Jack, I like what you're saying as far as we're thinking outside of the box, because what happened in Venezuela was not an anomaly. It's something we can do, but with no one getting killed, no healer getting shot down, we had birds get hit. If one goes down, like you said, yes, we'll probably lose people. If one of the birds that got hit, like in Venezuela, goes down, we've had it before with Extortion 17 and Turbine 33, everyone on board dies. And then you got to go recover the body of the aircraft, and then you get the sentiment of, yes, we want to go and take more action. It's very, very dangerous. My biggest concern with Iran is I don't want the United States of Halliburton to get their boots on the ground again. And you're really towing a very, very dangerous line. Once we start sending these, look at, we flew in with 2 stealth birds, came back with 1. One went down. We had to blow it up. We're outside all of a sudden with the locals in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Very dangerous. They don't know why we're there. The local police that are there don't know why we're there. We don't want to kill local police because we're in their country. There's so many complications that can potentially happen. That's why hopefully we can do something. The worst thing we can say that we've done, as history repeats itself, is say, well, this is the way we've always done it. Then we're going to end up with another bad war and another panel of people like us who obviously know more than everyone else solving all the problems. I think we can do something simpler. I think it obviously starts with talking with the people, negotiations, and then hopefully listening to other people. And we can, because nobody's perfectly right and nobody's perfectly wrong, but I think we all need to agree the Iranian people need to get a much better way of life they've been living for the past 47 years.
You know what? Let's end on that note of common sense and nuance. What a pleasure to hear a bit of nuance about a complex situation. Thank you to my panel.
Can I just say something?
The British Iranian.
Because a lot of people keep worrying about, like, oh, we made the same mistake in Iraq and we shouldn't make the same mistake here. The mistake that was made in Iraq was de-Baathification. It was not the removal of Saddam. It was the de-Baathification that came after, which Prince Reza Pahlavi wants to avoid by making sure that they keep the Artesh and the structure, the people who are doing their jobs in the government in place, so that we don't have absolute chaos after the regime falls. What is this super chat? Keep calling him chunky yogurt. It's gonna stick. Yes, like chunky yogurt. Yeah.
So, guys, what did you think of my interview? What did you think of my interview?
You did really good. It was fantastic. Yeah? 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. You. Powerful.
Like, I'm just sick and tired of people like, chunky yogurt, just spouting, nonsense, right?
Yep.
Whew. Oh, you liked it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. So for those of you who have been with us from like this morning, I think this is like the fastest that Piers Morgan has come out with like an episode, right? Because like this happened, like I did this at 11 a.m. this morning. So literally like in the middle of the live stream. I took a break, and then, Armin was holding the channel. And then remember, Armin, when I came back, I was like all shaky or, whatever. So there you go. Now you know why. I was literally on attack mode.
You made history. I think this was not just you on the panel. I think you made history. And I think I think we're gonna come back to this because years after this, like I think during the transition period when like Miranda is going to go to jail, we're going to come back to this video. I'm going to show it. Yeah, people are saying
and
fierce
gangsta. And you know what it is? It wasn't even just like about chunky yogurt, because I literally thought I would only have to deal with chunky yogurt, but it was the fact that like I actually got to call out Morandi to his face. Like that in and of itself was bigger.
That was bigger. Like Chunk is nobody.
Like chunky yogurt is like nothing. That's why I didn't even care what he was saying, right?
Goldie, you were face to face with the Islamic Republic.
That's what I mean.
So that's what that's what happened. So who cares about Chunk?
I know. And you know what? And the only reason I got to call out the Islamic Republic directly was because of Piers Morgan. Yeah. So guys, this is why like Piers Morgan, literally another hero of the Iranian Revolution, because he gave me the opportunity to like confront the Islamic dictatorship face to face on behalf of 90 million Iranians. So that's why I was like shaking, because like chunky yogurt's a nobody. Like I don't care about chunky yogurt.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows who he is in Iran.
No one knows who he is. Like he's totally irrelevant. His opinion, no one cares. But the Morandi, oh my gosh, that was big. So
yeah, he was actually he was guys. That guy was the face of the government. That's who he was.
He's the Joseph Goebbels. He's the Joseph Goebbels.
Yep.
So. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of messages here. Like, is President Trump speaking at some point? I don't know what's going on.
If not, if that's not a correct information, I want to show a video from hours ago showing that the
Yeah.
Iranian people are still coming out.
Okay,
in
so let's
big
do
number.
that. Can I take like a 15-minute break and come back? Is that okay?
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Is it okay? Is it okay given that like after I show some videos, update people, is it okay? I know it's not important, but some of the stuff that Jink was saying,
Why don't you go for it? Yeah, go for it until I get
Yeah,
back.
is that okay?
But
I will
I'll be watching on my phone, Armin. So be careful because I'll also be monitoring you on my phone, even though I'm away from my laptop.
Wait, what do you mean? You don't trust me? Okay, you trust me? Come on. What do you mean?
I'll see you soon.
Okay. What? Like, am I? what was that? Okay. Like, what did that mean? All right, here. What am I gonna do? Like swear? Like is she worried that I'm gonna swear? Like what is she worried about? Okay. So guys, look at this video. This is a video from hours ago. Okay. After, and guys, I don't think it's 12,000. I don't think this is 12,000 people killed. I think it's a lot more. I hope I'm wrong. But after a massacre of the Iranian people in the past couple of days in the streets, people were telling you that, oh, Armin, or Goldie, Armin, they're telling us that the protests are dying down. Well, this was from a few hours ago. And we're not getting that many videos out of Iran as much because of the complete internet shutdown. But watch this. We're getting very few videos, but the ones that are coming out shows that the protests are alive and growing. So watch this. Look at this. This is the Iranian response to them being massacred. They don't go home. They don't go running. They don't run away in fear. They come back again and again and again. Let me check this. Tehran, I don't know. Tehran, tonight in Tehran, the terrorist Islamic Republic has deployed. Oh my God. So I'm not going to read that. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not going to read that one because we don't want to discourage. All right, so let me actually show you encouraging videos. This is a video. This is صدا و سیما تصویر دیده نشده از آتش زدن صدا و سیمای اصفهان. So this is Isfahan, the صدا و سیما building of Isfahan, which is basically the media center of the regime, right? So the TV and radio and everything in Isfahan, we call it صدا و سیما. So they're burning it down. So we already saw the videos of it burning, but apparently we now got footage of people. Oh my God. The lyrics are, I don't know if do you guys want me to translate the lyrics? Let me know if you want me to translate the lyrics. All right. Okay, so apparently a lot of people said yes, translate the lyrics. Okay, watch this. Okay, so oh my God, hold on. So he's saying it's becoming, I think he's saying it's becoming obvious now that now in the streets it's your blood that now if the blood in the street is your blood now, not our blood. So we're killing you now. So this part is amazing, okay? So Sohail in the Telegram, let me know if I'm getting this right because this is like rap. He's saying like there's an amazing smell in the air. We're barbecuing mullahs. There's a beautiful burning. There's a very nice burning smell in the air because we're barbecuing the mullahs. Yep. That is right. Okay, let's continue. Like we will we will tear apart. We will make the we'll tear this country's roof. Like we will make the country's roof fall on your head. Like we will basically break. Basically, it's a metaphor by saying that we will destroy all your infrastructure and make you die under the rubble. So it's a metaphor. And then it says, okay, hold on. He said that you've been killing people and you think that has brought you positive points with Allah. So you think that he thinks that you're doing good deeds in Islam by killing people. Is that what you think? That's what it means. He's telling the armed forces, he's saying to the armed forces, like, why are you scared now? So the people who used to kill Iranians, he's making fun of them. He's telling them, why are you now afraid? He's like, why are you afraid? Why are you running away? So he's telling the regime forces, why are they afraid? Why are they now running away? Shortatun is what, Sohail? Shortatun. So it's like the people are in the streets and your underwears are, I think, filled with poop because of you're so scared that you're pooping your pants. So I think it's like the people are in the streets and there's poop in your underwear because you're because you're so scared that you're shitting your pants. What? It just gathered together all together. Sohail, help me out here. I didn't understand this. نه منظورش اینه که شورتتون رو از دیوار شهر آویزونه. Oh, why? What does that mean? Is that a RAPE joke? He's saying that we're going to take your underwears and we're going to hang your underwears from on the city walls. So we're going to basically take your underwears are going to be removed and hung over the city walls. What does that mean? He's saying these are metaphors. Okay. He's talking about something about burning the Khamenei's house. Khamenei's house is going to be burned next. Anyways, okay. Anyways. Yeah, these are rap songs. Can somebody explain why the yeah, I don't know yet. I don't know the answer to that question. Anyways, so yeah, Persian rap songs go hard, like really, like they go all out. They go all out. Let me respond. Okay, let me take this opportunity to respond. Do you guys want me to respond to some of the BS that Jink was spewing? Do you guys want me to do that? Let me actually bring myself up here. How do I do this? Remove. All right, so let me just quickly respond to some of the nonsense Jink was spewing. I know he's irrelevant, but he got on my nerves, and I want to respond to some of the crap that he said. Okay. All right, so he was like, do you really think Iranians like being bombed? You absolute buffoon. What are you talking about? Like this, you still don't understand the difference between the regime and the Iranian people? No, the Iranian people don't like being bombed. But when Israel and United States did their operations in Iran, they weren't bombing Iranians. They were bombing the regime. And the Iranian people celebrate the regime being bombed. How do you still not don't know the difference between regime sites and regime bases being bombed and the Iranian people being bombed? How do you not understand that yet? Like, oh, do you really think Iran? Like, you still mixing the Iranian people with the regime? Are you effing kidding me? Like, did this? Okay, I'm trying not to swear. I know Goldie is listening, so now I know why she's listening. Now I know why she's listening. Okay, so because I'm it's getting like, it makes me really angry, right? So yeah, no, the Iranian people don't like to be bombed, but they celebrate. They celebrate when United States or Israel attacks, especially Israel, because attacks regime bases, because they are not Iran. They are the enemies of Iran. So that's point number one. I have 5 points, right? He also says that if United States gets involved and bombs anywhere, it's going to the protest, the revolution is going to lose credibility. You said the same thing. If you said the same thing about the 12-day war, you said that if Israel gets involved, then the Iranian people, like their fight against the regime, is going to go away. It's going to lose credibility. It's going to die away. What happened? Is nobody going to remind him that after the 12-day war, look at this. We have the 12-day war. The 12-day war is actually partly responsible for why we have these protests. Israel taking out all the leaders of IRGC created the power vacuum for the Iranian people to be able to see the regime's weakness and seeing an opportunity for them to take the regime down. So not only he's wrong, he couldn't even be any more wrong. Not only the attack of Israel on regime assets and regime forces did not cause the opposition against the Islamic Republic to die down, it did the opposite. It created the greatest opposition against the Islamic Republic. It contributed to it. It helped it. So it's one thing to be wrong. It's one thing to say something that couldn't be farther from the truth. That takes a certain level of insanity or, I don't know, bad faith. I mean, I don't know if he's insane or if he's evil. I don't know which one is worse. But so that's point number 2. And then point number 3, he was talking about their rally around the flag effect. Oh, the rally around the flag effect. If we bomb the regime, people are going to rally around the flag and support the regime. Again, I go back to the 12-day war. How did that work out for you? How did that theory work out for the 12-day war? During this protest, during this round of protests of our revolution, people are shouting Am Israel Chai in the streets while they're protesting against the regime. Iranians still today, after the 12-day war, are still holding the only flag that they hold more than the flag of their own countries is the flag of Israel. If anything, the 12-day war, Israel's operations in Iran against the Islamic Republic, made Iranians fall in love with Israel more. They already loved Israel a lot because of what they did with Nasrallah and Ismail Haniyeh and fighting Islamic Republic, and more importantly are the ancient ties that the nation of Iran and the nation of Israel have with each other. They already have a lot of bond. But the 12-day war and taking out all of the leaders, or all of the main top leaders of IRGC, was the greatest gift that the Israel could have given the Iranian people. One day we all woke up and we couldn't believe this amazing gift that Israel gave to the Iranian people. I know it was in their own interest as well, but if we loved Israel before, we loved them even more then. They took in a couple of hours, Israel took out people, 30 to 40 people of IRGC leaders that if we wanted to take out, we wish we could take out ourselves, but if we wanted to get to them, we would have to go through a sea of blood, and we wouldn't be able to harm any of them as much as Israel did in 1,000 years, and hundreds of thousands of us dying. And Israel managed to take out 40 of them in a few hours. You think we rally around the Islamic Republic flag? Are you insane? After Israel took out the murderers of Iranian people, we're going to go support the regime? No, we're going to support Israel even harder. Rally around the flag, my ass. The only reason why some idiots think that there was a rally around the flag effect is because the regime, and this is what Jinky is doing, he's repeating the regime's propaganda, because the regime was arresting anybody and executing people who were supporting Israel. But anybody who came and said, like, oh, I used to like Israel, but now I'm against them, or I used to be for regime change, but now I support the Islamic Republic, if foreigners want to be involved, they amplified their voices. They gave them all the platform. So yeah, anybody in the Western media, like, oh my God, look, they rally around the flag effect. They were just amplifying the Islamic Republic propaganda. There was no rally around the flag effect. In fact, we rallied around Israel. We rallied around a flag. It wasn't the flag of the Islamic Republic. It was the flag of Iran and the flag of Israel. That's the flag that we rallied around. That was the result of the 12-day war. And this revolution that we're seeing right now today is partly in thanks to what Israel did in the 12-day war. So that's the result of military operations in support of a revolution. And he should know that, because he said, like, I'm for America. But if there's a revolution, we shouldn't go get ourselves involved. You effing idiot. Your revolution, the revolution that made America possible, had foreign support. The American Revolution would have not been possible without the French support. What are you talking about? What percentage of revolutions in the history have been successful without some foreign support? Almost all revolutions that have been successful had some foreign support, including the American Revolution, which made America possible to begin with. There's that point. Okay, point number 4. Sorry, I have 5 points. Hopefully I get through all of them. He was saying Pahlavi was a dictator. Pahlavi was a dictator. Pahlavi was a dictator. And why are people shouting his name? The Pahlavi, the king, the previous Pahlavi and the current Pahlavi, they're dictators. How can you claim that you are against tyranny and for democracy when the Iranian people's choice are being ignored by you? Isn't democracies meant to be the choice of the people, ruled by the people? That's what democracy is. Well, how could you claim that you're pro-democracy when the Iranian people in the streets are asking for their king back, and you're against the will of the people, and at the same time you act like you're pro-democracy? You're taking a position against the will of the Iranian people, and then you claim that you're anti-dictatorship. Your democracy is the will of the people. The will of the people is for the return of Pahlavi. That's what democracy is. And where are you getting the idea of Prince Reza Pahlavi wanting to be a dictator? All his life, he has been fighting for the sovereignty of the people. Every single speech, every single book, if you make a claim, you need to prove it. Where is the evidence that he wants to be a dictator? We had to beg this man. We had to beg him to come be our king, to come be our leader for the transitional government. It has been an effort. Every time we went begged him for the past couple of decades, he kept on saying to us that, well, I need to actually know if I'm actually a representative of your voices or not. And it took a long time for us to convince him that, yes, hear our voice. And he was like, always like, well, that's only this many percentage. I need to hear more of you to be able to make sure. Like, no, a dictator that we have to convince to be a leader of the transition period, and after years of begging, he finally agreed to that. And he still has not accepted leadership after the transition period, because he says for that there needs to be a referendum. I'm only accepting leadership of the revolution, one, and the transition period, nothing after, because after we're going to have elections. How is he a dictator? He says that Mohammad Reza Shah, he was repressive And that's what this is the fifth point, my final point against Chunky Yogurt. Must again did it. He says the Shah, the father of Prince Reza Pahlavi, he was repressive, and that's what caused the Islamic Revolution. He was repressive. Muhammad Reza Shah was the person that was told that he should be killing Khomeini, and he said, I'm not going to kill Khomeini. That's wrong. Let's just kick him out of Iran. He didn't want to kill Khomeini. He is the person, when Khomeini was in Iraq, Saddam called him. Saddam called him and said, I could kill this guy for you. And the Shah said, you should not be killing people like that. That's not good. Don't kill him, right? He is the person that forgave the man that shot him, trying to kill him, and set him free. He's the person that would get on the phone, and everything I'm telling you guys is recorded history. He's the man who would get on the phone and get into a fight with Savak. Okay? Savak was our Mossad or like our CIA at that time. And he would mention the name of specific prisoners, and he would ask Savak to free them. He wanted certain prisoners to be freed. And Savak would argue against the Shah, and he would say on the phone, Your Highness, you don't have the authority to release this prisoner. This guy is a terrorist. We're keeping him. And they would have fights with each other. And think about the fact that the Savak was actually in a position to tell the Shah that he doesn't have the authority to release prisoners. And the fact that the Shah wanted to release him. And again, lastly, because Goldie is here, I'm going to make the last point. He was the man, this repressive guy, he was the man that during the Islamic Revolution, his generals told him that we could end this revolution in a few days, easy, if you just give us the command to shoot the protesters. And the Shah responded to his generals, if I have to rule by shedding blood, by spilling blood in the streets, I'd rather not rule at all. He could have stayed in power, but he decided that he'd rather leave Iran than kill Iranians and spill their bloods in the streets. So he didn't want power if that power meant that he has to kill Iranians. That's why he left. Anyways, I'm done. Sorry, Goldie. You're muted.
No. That's great. I mean, you can continue for a bit because a lot of Iranians on Instagram are waiting for like that clip with me and Marandi. So you continue because I have to edit that part. And I'm just gonna get that clip because a lot of people are waiting for that. So I'm just gonna focus on that for a little bit. So you can continue because that's really important information as well. Or if you have more videos or whatever, but I need like another 5-10 minutes because everyone's waiting for me to post that clip with how I went after the Joseph Goebbels. So you continue, and I need another 10 minutes. But I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm gonna show a clip of somebody explaining some of this history but I'm waiting for Nail Bunny to send that link to me because she sent me so many links I don't know which one it is. So yeah, Nail Bunny, send it to me on Telegram so people. This is a good history moment. And thank you for the super chat, Hungry Goat. Oh yeah, somebody saying yesterday there was somebody in the chat saying Pahlavi is also an Islamist because he did Hajj or proclaimed to be or proclaims to be a practicing Shia. What's your response? Okay, this person doesn't know what Islamist is. Islamist is somebody we call somebody who wants to bring religion. Is just because somebody is a practicing Muslim, that doesn't make it an Islamist. An Islamist is usually somebody who wants to rule by Islam, which the Muhammad Reza Shah didn't. All right, so let me actually bring this. Oh yeah, okay. So actually, let's watch this one because she explains it very well. Elikal Lebon. I don't know. Yeah, it's not a common Persian name, so that's why I have a hard time pronouncing it. But I know you all probably know who she is, right? Everybody knows her. Anyways, she does apparently she does a good history lesson here, which we could all learn from. So let's watch this.
Iranian woman here to tell you what is going on in Iran and why you should be paying attention. Hint, because it is a very familiar story. Most people believe that the story of Iran begins in 1979 with the Islamic Revolution, but our story actually goes much further back. It begins with the Red-Green Alliance, the alliance of the far-left Marxists with the far-right Islamists. Their union not only destroyed Iran, that ideology infected the West. That is why I say Iran is not the past. Iran is a warning of what happens when that ideology goes unchecked. And I'm about to tell you. So let's go back in time for a few short seconds. How did socialism make its way to Iran? A lot of people don't know this, but the Soviets actually entered Iran in the early 1920s and annexed a northern part of its territory, turning it into a socialist state. Well, like all other socialist states, it was obviously doomed to fail, and fail it did. But that wasn't before the Marxist ideology went underground in Iran, infecting Iranian textbooks, academic life, education, and the intellectual elite. But most importantly, what did this Marxist ideology teach young Iranians? It taught them that the West was their enemy and it was their moral duty to fight Western imperialism. This is...
Guys, we had a Marxist problem before we had an Islam problem, okay? The Islamic Revolution of 1979 is not properly named. The Islamic Revolution of 1979 was a Marxist Islamic Revolution of 1979, and it was Marxist before it was Islamic. Like, you guys, like, I know a lot of you are just only focused on, you know, Islamists being the problems of everything, but the revolution that ruined Iran, for many years it was just purely Marxist, and Islamists had nothing to do with it. Okay, and then eventually the Islamists realized that they can't. The Shah did a really good job in stopping the Marxists being successful. So the Marxists at some point realized that they're not going to be able to do this by themselves. So they just started using the Islamists, as they usually do, to be successful, to basically carry out their revolution. And eventually the Islamists started killing them as well once the revolution became successful. And this is what always happens, okay? Marxists and, you know, leftists try to do a revolution. They realize that they can't. Then they open the doors to they open the doors of the gates to the barbarians, because, like, we can't do it. Let the barbarians do it for us. And then they succeed, and then the barbarians kill the leftists as well. And this just keeps repeating. Like, this happened in Iran. And also, it's exactly the same story of Afghanistan as well. Afghanistan was prospering at some point as well. And then the Marxists came in, and then the Islamists came in, and then the Islamists won, and the Marxists were, you know, killed or ignored, right? And by the way, this seems to be happening to you in the West as well right now. So just be careful. We the people of Iran and the people of Afghanistan have been through this, and now when we're looking at Europe, it looks like deja vu for us. So you don't, like, we have been through this movie, and you're not going to like the ending. So save your countries.
What I call the great lie. Why? Because it was never about fighting the West or even making Iran a better place. It was about using our lands as a revolutionary launchpad for their communist dreams. Then came the turning point. In the 1960s, the Shah introduced the White Revolution. That was a modernization project. It increased women's rights, women's suffrage,
Yeah, guys, Cenk was saying that the Shah was a dictator and repressive. The Shah gave the right for women to vote before Switzerland. Before, we in Iran had women voting for their members of parliament before Switzerland. Oh, what a dictator. Amazing.
education, literacy, land reforms, industrial expansion. It was supported.
Yeah, land reforms. You know what land reform means? Means the end of feudalism. We had lords and serfs until the Shah came and fixed it. We were still in feudalism. People were like, oh my God, you weren't like a liberal democracy. Guys, Europe, it took Europe thousands of years to go from feudalism to monarchy to constitutional monarchy, which is also then a secular democracy. And then the Shah managed to do what Europe did in thousands of years in one generation. And then we were like, oh, but it didn't go fully all the way to a complete liberal democracy. Okay. So you wanted Iran to do what Europe did in 1,000 years in just a couple of decades, like less than a decade. Like that's an insane expectation. We were modernizing and progressing faster than it took Europe to go through all those levels, and people were like, "Oh, but you should be at the end level already." Sure. So that's what land reforms means. The Shah. We had lands and we had lords and serfs, and the Shah basically forced the lords to sell their land. He bought the lands from them and gave it to the farmers so that the farmers could own the land, so that there's no serfdom anymore in Iran.
By the Iranian people by referendum. But guess who rejected it? Of course, the Red-Green Alliance. They said that type of modernization was westernization, and that couldn't happen in Iran. That was
the mullahs were really angry especially because of women having the right to vote.
When the Marxists and the Islamists began setting fire to everything. That's why they set fire to Rex Cinema famously, because they said cinemas were a symbol of westernization.
Well, actually, they didn't say that. Okay, actually, this part is not correct. They said they burned Cinema Rex. They didn't come out and say, "Oh, because this is a symbol of westernization." They said the Shah did it. They didn't. This part is not correct. They didn't come out and say like, "Oh, we're burning the cinema," because they burned. There were hundreds of people that were burned alive. I don't know hundreds. I don't know how many people, but there were many people that were burned alive in Cinema Rex, and then they said the Shah did it. Okay. That's what they actually said.
That movement eventually led to the 1979 revolution that overthrew the Shah and ushered in the Islamic regime. And who, pray tell, was the leader of this revolutionary movement? Ayatollah Khomeini.
He wasn't the leader until the last phases. For many years of this revolution, nobody had any clue who this person is. Only at the very end, he showed up and became the leader of the revolution.
Ayatollah Khomeini, like every practitioner of the Great Lie, he mastered borrowing Marxist language to promise free everything. Free water, free education, free healthcare, free...
Yeah, by the way, the Marxist language being mixed with Shia Islam started a couple of years before Khomeini. It started with people like Ali Shariati. So Khomeini was not smart enough to mix Marxism with Shia Islam. Some thinkers before him did that, like Ali Shariati.
Housing, free transportation. Well, Iranians discovered very soon thereafter, turns out there's no such thing as a free lunch. It was, of course, a gigantic...
Yeah, people are saying sounds like Mamdani. Exactly. Okay, exactly. This is why it sells, because people are like, I like free stuff. There is no free stuff. Every time a government tells you that here's some free stuff, somebody worked for it. Somebody actually worked for it. So it's not free. It's stolen. It's not free.
It was, of course, a gigantic grift. What came next? We've all seen. A hands-made tale-style, totalitarian theocracy. Hanging, lynching, shooting, blinding. People just asking for basic human rights. And who were the very first people to be executed as soon as that regime came to power? The same leftists that ushered them in, convinced of the Great Lie. Now, almost 50 years later, after multiple attempts, this is what the Iranian people are rising up to free themselves from. And it is very important to pay attention to exactly what they're chanting. They're not just saying down with the dictator. They're saying in akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde. What does that mean? It means this is the last battle, then Pahlavi will return. Why?
They're also saying death to the three corruptions. There's also saying Marg bar Fasid Mullah Chapi Mujahid, which means death to the three corruptions, the mullahs, the leftists, and the MEK.
Because Reza Pahlavi is the son of the last Shah, who they ousted because of the Great Lie. The Iranian people will choose their own future by referendum, but before they move forward, they must correct the mistakes of the past. They are calling for Reza Pahlavi as a closing of the karmic loop, a symbolic return to the Iranian civilization revolution that we once knew before we move into an even greater future. That is why you should be paying attention to Iran, because Iran is not history. Iran is a warning. They are not just in the aftermath of tyranny, they are in the aftermath of the great lie. And that lie is here on our doorsteps.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That lie is now on your doorstep. So guys, learn from us Iranians. Don't repeat our mistake. Okay, don't repeat our mistake. Don't go through what we have. We paid 50 years of misery and hardship because of it. It's not worth it, guys. You guys are letting the left Islamic alliance. By the way, that whole alliance, the alliance of what you call red and green, we in Iran we called it the alliance of red and black, because I know for Sunnis Islam is green, but Shia Islam is black. And this was coined by Muhammad Reza Shah, our Shah, like before you guys even knew anything about the left and the Islam, the alliance and unity between Islam and the left. Our Shah warned the whole world about it 50 years ago by telling the world warning about the whole world about the unity. He called it the unholy alliance of the red and black. He coined it way before all the analysts today and all the commentators talking about it. He said it 50 years ago. Many of the people in the West became more familiar with it after 9/11, but our Shah was telling the whole world that this is going to come get you, and you have to be careful about it 50 years ago. He was ahead of his time. He was way ahead of his time. And we were not grateful, and we lost the Shah. And now people are still spreading lies against him, and we're not going to tolerate that. Guys, we're not, and Goldie is right. That shouldn't be our priority right now. Our priority right now is to win the revolution. And these people's opinions don't matter. But once this revolution is over, we're going to come and respond to all the lies that people spread against our Shah. Okay, all the lies regarding the coup d'etat. Oh, the Americans came and brought the puppet Shah against the elected choice of the people, which is such garbage lies. Mossadegh was doing the coup d'etat, not the Shah, and Americans did not install him. Americans were completely willing to give the government to Mossadegh. They thought that everything was over. Okay, the Shah had based on the constitution, the Shah had every right to remove Mossadegh. Mossadegh was doing the illegal thing, not the Shah. And the Americans didn't help the Shah. The Americans, we have messages between Americans and the British that they thought that Mossadegh had won, and they had only 2 officers. The Americans had only 2 officers just typing things. They weren't staging a coup. They weren't influential at all. It was the Iranian people that came into the streets to defend their Shah. That's how the Shah managed to come back. It wasn't Americans. It was the Iranian people. And again, guys, every time they say the Shah did a coup against Mossadegh, just remind them a coup d'etat has 2 properties. 1, it has to be legal. 2, it's from the bottom up. The bottom is replacing somebody higher. Based on those 2 criteria, Mossadegh was doing the coup d'etat, not the Shah, because the Shah had the constitutional authority to remove Mossadegh, and Mossadegh didn't. So Mossadegh was doing the illegal thing, 1. 2, the Shah, based on the constitution, the Shah was above the prime minister. So you cannot do a coup from the top down. So based on the 2 criteria of a coup, Mossadegh was doing the coup, not the Shah. Anyway, sorry, I'm going. These are so many things that I just want to. Goldie, did you want me to continue? Because I have so much pent up anger against this bullshit BS that I want to keep responding to.
I know you do, but I mean, maybe do you have any new footage, or maybe we could go to some footage, right?
Yeah, let me see.
Because I know people want the latest news coming out of occupied Iran.
Yeah. Let me see what we have here. We're getting less footage than before because of the internet, but I have some. Let me remove this. Ooh, I can't show this one. This is not good. Not good. We're not showing that. Okay. So this one, hold on. When is this from? So, by the way, Sohail, if you have, Sohail is telling me that there's nothing coming out. We have only a few that shows. This one was the latest that I showed. Oh yeah. Okay, so we have a new footage from Milan. Iranians in Milan supporting, standing up for. Okay, this is downloading. Just give me a second. Let me see. What is this one? I need to make sure I'm not showing something. I need to make sure I check these off screen. Yeah, I don't want to show that one. Just guys, we're not showing. I'm not. There are certain things that we're not showing because. Yeah, we'll show this one instead. Okay, this one is new. Yeah. This one is in Milan, and it's in front of the American consulate in Milan. What are they saying, guys? I can't. Trump. So, guys, this is not in front of the Islamic Republic's embassy. These are Iranian people in Milan in front of the American consulate. So now they're sending a message not to the Islamic Republic, but to America. They're saying Trump, and then what are they saying? Peace through strength? What are they saying, guys? Can anybody understand?
Oh, wait. My mic is off.
In English. It's in English. Let me see. Actually, I think there's a caption for this. Oh, no, there's not. Anybody understands what they're saying? Something about Trump. Yeah, I don't understand what they're saying. They're sending a message to Trump. But guys, look, notice how they have American flags and they have the Sassanate Derafsh Kaviani, and they have the Israeli flags with them as well. Always will have Israeli flags. Let me play it again. Oh, Trump, please send help. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Trump, please send help. You guys see the Israeli flag always there? Oh, please come help. Yeah, I don't know what they're saying. Please, Trump, please send help. Trump, please send help. Maybe that's what they're saying. Please send help. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it sounded like Trump, please send help. That's what it sounded like. Let me see some updates here. Give me a second.
Iranian.
No, I already did that one. Okay, so Goldie, I have a news that I don't know if you want me to share. So I'm going to send it to you on WhatsApp. And then you tell me if this is a good idea to share or not, okay? Probably not. It's a big deal right now, but let me see.
Sorry, I was muted. So Mahir Tusi actually spoke about this, and you know, this doesn't show. Yeah, you can share this. Yeah, share this. I think this is important for people to know. But
Oh, okay.
again, this doesn't mean that Iranians aren't fighting back, right? Because the Islamic dictatorship wants the world to think that that Iranians have given up. We have not. But yeah, show this because people need to understand what unarmed Iranians are facing. Yeah.
Okay, so Tehran in Sadeghi Square, live war weapons were deployed against civilians. Look at this. Look at this. So let me read this in full. Tonight in Tehran, the terrorist Islamic Republic has deployed a heavy machine gun mounted on armored vehicle in a fully civilian area. This is not crowd control. This is military warfare being aimed at unarmed civilians whose only crime is demanding the end of the regime. A terrorist government that brings battlefield weapons into residential streets has crossed into open war against people. This is a crime against humanity. Guys, look at this. This is why the people who were telling us, like, why can't Iranian people just topple the regime themselves? Against this, unarmed people against this is why. Do you see why it's reasonable that we need some assistance? Do you see how idiotic Cenk is? Like, oh, don't get involved. Let them do the revolution. How can we do our revolution by ourselves? I mean, haven't the Iranian people already shown that they're courageous and are willing to give everything to free themselves? Like, they have already proven themselves. You don't need to wait for them to prove themselves. They're already giving it all they got. But honestly, against this, how could they stand against this? They're pointing this into crowds of people in the streets, in residential area, in the streets. They're pointing this at crowds of unarmed people. This is why we need some assistance. Here's
the thing, though. I just want to add, Armin. Even though this is happening, Iranians are still out in the streets, and they're still, like, the revolution is still ongoing. So that's what we're up against.
Yeah. And guys, they told us that the help is coming any day. So we're hoping sooner rather than later, because as you guys are listening to Goldie and I'm pretty sure right now bodies are dropping on the ground because the Islamic Republic is taking lives in the streets of Iran. As we're speaking, bodies are dropping on the ground. So every second counts, and I want all of you to go and pressure your politicians that they need to act now, like now. And I know, don't tell me like, Armin, it's complicated, it's not a video game. I know that, okay? I know they have to do what they have to do what they need to do. I understand that. But again, as activists, we also need to do what we do. Just because they might have good reasons for why this is taking this long, it doesn't mean that we should stop pressuring them. We should not stop pressuring them, even if there is a good reason for why it's taking this long.
I also want to say, though, that the bravery of, I'm getting a little feedback
from me.
I think so. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. But I just wanted to say that regardless of the violence, Iranians are still out in the streets and they're still fighting back. I want to show you this. So this is footage from tonight, okay? It's it was from 2CTV. Oh, by the way, Chunky Yogurt is complaining about me on X right now. It's actually really funny. But Mahir Tusi is putting him in his place, so it's all good. Mahir Tusi has our back.
Okay.
Wait, do you guys really want to see what Chunky Yogurt said? Oh my gosh.
I want to see.
Okay, all right. Let me play the video first of Iranians, because that's more important, right? Again, like Chunky Yogurt, he's irrelevant. Chunky Yogurt's just complaining on X because, you know, an Iranian woman put him in his place. But we can go to him for sure. But Mahir Tusi, he's the hero. Mahir Tusi, the hero, he's taking care of Chunky Yogurt, so that's all good. But look at this. This is new. Wait, let me add this here.
That's what I showed that when you were.
Oh, you
taking a
showed
break.
this?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. But
well,
show it
look at
again.
this.
It's very important.
Like this is so inspiring, right? So look at this, guys. Even though the Islamic dictatorship is out there with those, you know, military grade machine guns shooting at people, Iranians have not stopped. Look at this. Millions and millions of people are out, right?
Guys, these are just from a few hours ago. Only a few hours ago.
So inspiring, you know. I also just want to say, I want to thank the over 30,000 people who are watching us right now and are with us as we cover Iran Revolution Live. Yeah, there's a lot of propagandists out there. You know, they're claiming that, oh, it's over, Iranians are back in their homes, you know, all of that. But it's not true. It's not true. Iranians are out. Iranians are out. And yes, the number of casualties is incredibly high, and the streets are soaked with the blood of innocent Iranians. But as you can see, Iranians, that's it. This is the final battle. This is the final battle, and what they're saying is, give me liberty or give me death. And look, like millions of Iranians in the streets, right? They're not violent, they're not looting, there's no civil war. They're just cheering, they're marching, and they're saying death to the dictator, right? So, Armin, I think this is probably going to go down as the most historic, most violent, but also most inspiring revolution in the history of mankind.
It will. It will.
Okay. I want to go to a few memes. So some of our viewers, guys, you guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing, and I really appreciate some of the memes that you guys have made, because it's definitely cheering us up on this end. So Armin, let me share with you some of the memes that our viewers have made. So. Look at this one. Okay.
Sure.
Look at this one. Who has the most credibility when talking about Iran? Not from Iran, not from Iran, from Iran, not from Iran, right? So,
oh, that's fantastic.
But you know, so Dan has been watching us for a long time. Dan is the OG. So do you remember Dan? Dan is the one who recorded our Tucker Carlson reaction.
Is he?
Remember?
Oh yeah, okay.
So Dan has been watching. So Dan, thank you for this. That's really, really funny. Oh, and then I like this one. So this is from someone named AW, and it's like how it started, how it's going. So this is how it started, and then this is how it's going. This one's so good. Look, it's like, look at his like little like smug grin on his face, and then.
That's perfect.
This is perfect. This is so good. So good. Thank you for this, AW. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at, okay, another one by Dan. So, Piers, your producer said this would be one-on-one. Translation, I'm too weak to debate an Iranian woman. Look at my face. I love that. And then of course Tiam's been a great follower and supporter. And her thing is when Goldie flushes Joseph Goebbels out, thanks Goldie. And then of course that's the iconic screenshot there, right? There you go. There you go. So let's see, what else do we have here? Oh my gosh, look at this. Do you know that meme with like compare the two
Yes.
pictures? So they did that with me.
Yeah. And I think Nail Bunny was telling me that. Yeah, exactly.
So
She was
corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture, right? So there's
Wait, who posted this?
so this was someone named Solomon. So one of our viewers named Solomon, and there you go. So he took the picture where as soon as he saw me, he's like, no, and then he compared. So guys, if you don't know, this is like that, like jihadi woman who like freaked out when Israel exterminated Hassan Nasrallah. So then they put my face there, and then his expression.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's.
Oh my gosh, so good, so good. Oh, President Trump is live. Where? White House? Where? All right, let's go to President Trump if he's live. Let me see. Let me see where he is. We'll go to that. Is he live? If he's live, he would be on the White House, right?
It's funny because Nail Bunny was actually coming up with the exact same meme idea, and then somebody else posted it. That's very interesting.
Too funny. All right, where's President Trump live? You can't just say President Trump live because that doesn't mean anything, right?
So I got a super chat saying Armin Trump talks about Iran in new White House video. Somebody gave us
a White
super
House
chat
video.
saying, yeah, no, I'm not saying if it's right or not, but that's a super chat.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the White House X account, right? And
maybe White House YouTube account.
I mean, it's probably the stuff that we've already like shared earlier today. So just because something is new on the White House channel doesn't necessarily mean that that we haven't already broadcast it. But there you go. I mean, we are monitoring the White House channel. But okay. So, and I'm looking at Fox News as well.
I have some new videos from inside Iran. Actually.
Let's go to that then. Let's go to the new videos from inside Iran.
Okay, let me just download these. Thank you guys for sending me these.
But isn't that funny? Look at that one. I also just I managed to post just like the short clip of like, when he's talking about the fake AI video and then I come on and he panics. So I posted that on Instagram. So for people who are following me on Instagram, there you go. I hope that gives you a little bit of comfort in these very, very dark times. So.
Okay, wait, I haven't. Okay. Oh, this is Hijde. Okay, so this is Hijde, but we haven't showed this before. Look at the population in Mashhad, Wakilabad, Mashhad. We never showed this video.
No.
Whoa. So they're chanting, "This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return." I got also another beautiful image from the protest. I think this is also kind of iconic. Let me just here. Here you go. This is look at her. Look at her. Look how proud she is. She's saying, it says مقاومت سربازان شاه زیر باران گلوله. Saying the resistance of the soldiers of the Shah under the rain of bullets. Look at how proud she is.
And then Chunky Yogurt has the audacity to say that like we don't know what we're talking about, right? Like those people.
Exactly.
There's a first class VIP ticket for people like Chunky Yogurt going straight to hell.
Yeah. Also, look at the billboard at the top. People wrote Javid Shah, Reza Pahlavi at the top. That's beautiful.
And then he has the audacity to say that I don't speak on behalf of Iranians. 100%. 100% I do. I have the authority right now to speak on behalf of Iranians because that's what they're begging us to do. So yes, we are their voice. And guys, I guarantee you, I just want to say something. There are a lot of Iranians who have been watching our live stream for the last 2 weeks. So I guarantee you that if Armin said something incorrect or if I said something incorrect, Iranians would be all over us. But we have a lot of silent viewers. In fact, Armin, what's really interesting is that I've been told that a lot of Iranians have switched over. They don't watch Manoto anymore. They watch us because now we give them the news apparently. So there you go. We're trying our best. So, yeah, but it's honestly it's an honor. It's an honor. And we will fight. We will continue. We're not going to give up. We're not going to give up. Not when people in Iran need us.
Yeah, when Cenk was saying you don't speak for the Iranian people, the reason why you do actually is because you're listening. You're listening. You're following on a daily basis more than almost anybody, right? Like constantly we're like, the people here is one Iranian, exactly. So the only thing you need to have to be able to say that I'm speaking on behalf of the people is making sure that you're listening and you're reflecting, you're amplifying the exact same message that you're hearing. Then you are representing them. That's what it takes to represent them. And Goldie, by the way, I noticing a new pattern here. Iranians outside of Iran are now gathering more in front of American embassies and consulates. I think there's an attempt to send a message that we need help from America now. Because here I had this video, which was in Milan, and people are in front of American consulate in Milan addressing Trump. So they have moved from there seems to be like, because we used to just get videos from Iranians in front of like the embassy of the Islamic Republic, but now we're getting videos. Look at this. This is in Toronto. This is in front of America's embassy in Toronto. So watch this. So you see that they had signs, no deals with the killer. So basically they're trying to send their message to Trump, and Trump did listen to them. He said he's not going to meet with them. They're trying to get Trump to help them. See, no deals with killers.
Wait, sorry, quick question. Who's Dave Rubin? Because apparently Dave Rubin reposted my takedown of Chunky Yogurt on X.
Dave Rubin, I had him on my show. Dave Rubin is big.
Is he? Let me go look him up.
He's big. Yeah,
nice.
He's big.
Guys, this is what I mean. Like, don't mess with a politician, right? Like Chunky Yogurt. Like, who is he, right? Like, Chunky Yogurt is like garbage. So, like, oh my gosh. Okay. Let's go find Dave Rubin. I'm sorry. You know what it is? It's only because I'm Canadian, right? So because I'm Canadian. Like, I don't know who all the big podcasters are, but okay, I'm literally okay. So here we go. Let me share my screen. That's amazing. Okay, I need to go follow him now. Look at this. Wait, let me check. Thank you for letting me know. I'm starting to like. I'm starting to figure out like all the like, you know, podcaster YouTube people. So I should follow him. Okay, there we go. I just followed him. Wow, 1.6 million followers. Okay. Let's see what he said. Oh, look at this. Look at this. So he says, how this demented ogre still shows his face on camera is beyond me. Here he tries to explain to an actual Iranian what language Iranians speak, and unsurprisingly, it did not go well, plus a whole bunch of bonus content. Yes! Oh my gosh! I love that. Okay, so why don't let's listen to this clip. So, okay, ideological Islamist loyalist and bacon-eating enthusiast Cenk Uygur quite simply had his butt handed to him by the brilliant Gigamari on the subject of Iran and what is really taking. Aw, thank you guys. Okay, let's watch this.
Goldie Gamari, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
I mean, first of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions. No, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking, and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You
though,
do
if
not.
you're
You do
pretending to be an
not get to
expert.
talk over me. You do not get to talk over me or interrupt me when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not
And
speaking on behalf of all Iranians.
Yes, I am. You speak about how you know, the bombings
When
or
did
whatever.
they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your
No,
mouth shut
because you're pretending
until
to
I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let
but
her
go ahead.
speak. Cenk, with all respect, she'll let you speak. Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like I was saying, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to rectify, and they are rectifying 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
There you go.
That was great.
I was kind of good. I was kind of good, right? I mean, when I go in politician mode, I'm pretty good. Yep. Oh, that's so nice of Dave Rubin. Oh, let me just say thank you. Thank you very much.
You should. Oh, Goldie, you should go on his show. That would be big.
Oh. All right. There we go. Plus a whole bunch of bonus content. Oh, that's amazing. I mean, yeah, like Cenk was like, I wasn't worried about him whatsoever. It was just like, I just didn't want to deal with his jihadi propaganda, right? But there you go. There you go. Now, okay, so now I understand why Chunky Yogurt is like tweeting, is like posting about me, right? Let me show you what Mayar Tusi said. And Tusi's fantastic as well, right? Where is he? So this is what Tusi says about Chunky Yogurt. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So, oh, look at this. So Chunky Yogurt rage tweeted, right? most of the Iranians you see on social media are fake. They're Israeli bots trying to start a war. Oh my gosh, he's still going with his like crazy. Oh, now he's quoting Haaretz. Remember, we already like debunked this, right?
Oh my
And
god.
then he's like, oh my gosh, like he's insane. He's insane, right? Look at him. Oh yeah, and then everyone's like staying out of this one. You way out of your level. Oh yeah, he's being roasted. He's being
Wait.
roasted. Look at that.
I know it's not the time to go over why Haaretz article was BS.
No, we're not even.
I know it's not. I know it's not the
It's already
time.
been
I know,
debunked.
but
It's no, listen. All he's doing, it's like he's literally crashing out, right? He's literally crashing out. So just let him like push his like Islamist jihadi propaganda. Everyone else will respond to him. And then, even Mahir Tusi, right? He's like, what about the millions of Iranians fighting and dying in the streets of their country? You absolute evil monkey. If a Persian wants an opinion of a commie Turk, you'd know, Cenk. For now, go eat your halal McDonald's. So listen, chunky yogurt. He's having his his chunky yogurt butt handed to him. So I wouldn't worry. Like I'm not even going to bother responding to chunky yogurt because other people are, right. Oh, you know what? This is a good point. This is a good point. Can I take a nap or do I need to stay awake? Poor
you know what?
Mahia.
Actually, please let us know. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you let me respond? Okay. Can you let us know what he says? Thanks.
Sure. As soon as we sleep, everything is going to happen exactly at that time. This is, by the way, guys, this is why Goldie doesn't sleep, because she's always worried.
I love this. Oh my gosh, this post by Dave Rubin. Thank you guys for telling me about this, because this just totally made my day. Because again, like here's the thing, like it's light versus dark. Like there's no in between, and Iranians have made it clear exactly who they want, right? They've made it clear exactly who they want, and then
They're chanting it in the streets. Yeah. Everybody's chanting it in the streets.
And we've been showing that to you for the last 2 weeks, and then like you have chunky yogurt, who's like talking jihadi propaganda, but yeah, there you go. Look at his face. He's just like, honestly, he even looks like an ahund. He looks like one of those like ahunds, right? So there you go.
Buffalo.
But again, like honestly, I completely forgot about chunky yogurt because chunky yogurt wasn't even the main one. It was the fact that I went after this, the jihadi. So there you go. New info for us, or
no? Harris Sultan was in my chat saying, "Can you read it, please? Some of us are driving." He wanted to know
read what
the comeback, the 2C response, I think, and I don't know. And the chunk, I think it's not worth like reading chunk yogurt's BS.
Yeah. It's totally like garbage.
It is. I mean, the fact that he was quoting Haaretz just shows how uninformed he is. Like that article has been debunked so many times. So the fact that he even mentioned it shows that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wow. Okay. So we definitely have more videos for you tonight. I also want to go to a lot of the embassies where people have been tearing down the flags. But Armin, did you want to take a break? How are you feeling?
I might have to go take care of other things. So would you mind if you just take
I will take over. Absolutely. I will take over.
Okay.
So everyone give Armin a big, thank you. Thank you, Armin, for being here. So glad to hear the news that your father is doing good, and he's safe, and praying for you and your family. And yeah, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going, and I don't know. It's 8:30, but I feel like something might be happening. I don't know. So
people are saying love. People are so sweet to me in the chat. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. That gives me a lot of energy. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai, Javicha. See you soon.
Amazing.
Bye.
All right. So, guys, we're going to do a quick reset, if you don't mind, because I also want to take a little bit of a break. And then we're going to go to some videos and footage. Okay. So let me just bring up what I want here. So, oh, that's amazing. He's talking about me on his live. Okay. All right. That's amazing. AP is fantastic. AP is fantastic. Hopefully, maybe, you know what? Maybe he'll leave you guys with Bapish. Oh no, we're going to Bapish. Don't worry. We're going to Bapish. We're going to Bapish for sure. Let me just bring up a few videos first, but we will get to Bapish 100%. Guys, we are just starting Bapish. We are just starting Bapish. We're gonna have her now that Armin's gone, we can go back to our Kotak videos, right? So we're gonna Bapish, we're gonna Kotak, we're gonna do it all. We're gonna do it all. We're just getting warmed up. Oh, is he? He's gonna review my video about Pierce. So should I just like stream AP? Do you guys? Okay, you know what? Why don't I just stream AP? The only thing is though is that sometimes like he's a little spicy, right? And so he'll like, you know, he'll say words. So I don't know if I should live stream him because I do like to keep my channel you know, PG. So maybe I won't do that. Even though I love him, even though I love AP, but I probably shouldn't live stream him because we have a lot of, you know, people watching. So okay. All right. Let's go to a few. I'm going to play a few old videos and then we're going to go to Bapish and then we're going to Bapish all night. Okay? We're going to Bapish, we're going to Kotak, we're going to do it all. And we're going to learn some new Persian words as well, right? Okay. We're going to start here. I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes. Is he being respectful? Okay. Only because like sometimes he does, you know. Okay. All right. Let me double check and I will live stream AP. But okay.
Census. 39.5% say they would vote for Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince. 39.5%, by far the most popular option.
Yeah, go to his
say
live
none of the
stream, go
above,
to his chat, tell him
5%
that
say
I'm streaming
someone
him.
else.
Tell him that I'm streaming him and tell him
39.5% say
to
they
be
would vote for
respectful
Reza
because
Pahlavi,
I'm
the
sharing his
crown
live
prince,
stream while I
to
take a
lead the
break.
country. There's also another very, very interesting element here. There are some traitors among us in America, like Rudy Giuliani or Matt Gaetz, for example, who have been paid by an Islamic communist terrorist organization to encourage an Islamic terrorist organization and their takeover of Iran. Here is an example of that. Matt Gaetz here, happily, like many others, interviews this clown who is a member of an organization that calls itself the National Council of Resistance of Iran. This clown here is part of this organization, National Council of Resistance of Iran, that is also called the MEK, which is an Islamic terrorist organization, and they pay American politicians and influencers to promote themselves as leaders of a new Iran. They push a leader by the name of Maryam Rajavi, who is a cult leader who is the leader of this Islamic communist organization, who is responsible for the deaths of many Iranians. This is very important because let's get back very quickly to the poll we were just looking at. Maryam Rajavi. Look at the options that people pick when they say, if you could vote for anybody, who would you vote for? Number one by far is Reza Pahlavi. Do you see who is at the very, very bottom of this list with only 0.8 people? Maryam Rajavi. The cult leader of the Islamic Communist Terrorist Organization MEK, which Matt Gaetz, Rudy Giuliani, and others promote for money. Just a little thing to point out here. Armin sent me here. Goldie sent me. Isn't Goldie live herself right now? Goldie, aren't you live? Goldie, are you watching me? Am I going to watch you watch me? Just a little thing to point. Oh, that's funny. That's very cool. Goldie, thank you for that. Okay, Goldie's apparently gone, and she's just streaming my live stream on her live stream. That's pretty cool. So that's amazing. Thank you, Goldie. Shout out to Goldie Gamare. She has a fantastic voice, fantastic new channel. Have recommended many people to go check her out. She's a fantastic source on everything Iran. So definitely go and check out Goldie. In fact, let me quickly put her channel here on the screen so that I don't just talk about her, but also have her right here. Goldie Gamari. I'm not very quick following everything that is going on at the moment, but if you want to follow very closely what's going on in Iran, follow Goldie Gamari. She's a fantastic speaker, former politician, fantastic source. Goes live very, very much every day, multiple times, to talk about what is going on in Iran, and she has crazy views, as we can see here right now. So definitely follow her. Follow Armin Navabi. Follow also Mahyar Tusi on Tusi TV. He's been on it brutally, and I mean he currently has 1.3 million subscribers. He was just live earlier as I was talking to him. Follow all these people. This is currently the most important thing. I would say that the situation in Iran right now is possibly the most important event, the most important series of events of the 21st century. If the Islamic regime that is ruling over the great people of Iran is overthrown, this will be a massive victory for humanity. It will be a victory for humanity, not just for the people of Iran. It will be a victory for the Middle East. It would be a victory for all of humanity. The Islamic regime has it in their constitution and directly believes ideologically that it is their mission to expand their idea of Islam, of Islamic revolution, to the entire Middle East and also to the rest of the world. So they have been directly creating and funding terrorist organizations like Hezbollah. They have been funding and supporting Hamas and other terrorist organizations. They have killed innocent civilians of multiple different nations on their path of subverting all countries and bringing about their Shia Islamic Mahdi, their savior in the end. This is a poison for the Middle East and for the rest of the world. The Iranians are some of the most promising, bravest, most fantastic people out there, educated, full of culture. It is time for them to take over their country. And I am normally not for military intervention in any sense, but I would fully, entirely support America to send over our, firepower, not necessarily boots on the ground, but anything to take out military targets, take out government targets of the Islamic regime, to weaken them as much as possible, and to give Iranians the power, the strength, the means to take over their own country once again. Because the Islamic regime is not Iranian. The Islamic regime are a bunch of Islamist, anti-Iranian bastards who are tyrants. So I am all for that. She has shared one clip and multiple clips. I shall check them out. I'll look at her conversation on the panel with Piers Morgan in a second. This is from yesterday. I don't understand what they're saying, but if anybody can confirm, are they saying death to the dictator? Is that what they're saying? I think that's what they're saying. Mark dictator. Mark bar dictator. Is that what they're saying? I think that's what they're saying. Yeah, I can confirm they're saying death to the dictator. Yes, cool. My Persian is getting better. See, from a little bit that I see. And you can hear fires, whatever is being shot at them. Tehran lies last night at Engelab Square. An ocean of people who are being killed with bullets from both foreign mercenaries and Islamic Republic are marching forward and shouting Javed Shah, let the world see their bravery. Javed Shah means long live the Shah, long live the king, the monarch. People want their monarch back instead of trusting this disgusting Islamic regime. Polymarket says SpaceX engineers are working around the clock to bypass Starlink jamming by the Iranian regime. So one good thing that Elon Musk did when the Islamic regime shut down the internet access and the phone access for people inside Iran, Elon Musk activated Starlink for the people of Iran. But the government actually is so hostile that the government started jamming and shutting down people's Starlink access somehow. So now Elon Musk and SpaceX are working to somehow bypass that and to allow people inside Iran to use the internet to connect to the world. Because this is, as said, it's not just some form of punishment that the Islamic regime is inflicting upon the Iranian people. They're specifically imposing a complete blackout. They're shutting Iranians away from the rest of the world to then kill them. They're gunning down people in the streets. They're killing them. We have multiple reports confirming thousands, possibly between 12,000 and 20,000 massacred in Iran right now. These are Iranians. The Islamic regime are not Iranians. They are traitors. They are Islamists. They do not care about about Iran. Let's hear what Elika says.
Okay,
Let me know if you can hear this, if everything is okay.
I'm going to say this one time and one time only because I have reached my absolute limit. Yesterday, the anti-Zionist club, such as Owen Jones and Anna Kasparian, decided to take to the internet to speak against helping the people of Iran.
Opposition to all Western intervention. But regime change should not be spurred by the United States and is
claiming that the Iranian people don't want intervention. Well, isn't it so funny how those same people for the past 2 years were demanding intervention in Gaza, yet suddenly the shoe is on the other foot when Israel's on the other side of the story? Isn't it funny how that works? That's because they do not care about Iran. They care about their obsession with hating Israel, even at the cost of our lives. You don't know what the people of Iran want. You don't know because you've never bothered to listen to them. If you had, you would know that they've been screaming through these internet blackouts that they want help, that they will not survive without it. Your talking points, your stories, your narratives, they are nothing but myth. You do not know the story of Iran. That's why you sit there regurgitating Khomeinist talking points, saying that the Shah was an evil dictator. You have no idea. You have no idea who the Shah was. Do you know why hundreds and thousands, if not millions of people are in the streets today chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king, which, by the way, you wouldn't know because you don't speak our language. The reason that they're chanting Javid Shah is because they woke up from the Khomeinist lie that you keep perpetuating. It was Khomeini who declared that the Shah was an evil dictator. Every independent reporter after the fact reduced his number of 100,000 political prisoners down to 3,000, down to 1,000. a year before the revolution. And guess what? The overwhelming majority of those political prisoners were Marxists and Islamists and separatists who wanted to destroy Iran. Those lies that you were importing into Iran while muzzling the voices of the Iranian people, that is your Western imperialism. And just like true imperialists, you do it with such colonized emotion. You colonize our passion, veins bulging out of your neck while you screech your lies over the Iranian people as if you're one of us, as if the pain of our ancestors runs through your blood. You are imposters, you are impersonators, you are a lot of things, but God help me, you are not one of us. Worse than all of those things, you are leeches of our time, of our energy, of our resources that we're supposed to be pouring into Iran right now, into the 12,000 massacred, into Irfan Soltani, who is set to be hanged from a crane tomorrow for protesting. Yet, we have to sit here going back and forth with you to correct the damage from these false narratives that you are propagating to your million-strong audiences. And spare me your tired accusations. Call me a Zionist stooge. Call me a CIA agent. Call me a Western lackey. We've heard it all before. But good luck convincing your audience that the millions of Iranians calling for the Crown Prince and demanding intervention are all Zionist stooges. Your propaganda tactics died with the Soviet Union. George Orwell already warned us in 1984 how you turn us all
Normally, it is customary to pause somewhere and to comment on it, but I really don't want to pause anything about this. I just wanted to say that because I don't know how I can say it better.
to unpersons, how every enemy of your ideology becomes a fascist, a lackey, a stooge. It's over. It is over for you Western imperialists. We are done with the boots of your ideological colonization in our homelands. And I promise you one thing, when this Islamic regime is in the ash heap of history, which it very soon will be, you will not be remembered as the humanitarians of our time with glowing reputations. You will be remembered as the greatest tools of oppression, of tyranny, of totalitarianism, of terror of our time. Get out of Iran, and for the love of God, stay out. Okay.
Wow, that was quite good. This is Elika Lebon. She was also on the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. She was on the Charlie Kirk show yesterday. She's very passionate about all of this because she's Iranian, and is one of the many people who are from Iran and who cannot go back to Iran. She can't go back to her own country. She can't possibly visit her own country, her own home country of Iran. If she went there, she would be disappeared. She would be arrested. She would be possibly executed, or at least set up for execution, because that's what the Islamic regime is. But she's a fantastic speaker. Would definitely recommend following her across platforms. She is a rising voice on this, and is going to continue to be a rising voice on this. I have, whenever it comes to Iran, I have been spending a lot of time simply promoting Iranians to speak about this stuff, and I want them to give each one of them as much as possible space and whatever resources I can give them to speak, because their struggle is a very, very great, a very noble one. And I want them victorious. I want to see them emerge victoriously and defeat the Islamic regime once and for all. Naveed Mohibi said, wait a minute, why did I click on this? Because somebody else quote tweeted it. I haven't read this right now, but I gotta go through this quickly. It's 3:20 a.m. in Tehran. Here are my 16 key observations on the current state of protests in Iran. 16 days of nationwide protests from December 28th to January 12th mark the largest mass demonstrations in Iran's modern history. As of this hour, there are no verified reports there are no verified reports of street protests today. According to multiple reports, at least 12,000 people have been killed. At least 12,000 people have been killed. 12,000 people have been killed. A figure that can only be described as a massacre. Observers warn the real number may be significantly higher. Let's put something into perspective here. When October 7 happened, and the Palestinians killed over 1,000 Israelis of all backgrounds, there were protests around the world already on that day in favor of Palestine, asking for a free Palestine, asking to stop the genocide and whatever it is. As soon as Israel began responding to a terrorist attack and started fighting against terrorism, as soon as a few thousand deaths were reported, people started calling it a genocide and the world started going crazy. Now contrast that to what is happening here in Iran. People simply went out protesting. These protesters didn't go out killing anybody. They didn't go out raping people. They didn't go out burning people alive. They didn't go out doing any of these things. They simply started protesting to demand an end to the tyrannical Islamic regime. In response to that, over 12,000 people, some sources say over 20,000 people, have been brutally massacred. Where are the protests? Where are the voices? Where are the people? Where is Greta Thunberg? Where are all the celebrities with red hands going out and protesting? Where are all the disgusting celebrities making a stupid post to stick to the trend? Iranian diaspora media, including Iran International, Manoto, and BBC Persian, shifted coverage today. After days of cautious reporting to avoid spreading fear, they began documenting the scale of the regime's crimes. Iranian society is in shock. Emotions are raw and volatile. Regime media struck a triumphalist tone, citing yesterday's pro-government rally in claiming that with the wisdom of the people and security forces, Iran's enemies were defeated, just as in the recent 12-day war. Tasnim, an IRGC-affiliated outlet, ran a full-page headline, Iran won its second war with Israel in one day. This is a very, very important element here. Since the beginning of these protests, the Islamic regime, led by Khamenei and his puppets, have declared their own population, the Iranian population, which, let's be fair, is not actually their own population. These bastards are simply tyrants over this beautiful population. They have declared the Iranian population as enemies. They have described the Iranian population as enemies of Allah, which honestly is a very flattering thing to say. I find it very, very nice when people call me an enemy of Allah, because I certainly am an enemy of Allah. But so enemy of Allah is an accusation or a charge in Iran that directly leads to the death sentence. Under the Islamic regime, under their morality, based directly on Quran chapter 5, verse 33, anyone who protests or who attacks the Islamic regime is an enemy of Allah who is waging war against Allah and his messenger and against Islam, and thereby deserves the death penalty. So for the Islamic regime, it is completely okay to simply start shooting these protesters and killing them. That is entirely all right. The one thing that they also have in their minds, which they've also voiced several times, is that the people do not matter to them. Iran does not matter to them. What matters to them is Islam. So if all of Iran started going out and protesting, they would have no problem shooting all of the Iranian population down and killing them in a great massacre. Because what matters to them is the victory of the Islamic regime. What matters to them is the victory of Islam. That's how they act. That's what they believe. What they also do is to, as soon as there is a protest, even if 50,000 or 100,000 people are protesting, they somehow sell this ridiculous idea that these protesters are all simply Israeli agents. Unfortunately, this Islamic attitude of blaming everything on Israel and of depicting Israel as the enemy and of saying, "Oh, this is something bad happened here, must be Israel. This person is doing something bad, no, must be Israeli. Somebody's attacking me, must be from Israel. My mother is attacking me, must be Israel. My brother is killing me, must be Israel." It's always Israel. It's always Israel and America. This attitude is always there in the Islamic world, held by the Muslim Islamic population. The Islamic regime popularly uses this all the time. If there are protesters running through the streets, the government will immediately describe that as Israel running through the streets and fighting against the Iranian nation, against the Iranian people. Which is why they will kill happily 12,000 Iranians and will afterwards gloat about it and say, "We have defeated the Israeli enemy." This is how sick, how absolutely sick these bastards are. That's how they have to stay in power.
All right, everyone. We are just about to get started for the evening live show. So I know many of you want to hear some songs. So let's go because guys, chunky yogurt is trending. Chunky yogurt is trending. But before we get to chunky yogurt, let's get to some songs, because I just want to say, I know, the symphony, 100%. We're going to start with the symphony. And that'll give me a little bit of time to eat, because I have my guys. So my mom is amazing. My mama, because like my mama knows that I've been like live streaming over 12 hours a day for the last, like, I don't know how many days, like the last 2 weeks. So it's like, she's been my Uber. So I have like some food here. So I'm gonna eat a little bit, but I also have some new videos for you that I want to share. So we're gonna reset. We're gonna play some amazing music. And guys, the reason that I'm playing this music, this is in honor of all of the Iranians right now in occupied Iran who are out there risking their lives to free themselves. Okay? They're out there risking their lives to free themselves. So let's go. But we want to go back to the beginning, because this song is pretty epic, right? Here we go. All right, let's go.
پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم
This right here, this young man who's holding this medal and he's about to put it over the neck of this woman. That's our king right now. So that's Reza Shah II. This is him. This is him as a teenager, okay? This is before the terrorist Islamic dictatorship took over our country. So this is our current Shah of Iran and we love him. We love him so much and he has been fighting for 47 years to free Iran and we are there. We're at the finish line. And guys, I don't think I'm sleeping tonight. So let me just finish eating my dinner. But I just wanted to point that out. This young man, that's our current Shah of Iran, and he has given us so much hope. He's given us so much hope. Look at him. We love him so much. Do you see how beautiful our country was? Do you see how beautiful our country was before Islam took over in 1979? So this is what we're fighting for. This is what Iranians. Right now, Iranians in occupied Iran are being mass slaughtered because they are fighting for freedom. They are fighting to go back to this Iran, the real Iran, the true Iran. And their message to us Iranians who are outside of occupied Iran is let people know what we are fighting for. Let people know what we are dying for. And their message to us is do not let our death be in vain. What they are saying is do not mourn for us right now. Do not shed tears. There will be time to shed tears after the revolution is won. But what they are saying is that we are so close. We are so close. And so for now is not the time for crying. Now is not the time for mourning. Now is the time to show who and what Iranians are. So there you go. Enjoy this. This is what we're fighting for. We're fighting to get back to paradise because we had paradise. So this right here, this is an interview. This is an interview that the Western media never shared with you. And even today, Western media will not share. But watch this video. Watch this video because this is the truth. Because even back in 1979, before the Islamic dictatorship took over our country of Iran, already Iranians, they were warning. They were like, we want the Shah. And yet no one listened to us. Instead, the progressives and the communists, they took the side, right? Like the Western media took the side of the communists and Islamists. And they turned our country into an Islamic hellhole. And I want you to watch this video because the woman who comes and she's complaining about the Ayatollahs, right? She herself is a moderate Muslim woman, right? Like she's wearing like the chador, which is like something that like Iranian, Muslim Iranian women wear. So It's literally a Muslim woman who's wearing like hijab, and she comes and she's crying and she's like, I want the Shah, because the turban wearers, she says the turban wearers will ruin our lives. But you'll never see this in the mainstream media. Look at this.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده
روحت شاد
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما میخواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان میخواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده
ملت عزیز ایران، هموطنان شجاعان، شما در 2 هفته گذشته به ویژه در 4 روز اخیر با تظاهرات میلیونی پایه‌های رژیم نامشروع جمهوری اسلامی را به لرزه درآورده اید. اینک با اتکا به پاسخ میلیونی شما به فراخوان‌های روزهای گذشته و با مشروعیت و مقبولیتی که از شما دریافت کرده‌ام، مرحله دیگری از خیزش ملی برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و بازپسگیری ایران عزیز را اعلام می‌کنم. 1. در داخل ایران علاوه بر تسخیر و حفظ خیابان‌های مرکزی شهرها، تمام نهادها و دستگاه‌هایی که مسئول تبلیغات دروغین رژیم و قطع ارتباطات هستند، اهداف مشروع به حساب می‌آید. کارکنان دستگاه‌های دولتی و نیروهای مسلح و انتظامی فرصت دارند به مردم بپیوندند و یاور ملت باشند، یا اینکه همدستی با قاتلان ملت را انتخاب کنند و ننگ و نفرین ابدی ملت را برای خود بخرند. 2. در خارج از ایران تمامی سفارتخانه‌ها و کنسولگری‌های ایران متعلق به ملت ایران است و زمان آن رسیده که به جای پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی با پرچم ملی ایران مزین شود. ما در آستانه بازپسگیری ایران عزیز از جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. خامنه‌ای و رژیمش چندین ضربه سنگین از شما خورده‌اند و نباید به آنها مهلت تنفس دوباره بدهیم. رژیم با کمبود جدی نیروی سرکوب روبروست و افزایش تیراندازی به سوی مردم نه از سر اقتدار، بلکه ناشی از کمبود مزدور و ترس از فروپاشی و سقوط سریعتر است. ما اجازه نخواهیم داد که این جانیان خون جوانان ما را بیش از این بر زمین بریزند. ما به آنها فرصت نخواهیم داد. ما به عقب باز نمی‌گردیم. آزادی ایران نزدیک است. خونهای به زمین ریخته شده فرزندان جاویدنام ایران هدایتگر ما به سوی پیروزی است. ما تنها نیستیم. کمک‌های جهانی نیز به زودی میرسد. منتظر پیام‌های بعدی من باشید. ما به زودی ایران عزیز را از جمهوری اسلامی پس خواهیم گرفت و در همه جای ایران جشن آزادی و پیروزی را برپا خواهیم کرد.
So someone asked, did I really tell Morandi that we're coming for you? And when we get there, your fingers will be the biggest thing you have left. No. What I actually said to Morandi is that we're coming for you. And when we get you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest thing that you have left. So not his fingers, His fingers, that's inaccurate. I said, when we get you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body that's left. And you know what? Actually, Armin sent this to me. Armin, look at this. Look at this. Someone's already made like a comic about this. Look at this. Look at this. And they even have my flag. I don't know who made this, but Armin sent this to me, so I have to post this on social media at some point. So that's me going after. So guys, Morandi, he's basically the Joseph Goebbels. He's the Joseph Goebbels of the terrorist Islamic dictatorship, right? So someone made this about me. But you know something? This right here, this is the anger of 90 million Iranians who have been suffering under this brutal Islamic dictatorship, right? Because this guy, he is the mouthpiece for Khamenei. I'll post it. I'll post it on X and on Instagram. I'll post it on X and Instagram. And look, they even got my nails because my nails are still red. So they even got like my nail color. Oh, look, they even have like the right flag behind me because that flag, that's the crown. That's like the crowned lion and sun flag. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I don't know who did this. If you guys know who the artist is, let me know. I'm gonna post the photo. I'm gonna post this photo on my social media account. But I mean, if you know who this is, who I can credit for this, let me know because this is so awesome. Okay, all right. Let's continue with the video. Let's continue with the music videos. I need like another like 10 minutes to like finish my dinner, and then we're gonna continue, guys. We are gonna have a very, very long night tonight because I feel like something is going on. Okay. All right. Let's continue, and I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Streets are burning, voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, we said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. We got Crown Prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB. Let him stay. streets to freedom strong. The new dawn comes when red Mr. Trump.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا قراردادگان در دست اغتشاشگران.
آنچه آغاز شده برگشت‌ناپذیر است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی و دولتی برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت جان خود را حفظ کنید. باشد که به زودی در کنار شما باشم.
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی. بلند بگو هم شهری، شاه رضا پهلوی. نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه. برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده. داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن صدایی. راه نجات وطن، پهلوی هموطن. ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران. ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره. آخون باید گم بشه، توپ تانک فشفشه. گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شاه هر وطن.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما، نفسی دگر فرا گرفته. گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز، فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا در درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بربادی و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. زهر پیر بابا و بدخوی و کردار اهریمنی زمندار گفتار و کرداری همیشه حریف باید آزاری چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است مهین سرزمین اهورایی است دلم میکند هر دم آهنگ تو که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد ملیمون و بر زنده یک در نباد چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس از ایران زداید نشان بدی برافروزد پره ایزدی سپروان کند بزم ناپاک را کند باربر از هنر خاک را هنر دانش و رامش و شادی است هماهنگی و صلح و آزادی است چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد یتیمون و بر زنده یک در نباد
I was muted. There you go. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Iran Revolution Live. I'm your host, Goldie Gamari. We have been. You want me to make a? You guys want me to make a playlist of all these songs? Okay. I will. I will work on that. I'll work on that for sure. So we have been live streaming for all day, every day. But we're not going to stop. And I have a feeling, I don't know. I have a feeling something's happening tonight. I don't know. I could be wrong, but there seems to be a lot going on. And can I just say that I'm still in shock of this. Look at that. That's me with my Iran flag telling the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship that his time is coming. I don't know who made this, but I love this. I love this. Have you guys seen the clip? Do you want me to share the clip with you? You know what? You know what's really interesting? Like chunky yogurt is going viral, but honestly, like I don't even care about chunky yogurt, right? Like chunky yogurt is like nothing compared to this guy, right? Like this guy has the blood of hundreds. Yes, that's Marandi. That's Marandi. Videosho nadidi. So you want me to show it again? Okay. So he comes on Piers Morgan, and so he basically says that like, so he only agrees to go on Piers Morgan if it's like one-on-one. Oh, he was terrified. Okay, all right. You know what? Let me just play it for you guys because it's it's so good. And I'm telling you, like Piers Morgan, he's a hero. He's a hero of the Iranian national revolution. Oh my gosh, Raider is here. Raider, I haven't seen you in forever. Thank you for being here, Raider. Thank you for your support. Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. So Piers Morgan is a hero because he actually gave me the once in a lifetime opportunity to call out Marandi. So honestly, like chunky yogurt, I don't even care. And it's really funny because like everyone's going on about like chunky yogurt, But for us Iranians, like no one in Iran knows who Chunky Yogurt is, right? Like we don't even care. Like he's literally nothing. He's just, you know, chunky yogurt. But this guy, okay? This guy, he is literally, so when I talk about the Islamic regime and when I talk about like the top echelons, like this guy is like the inner circle, like inner circle of the Islamic dictatorship. بله واقعا کیه؟ خب محمد مراندی دیگه. محمد مراندی. Do you not know who he is? Anyways, all Iranians know who he is. So, okay. So let me bring up the video and I'll play it for you guys cuz it's so good. But let me get to the part. Okay. Wait. Cuz like I don't even care about chunky yogurt. Chunky yogurt, mostagandide, it means nothing to me. Okay, here we go. Okay, از اینجا شروع میشه. بیشرفه از اینجا میاد. بعد ببین من نمیدونستم که داره میاد. یعنی من فکر میکردم که فقط دارم با چانکی یوگورت مبارزه میکنم. بعد یه دفعه محمد مراندی اومد. All right, so let's watch from here.
And supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS. I want to just turn now to someone who's been on Uncensored a few times, Mohammad Marandi, professor at Tehran University, a supporter of the regime. Welcome back to Uncensored, Mohammad Marandi. I appreciate you coming on. What is your assessment of what is happening on the ground in Iran?
Well, first of all, when you say a supporter of the regime, you're framing it in a certain way. I assume you are a supporter of the British or the American regime. But it's obvious what happened. We had currency manipulation last week. The currency fell 30-40%. It was carried out by the United States, forcing neighboring countries not to cooperate with Iranians over the currency. Then we had peaceful protests among business people. And there were a few thousand people in 2-3 different cities. There was no violence. There were no arrests. Nothing happened. Then the next day, we had more protests, roughly the same size, I guess. I don't remember exactly. Then we had infiltration, and we had violent rioters. And that was the beginning of extreme violence, which peaked on Thursday night. And we know that Pompeo, the former head of the CIA, said that Mossad is on the ground with the rioters. We have Mossad in a Persian statement. They said that they are on the ground. And the most interesting thing of all is that late on Thursday night, during the height of the riots, and roughly 100 officers of the law were murdered. A couple of them burnt alive, beheaded, head smashed. We had a nurse who was burned alive in a clinic. The clinic was burnt down. We had many buses, ambulances, and fire engines destroyed, tens of each. I'm not sure about ambulances, but I know tens of fire engines and public buses and private property. But the point is that late on Thursday night or early in the morning, they cut off the internet and suddenly everything died down. The reason? Because all these groups, these small groups, violent groups that were spread out in different cities and different parts of big cities, they could no longer communicate with their bosses abroad. So if it was really spontaneous, the riots would have continued. But now we've had 4 days of quiet. And yesterday, we had massive anti-riot protests across the country. And I asked your producer to show footage of the protests in Tehran against the rioters. And this is from the middle of the footage. This is Engelab Square. It goes from Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam Khomeini Square. That is millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But
All right,
just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us there. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest.
So basically, so what's happening here? Okay, so okay, no, totally, I know he's an IRGC mouthpiece, I know. So here's the thing. So when he's going on about the nonsense, and then when Piers Morgan interrupts him there, that's because while this was going on, okay, so while this was going on, in the background, I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is fake. And then one of Piers Morgan's producers is like, what do you mean? And I'm like, this is footage from 2020. Like this is fake, right? So when I say that, then right away, immediately, his producers share that info with Piers Morgan, and then that's when Piers Morgan interrupts him and says, wait, hold on, like we haven't independently verified this yet. So that's why Piers Morgan interrupts him. Okay, so now just watch. No, Piers Morgan is great. Piers Morgan is fantastic. Just watch this.
Millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's...
Sorry. به هم میهنان و دوستانی که میگن حالا دارم میگن تو خندش نگران نباش، حالا میبینین خندش چی میشه. همین فقط نگاه بکنین دوستان، فقط نگاه بکنین و لذت ببرین. من اینو تقدیم به همه شما میکنم، این تقدیم به همه شما. فقط قیافش رو نگاه بکن، ببین چی میشه. فقط ببین.
Footage you've supplied, we've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying...
So did you see? So the part where he kind of pauses, right? The part where he pauses and then he's like, oh, okay, so Goldie, that's because Piers Morgan's producers are telling Piers Morgan literally live on air what I'm saying behind the scenes, right?
Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam Khomeini Square.
This is how I confronted the Joseph Goebbels.
Millions of people.
The Joseph Goebbels
is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But just a few hours ago.
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are...
So right here, when he's pausing, this is the moment that his producers are saying, Goldie is... So his producers are like, گلسا داره میگه داره دروغ میگه. گلسا داره میگه داره دروغ میگه. So that's when he says it.
Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us there.
And then look at his little grin, right? His grin is so confident because he's just like, oh, well, no one can actually call me out, right? Because I'm just going to continue lying. And yeah, exactly, that poop eating grin of his. But look what happens to his grin. Just look what happens to his grin.
You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is very clear. This misinformation is being produced by the West, and the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there. He came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There
Look
were
at him. Look how
millions
he's
of people.
lying.
What you are trying to
Shut up.
do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran, is you are trying to help war. Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
No, I didn't badmouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never badmouthed Iran. I badmouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge.
Wait, did you see his face? So as soon as Piers Morgan says, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari, ببین یه دفعه خندش اصلا از صورتش اومد بیرون. Like, he was like, you know, he had his like poop eating smirk. And then as soon as he says Goldie, like he panics. Do you see that? نگاه کن. Just watch this. Just watch this.
In the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
ببین چجوری دارم میخندم. ببین یه دفعه وحشت کرد. Literally, just my presence is freaking him out, right? And I haven't even said anything yet. So he literally went from his poop eating grin, no one can confront me because I'm lying or whatever. And then as soon as he saw me, he panicked. He freaked out. Let's watch this again because this moment is epic. This moment is epic. Look at him. His face goes from like this smile. And by the way, this man, he is one of the most evil people in the Islamic dictatorship, okay? He is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent Iranians, okay? Hundreds of thousands of innocent Iranians. He is more evil than I would say even Khamenei. He's even more evil than them. All right, let's continue. I won't interrupt this time, but just look at his expression.
In the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but
your producer said.
Yes.
It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on.
So I say بی شرف از طرف مردم ایران میخوام یه پیام بهت بدم داریم میایم دنبالت. So I'm like honorless. I want to send you a message on behalf of the people of Iran. We're coming for you. Okay? We're coming for you.
Goldie, hang on please. Don't all talk at once.
And then I say وقتی که گرفتیمت I'm like when we catch you
Professor Morandi, let me, Goldie.
So that's where I say وقتی که گرفتیمت نوک انگشت کوچیکت بزرگترین تیکه بدنته, which means when we catch you, the tip of your pinky finger will be the biggest piece of your body left. Yeah, contact the Canadian police. This guy, go for it, please. So all of the Islamists and jihadis, yes, please contact the Canadian police. Go call 911 right now. Call 911. I've actually posted this video on my Instagram, on my Facebook, on my Twitter. Call 911 and tell them that Goldie threatened to, tear apart piece by piece this guy. You know why? And you know why he can get away with it? Because he's an Islamic regime terrorist. He's actually on the IRGC terror list. Okay, so he is in Canadian according to Canadian law, he's already a terrorist. So I can say and do whatever I want because that guy's a terrorist. So good luck with that. Good luck with that. all you savage jihadis, for the last 2 years, you go around and you're like, intifada, right? Intifada. But when we finally stand up to you, when we finally call out your terrorist jihadi nonsense, now all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is against the law, right? Meanwhile, this man is responsible. Over 12,000 Iranians have been slaughtered by these Muslim terrorists just in the last 2 days alone. But now, like, all these like jihadis in the chat are like, call the police, please. Lotfan be police zang bizanin. Call the police. All the evidence is there. I'm not hiding it. Call the police and tell them exactly what I did. Tell them exactly what I did. And in fact, you know what? Let me repeat it so that you can screenshot this and you can send this to the police as well. Because I literally say, when we catch you, the smallest piece of your body will be the tip of your pinky finger. Let's watch this again.
Iran. Sorry, just
and the only reason I'm playing this is because, first of all, I never thought that this would even happen. I never even thought that this would happen. But, you know, given everything that's going on, I'm glad that I had the opportunity to call out this terrorist face to face before we catch him.
Just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never badmouthed Iran. I badmouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not badmouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
A one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer,
but you've accused her.
You did not allow me to continue.
Fine, but you have.
Your producer said. It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi, let me, Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi, here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from?
Okay, now, Pierce, I just want to remind you that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do not abide by what you say you'll do.
Well, you made a statement. You made a statement and gave us footage, which one of our panelists has directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks, and there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is to the top, towards the top. The crowd here goes all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The footage rally, all been debunked.
This woman, Pierce, if you next time, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you.
So when he says, I'm never coming on your show again, I respond and I say, yeah, you're never going to come on his show again because when Iran is free, we're going to capture you and you're going to be in jail. Right? So I say, yeah, of course you're not coming back because you're going to be in jail.
This woman, Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you. You're going to go to jail.
No. To be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one, Professor. I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so, and you have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not acceptable, Pierce. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely. All right, Professor, the best way, Professor, the best way to
talk about. Professor, just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting. They've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that maybe as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere. And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic, well, we just, don't want these people communicating. It's so that we can kill them and the rest of the world can't see what we're doing.
No, Pierce, that is an utterly dishonest take. The numbers are fabricated. The government has not given any numbers. And as I said,
2,000.
I'm talking, Pierce. You don't want me to talk.
Well, you said you're just wrong.
You are just like those journalists who are talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the incubators. And
I led the campaign against that, as you may remember.
Well, you've flipped.
So anyway, that was my that was actually even better. Piers Morgan goes after him 100%. But there you go. So now you know where this image comes from. So I honestly don't know who made this, but it's an honor. It's an honor. It's an honor to I did that on behalf of the Iranian people. امیدوارم که تونستم حالا یه جورایی جبران بکنم. میدونم که خب 47 سال زجر کشیدیم و خیلی از ما رو کشتند ولی yeah. There you go. I actually really like this photo. عالی بود. عالی بود. سپاس از شما. سپاس از لطف شما. So for non-Iranians, you don't understand how much we hate this man. Like this man, literally the Joseph Goebbels, right? Literally the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship. And he is one of the main mouthpieces of the Islamic dictatorship. And even right now, he's going across various social media channels and he's like spouting all this Islamist jihadi nonsense. And the only person that actually gave Iranians a voice and, gave Iranians an opportunity to confront him was Piers Morgan. So there you go. Yeah. And now you know. Oh my gosh. Yes, there you go. And now you know. Iranian here, and now you know. So I honestly I don't know who made this AI photo, but you know, thank you. Thank you. Like it's such an honor, and yeah, it's just such a nice photo. It really is a nice photo. Um okay. Okay. So let's go to some footage, okay? Because we're basically all on Iran watch right now. So I don't know if we're gonna sleep or when we're gonna sleep, but we are all on Iran watch. Oh man. Even Morandi is now trending. So I mean chunky yogurt is trending. Chunky yogurt's trending. Wait, what's this? Really? Oh my gosh, that's so cool. You know what? I really liked him. The Navy SEAL. He was super cool. He was super cool. Wow. So he killed Osama bin Laden. Wow, I didn't know that. So he's like a true a true veteran and a hero. Oh my gosh. That poor guy. I think he was actually a little bit scared of me. Did you see that part where like the first time he started talking, he was like, you know, I'm not Iranian, I don't speak Persian, but because I think he saw how I went after Cenk. So I think he was probably a little bit nervous or scared that I would go after him. So he seemed kind of scared. Oh my gosh. Did I like scare like a Navy SEAL? Did I scare a Navy SEAL person? I feel terrible now. Oh, he wasn't afraid? He admired me? Oh, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, that's such an honor. Oh, he respected me. Okay, okay. Cuz you know what? I actually did notice. Oh, he was being respectful. Okay, so I get that. I get that because you know, I have a lot of respect for you know, veterans and people in the army. So I was kind of concerned, but okay, so if you're telling me he was respectful, then that's amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that I was on a Guys, I was on a panel with someone who assassinated Osama bin Laden, and because I was so focused on chunky yogurt, I didn't even know. No, don't be scared of me, guys. Don't be scared of me. I'm nice. I'm nice, I swear. I'm a nice person. I'm not scary. You're all scared of me? Honestly, guys, this is just me when I'm in politics mode, right? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I'm nice. I'm not scary. I'm Persian, like the cat. Meow. But okay, so now I get that because I had like a very serious face, right? Here, I'll show you. Here, let me show you. Let me show you. Oh my God. Here, let me show you what I mean. So just pay attention to like my expression, right? Because as soon as chunky yogurt, well, of course, I'm very serious here because I'm up against like chunky yogurt, right? And chunky yogurt just
US Navy SEAL
like
Rob O'Neill. So a powerful panel to launch our first show back.
Look at my
this
face.
Year.
Look at my face.
Cenk Uygur, Happy New Year. First of all, let's get the pleasantries out of the way. I suspect things are about to turn unpleasant very quickly, so let's be civil to start. Cenk, I thought it was a good time to have a vacation, if I'm completely honest with you. Turned out to be one of the worst times to ever have a week off in history, where basically all hell broke loose everywhere. And as we try and wrestle with this, let's talk primarily for the purposes of this debate about Iran first. What do you feel about what's happening there? It does seem significant to me that the German Chancellor is now coming out saying this is the beginning of the end of the regime and it could happen in weeks. Is that your sense, that this, despite a number of repressed attempts at overthrowing this regime that have failed, that this time we might be seeing the hand of history?
Yeah. So first of all, Happy New Year back to you and to everybody on the panel. So, Piers, in this case, the most important thing to recognize is that there are two separate issues going on here. One is the Iranian people's battle with the regime. And there we support the Iranian people 100%. I would love for Iran to be a democracy, control its own country, and be a beacon for freedom in the Middle East. Well, that would be amazing. I would hope that everybody would want that. But there's a second issue also going on at the same time, which is that Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. They've agitated it for this entire time, including through the representatives of Israel like Mike Huckabee. He's not our ambassador, he's the Israeli ambassador. And we know that now because he had a secret meeting with Jonathan Pollard, who's a traitor to America. So he meets with traitors secretly, by the way, behind Trump's back, behind the American people's back. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel. They've wanted this regime change forever. And now here's how you could tell that.
Well, that doesn't mean he's wrong.
They will not.
Cenk, it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it might well suit. It might well
that's
suit.
right.
Well, hang on. It might well suit Israel's interests, but that doesn't mean it doesn't also suit America's interests, or indeed the rest of the world's interests.
Right. So, Piers, then we get to the issue of, yes, but what is America doing and what should America do? So if you want to accomplish the thing that we all want, which is Iran to be free, the worst possible thing you could do is bomb them. Because if you bomb them, like all countries, they will rally around the flag. If you think there is no one who supports the regime in Iran, you're also wrong about that. I think they're a minority, but they're the minority with the guns, etc.
Really good info.
And so at this point, the idea that, oh, don't worry, we'll just bomb the Iranians, we'll kill a whole bunch of their civilians.
Okay, so apparently Sahar TV is playing me right now. So look at this. Look at this, guys. Wait, I gotta share this, I guess. Wait, where's my screen? Okay. So now, guys, now other YouTube channels are playing me because this is Sahar TV.
Wall, and there were no boots on the ground there. The propaganda that Cenk is putting out there, it's the other side of the
bomb the Soviet Union.
Can you please?
So they're basically just live streaming. Okay, so that's not there. Yeah, of course I've gone viral, but I mean, here's the thing, like everyone's talking about me going after chunky yogurt, but I don't care about chunky yogurt. Like chunky yogurt is just chunky yogurt. I care more about the Joseph Goebbels, right?
And then we'll be greeted as liberators.
But
Mike
here you go.
Huckabee talked about two
There you
kicks
go.
of the
You can
mule.
look at my face
but
there.
Except he got the wrong mule. So we got kicked in Iraq in the same exact way. Neocons like Mike Huckabee coming out there and going, oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to liberate the Iraqis, and the Iraqis are going to love us for it, etc. I don't need to get kicked by that mule twice. I guarantee you this will end in disaster if Israel forces us to get involved. If you care about the Iranian people, we should not bomb them. It will be greatly counterproductive. And I guarantee you that both Israel and America does not want democracy in Iran. What they want instead is a puppet leader. So they will bring in the former Shah, a king, a dictator, who will do everything that Israel wants. And then the Iranian people will revolt against him. And then we'll go through this cycle again and again and again. This is literally how we got to the Ayatollah, by us imposing a Shah upon them. So that is a disastrous idea. Do not go into this war. Anti-war means anti-war. War is not peace. George Orwell was a genius.
Okay. Goldie Gamara, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
I mean, first of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions. No, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking, and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
You should know your native language.
You
though,
do
if
not.
you're
You do
pretending to be
not
an
get to
expert.
talk over me. You do not get to talk over me or interrupt me when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not
And you
speaking on
speak
behalf of
about-
all
You
Iranians.
speak. Yes, I am. You speak about how the bombings
When
or
did
whatever.
they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your mouth shut.
No, because you're pretending
until
to
I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let
But
her
go ahead.
speak. Cheng, with all respect, she'll let you speak. Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like
I just feel bad for the other two. Like the other two guys, they're just like, oh, this is so awkward right now.
like I was saying, Pierce, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to rectify, and they are rectifying, 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their
So, okay, so now let's go to so now we're going to go, I think, to the
with
rest.
Veracity. Head to veracityhealth.co and use code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 45% off your order. Once again, that's veracityhealth.co for up to 45% off, and make sure you use my promo code PEERS so they know I sent you. Chuck Todd, welcome back to Uncensored. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on, Chuck. Someone said to me, wow, what a week to not be on air. And I was like, the thing about Donald Trump is there's always another week and another week and another week. So there's never a good week to have off in Trump land. There's an awful lot going on. You know, it's funny. I was talking to someone the other day. If you take away Trump's rhetoric, which can often be very inflammatory, and you focus on what I think is his vision here, a lot of what he's doing, whether it's Greenland, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Iran, I can understand the argument. You know, I may not like the way he expresses himself with some of this. I understand the argument. What do you think is the overview here for Donald Trump?
Well, I think this is a case of opportunism, right? Look, I was just in the region. I was in Abu Dhabi about a month ago, which obviously is a home to quite a large Iranian diaspora. And this is before these protests got the attention. And I came away from there in my discussions and meetings with various Iranian journalists and experts. The optimism that the regime is going to fall was high then. And I had another colleague who went in country over the last 6 months. And look, there's not drinking water in Tehran, right? Like this, what you're seeing, the level of desperation with the people, I think, is at a level that we haven't been able to fully understand frankly, as outsiders, because of the media repression and how little we actually are seeing what's happening in country. But when you talk to Iranians that have either been in country or are communicating, you know, you do get this sense. So this is coming. And I think this is a question, what does Donald Trump want to do? This is a bit of opportunism. I don't think he wants to get involved. Like I think pre-protests, he was probably willing to negotiate with the regime in some form or another. Now I think he sees where the wind is blowing. And if you talk to enough folks in the Iranian diaspora, you can feel that optimism that this regime's days are numbered. But we got to remember, just like Assad in Syria, we knew his days were numbered, but are they hundreds of days? All right. Or was it going to be, 10 or 20 days? And it's possible this is still this regime will fall, but it may not fall until this time next year at this point. But it is going to be sooner. So the question really is what role? And I think, boy, could the United States use an agency right now called USAID? Because in some ways, that was what the theory of the case behind AID is to be there to help those that are either looking for freedom and democracy or are trying to build a fledgling democracy. And that is the best toolkit we have. And unfortunately, it's not a toolkit that it's not in the president's toolkit right now, thanks to Doge.
Okay, Rob O'Neill, a lot of the time it's worth taking a look at the amount of money being leveraged.
I don't speak
prediction
Iranian or Persian or
markets,
anything.
where
I thought
going.
I thought he was kind of scared.
Looks like somebody thinks they know something because Polymarket has a $19 million market right now on whether the Ayatollah.
I'm keeping an eye on
will be
updates. I'm going to have some
deposed, and they're
updates
now
soon. We're
saying
counting down.
it's a 24% chance, so pretty much a 1 in 4 chance that the Ayatollah goes here. From a military perspective, given the scale of these protests, which might well be unprecedented, we can't be entirely sure because the internet's been shut down and footage is scarce. But if it is unprecedented, do you think we're beginning to see the beginning of the end?
So here's the thing: he's the one that scared Bin Laden, or sorry, he's the one that assassinated or exterminated Bin Laden. So I have a lot of respect for him because we all hate Bin Laden, right? So he's literally a hero. But I just feel like when he started this, he was like, I thought Iranian. I'm not, like I kind of felt like he was scared, but then you guys told me he was just being respectful. So I'm glad because I have a lot of respect for veterans. I have a lot of respect for Navy SEALs. So I would never ever want him to I don't know, think that I'm scared or to make him think he's scared of me. I hope it wasn't that. But you guys told me he's being respectful, so I'm good with that. I'm good with that. But
here of this regime.
Thanks for having me and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm optimistic about it this time. We've seen it before. Excuse me. And like Chuck Todd said, it's kind of up to the media how much they're going to report on it, because we only know what we're told from over there. At least like the first guest, I don't speak Persian or Iranian or Farsi or Urdu, so I'm going to say it in English so I don't even confuse myself. But in the past, when they see the Iranians rising up, when they get to that point, for some reason our media blocks that out, and then it seems to me, because I'm not there, and if I'm not there, I can only go by what I hear or read, then they crack down hard, they kill people, and then it goes back to business as usual. This time, what the Iranians have seen is that we bombed a mountain, we hit them pretty hard, so hopefully, regardless of the media blackout or what our media chooses to say, the Iranian people know that we will support them. Yeah. The biggest problem that we had,
you know what? I just want to say, everything that he said, I 100% agree, and he was great. He was great. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, I saw what President Trump said 5 hours ago. I've played it before. I'm happy to play it again. Yeah, so this is me just that's me just I'm just ready to go, right? So there you go. Anyways, so yeah. But honestly, my focus was more on chunky yogurt than on anyone else, right? The other two, I mean, it's fine, but I was mostly focused on chunky yogurt because chunky yogurt is like the Islamist jihadi, right? Chunky yogurt. همه رو ترس. آره به خدا. همه رو ترسوندم. همه رو واقعا ترسونده بودم فکر کنم. But it's okay. But okay, so I just want to say though, this is kind of a big deal because this isn't just a random political topic. Iranians are literally being slaughtered right now by the thousands. And so I just didn't have the time or patience for chunky yogurt spouting his jihadi nonsense, right? I just didn't have the patience for that. Oh no, chunky yogurt is the only one talking over me. Chunky yogurt was the only one that was disrespectful. The other two gentlemen, they were perfectly fine, right? They were perfectly fine, very, very respectful. It was just chunky yogurt. It was only chunky yogurt. Here, let me fast forward because we've already been through this part. So let me get to the next part here, okay? Here you go.
Okay. I'm sure they'll remember someone's lies.
I'll be
It
back
won't
in
be
like
me.
5 minutes.
But thank you.
Remember your lies.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Professor Morandi. Let's go back to the panel. Robert Neal, your reaction to that?
I had a hard time listening to it, I'll be honest, Pierce. I had to mute that guy. I can always tell when I'm listening to someone who, two things, he speaks in front of people who were forced to listen to him, and he's obviously never been punched in the face. I was here listening. I wanted to tear my own arm off so I could had something to throw at the screen. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of ratings that guy's going to get you. I'm serious. I don't know what he was talking about. He's a mouthpiece. He looks like the Butcher of Baghdad. I wasn't listening. Can we talk about, you got another question?
Well, I think the interesting thing to me is that he, after the airstrikes in the mountain last summer, he came on and was full of the same bluster about the retaliation's going to be horrific and America will wish it had never done this, Israel wish it had never done it. And it turned out that they chucked a few fireworks at Tel Aviv and that was it. In other words, I don't think Iran has anything like the military capability he and other puppets of that regime like to pretend they do.
No, they absolutely do not. And but again,
Yeah,
you know, as a guy who thinks that we should not have invaded Iraq, and I was excited about it, but I think we shouldn't have. I could see getting excited about it again as a young Navy SEAL, but that's not the case now. And we definitely don't want boots on the ground.
Right.
This again has to come back to the Iranian people, but unfortunately, like your last guest, all we're getting is people screaming at each other.
Yeah.
It'd be not, if you're a regime that's turning off the internet, it's kind of a telltale sign of what's actually going on. And
and they're not doing that. As I said to him, they're not turning off the internet because they want to stop the protesters communicating. They're doing it to stop the world watching how they are treating the protesters.
Yeah. So look, the idea that the regime are good guys is absurd. So there's been Iranian propaganda here. There's been Israeli propaganda. But what I care about is the American people. And the propaganda I'm sick of is pro-war propaganda. So we've seen this movie before, and you guys are falling for it like suckers again. All this bullshit about how the Iranian people would like to be bombed and how they would love for America to conduct Israel's war for it. And we should do regime change, and it'll be easy. We'll be greeted as liberators. It'll be cheap. We won't have to put troops on the ground. Bullshit. You can't run a country from afar. At some point, you're going to have to put troops on the ground. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to get harmed. And when they get harmed, then they're going to come back on TV and say, I can't believe the Iranians did this. I can't believe the Venezuelans did this. We're going to have to hit them more. And then they're going to put in more ground troops. It never, ever works. So if you believe, Piers and everyone else, that these riots, these protests are legitimate and have nearly toppled the regime, that's wonderful. I don't like this regime. Let them keep going. But the minute you bomb them, first of all, they're going to lose all credibility on the ground. The protesters are. The regime is going to love that action. They're going to use that to rally the Iranian people to their side. It is going to be deeply counterproductive. And then if it is somehow successful in toppling the Ayatollah, I guarantee you Israel and America are going to insist that Iran be run by a different dictator. They can call him Shah, they can call him king, it doesn't matter. That brother's a dictator. And we tried it before, literally with a different Shah, with his dad. And when we tried that, it was so bad, it was so oppressive that it led to an Islamic revolution, which we've had to deal with this whole time. Every time we interfere with Iran, it creates massive blowback, and then the American people have to pay the price in blood and treasure. I've already seen this disastrous movie in Iraq. I do not want to repeat it, and I'm seeing the same exact bullshit propaganda supporting this war of regime change. And yes, it's obviously on behalf of Israel. Who are we kidding? Look at the Israelis frothing at the mouth. We've seen them for 20 years go, you have to invade Iran on our behalf. You have to invade Iran on our behalf. Okay, well, why doesn't Israel do it? And by the way, look at all this bullshit about how, the Iranians are, the regime is bad guys. Of course they are, but so was Saddam. That didn't mean we should go into Iraq. So Kim Jong-un's a terrible leader, abuses his people so badly in North Korea. How come there's no propaganda against him? Because Israel, it doesn't have North Korea within Greater Israel. So since it's not related to Israel, there's no talk of the terrible leader of North Korea. How about you guys are worried about state-sponsored terrorism? Israel is a terrorist state. So they killed 2,000 in Iran, these protesters, and I hate that the regime did that. Israel killed 70,000 Palestinians. They occupy 5.5 million of them, and they say they're never going to free them. So why are we helping a terrorist state start another disastrous war in Iraq that we're going to have, in Iran in this case, that we're going to have to pay for?
Okay.
And if people don't know this, Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. They're walking you into another disaster, and I guarantee it, and it'll be for Israel again, and then they'll pretend that it wasn't, and they'll call everyone an anti-Semite. This, America, listen to me. This isn't our war. I hope the protesters win, but do not let these people sucker you into another multi-trillion-dollar war on behalf of Israel.
Okay. Chuck Todd, your response.
Well, I actually don't think that, I mean, I sort of, you know, sometimes we all debate the extreme potential ideas when I don't think that's what's happening here. I think, look, as much as I am concerned that President Trump has got the YOLO virus, meaning he's more likely to do things that might not, that are politically unpopular because he wants to do it. He wants to legacy build or whatever it is, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's overthrowing the Cuban regime, Greenland, etc. Look, I think any sort of military assistance here will is more likely to backfire than not, right? That is what history has taught us. At the same time, finding a way to support these protesters is something that we should be leaning into. We're the United States of America. When people want freedom and democracy, if we're not standing by them, who is, right? That doesn't mean you do it with tanks. It doesn't mean you do it with bombs. And by the way, it's not just Israel that wants this Iranian regime gone. You know who the #1 supplier of drones is to the Russians to kill innocent Ukrainians? It's Iran. You know who else would like to see Iran gone? Pretty much the entire Gulf Peninsula, that regime gone. So this, in fairness, this is not about Israel.
So what?
Not everything is about Israel. When it comes to the Middle East, there's certainly, protecting Israel has been a priority of this country for a long time. I understand that. But in this case, this is about the Iranian regime.
Who are you kidding,
of course,
Chuck?
I'm not going to die. But the Iranian regime here is been a bad actor to a lot of people, not just the state of Israel.
Yeah. Goldie, let me bring you in here. You were born in Iran. Do you feel this is different to previous uprisings?
Yes, absolutely. This is different. This time around, the stars have aligned, Pierce. So this isn't the first time that we have tried to overthrow the Islamic dictatorship. We've been trying for the last 47 years, in fact. But this time, we have a leader. We have His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, who has he's heeded the call of the Iranian people. He is going to be stepping in as a transitional leader. He's going to be taking our country from a brutal Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democracy. Now, what type of democracy that's going to be, that's going to be based on a national referendum that the Iranian people will vote for. So whether they want a constitutional monarchy or whether they want a republic, we Iranians are going to determine that. And that plan is actually available online. It's on a website called Iran Prosperity Project. It's been online for over 6 months. I can't think of any other revolution, in fact, where the transitional plan for the emergency government has already been published and peer-reviewed and is also available in English online. There are also a number of other factors here. So Elon Musk providing Starlink and Starlink devices, that is huge because that has allowed us to continue receiving messages from people in occupied Iran despite the mass slaughter. The other really important factor as well is that President Trump is now giving his support to the Iranian people. And we're not asking for boots on the ground, nothing like that. But when you look at President Ronald Reagan's support for the oppressed people is what led to the fall of the Berlin Wall, and there were no boots on the ground there. The propaganda that Cenk is putting out there, it's the other side of the coin.
Bomb the Soviet Union.
Can you please don't interrupt me? I did not interrupt you when you were spouting your garbage. So as I was saying, the propaganda that Cenk is putting out there, that's the other side of the coin of the Islamic dictatorship. So there, it's meant to put fear into Americans by saying, oh, well, let's go bomb Iran. Well, no one's going to go bomb Iran. Israel and the United States, back in the 12-day war, they targeted Islamic regime bases. They never targeted civilians. And in the 12-day war, yes, there were civilian casualties. 200 Iranian civilians lost their lives in the 12-day war. But in the past 2 days alone, the Islamic dictatorship has slaughtered over 12,000 Iranians. And that's at a minimum right now for what we know. So what Iranians are saying is that they will fight until the very end, because they know that at this point it's either liberty or death. And so they are still going out, they are still fighting. And the one person that has mobilized us Iranians around the world to rise up and overthrow the Islamic dictatorship is His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So, people like Cenk can complain and bark all they want, but ultimately their opinion is irrelevant. We Iranians, we've already decided what we want, and self-determination is our right.
Okay. I've got to leave it there for the panel. Thank
What are you
all.
talking about? No. Can I just say, she keeps pretending to speak for the Persian people. There's been no vote. She doesn't represent any of them. So some do like the Shah. I don't dispute that. I think that they're very, very mistaken in that. There's some earnest people who believe that. And then there's people who work for Israel who say, yeah, he's a perfect puppet for Israel and he should be. And then Chuck says, oh, well, the UAE also wants him gone and Turkey wants Iran gone. Why do I care about those countries? I don't care about those countries. I care about us. Can I ask Rob one last question? Rob, you're military. You were Navy SEAL Team 6.
No one even in Iran
how many military? Hold on. Let me ask Rob a question. Hey, is Israeli puppet? Hold on a second. Okay. Can I ask Rob a question?
All right, don't talk over each other.
Israeli puppet.
Don't talk over each other, please.
Hey, Rob, when you do enough military exercise, look, it was what we did in Iran was tactically amazing. What we did in Venezuela was tactically amazing. That isn't strategy. That's tactics. But if you take enough risks, Rob, at some point, aren't you going to lose someone?
Goldie, let him finish, please.
A plane is going to get knocked down. You're going to lose some members of a Delta force, etc. And at that point, people are going to get mad, and then they're going to want bigger war and bigger retaliation, and we're going to get sucked in. Maybe I don't understand it, Rob. Rob, has the U.S. military become perfect, and we can never lose anyone? There's no risk, or are we taking significant risk here?
Yeah, Cenk, I like what you're saying as far as we're thinking outside of the box, because what happened in Venezuela was not an anomaly. It's something we can do, but with no one getting killed, no helo getting shot down, we had birds get hit. If one goes down, like you said, yes, we'll probably lose people. If one of the birds that got hit, like in Venezuela, goes down, we've had it before with Extortion 17 and Turbine 33, everyone on board dies. And then you got to go recover the body of the aircraft, and then you get the sentiment of, yes, we want to go and take more action. It's very, very dangerous. My biggest concern with Iran is I don't want the United States of Halliburton to get their boots on the ground again. And you're really towing a very, very dangerous line. Once we start sending these, we flew in with 2 stealth birds, came back with 1. One went down. We had to blow it up. We're outside all of a sudden with the locals in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Very dangerous. They don't know why we're there. The local police that are there don't know why we're there. We don't want to kill local police because we're in their country. There's so many complications that can potentially happen. That's why hopefully we can do something. The worst thing we can say that we've done, as history repeats itself, is say, well, this is the way we've always done it. Then we're going to end up with another bad war and another panel of people like us who obviously know more than everyone else solving all the problems. I think we can do something simpler. I think it obviously starts with talking with the people, negotiations, and then hopefully listening to other people. And we can, because nobody's perfectly right and nobody's perfectly wrong. But I think we all need to agree the Iranian people need to get a much better way of life they've been living for the past 47 years.
You know what? Let's end on that note of common sense and nuance. What a pleasure to hear a bit of nuance about a complex situation. Thank you to my panel. I appreciate it all very much. I'm joined now by the British-Iranian comedian and actor Omid Jalili. Omid, welcome back to...
How are you feeling after all that? Take a breath. Are you okay?
Do you know what? It was nice to end with somebody taking a slightly more nuanced view of what is a very complicated story. As it is with Venezuela, as it is with Greenland, as it is with the ICE protester who got shot. None of these things are black and white, bang, bang. And yet everyone is so tribal now. They want to immediately make it a tribal, intransigent, There is only one way to look at this story.
Yeah, that is the problem.
So actually, what I told him in Persian, what I said to him is, don't worry, when the Islamic regime falls, we're coming after you next because you're a mouthpiece of the Islamic regime, and we're going to come after you next for your crimes. That's what I said. That's what I said in in Persian. I was like, don't worry, we're coming after you next. We're coming after you next. We're coming after you too. So there you go. Okay. I haven't actually seen this part of like where Omi Jalili talks, so let's see what he has to say. Yeah, well, that's what I said to him in Persian. I was like, don't worry, we're coming after you too. I was like, don't worry. We're coming after you too. Twam Hasti. There you go.
And by doing that, we're othering people.
Yes.
In fact, majority of people, they actually even see that they can't support the people in Iran because some people say, oh dear, if we support the people of Iran, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Right.
And, they are standing up to Israel, so if I support the people of Iran, I'm a Zionist. Oh dear.
Well, I was really struck.
Ridiculous.
I was really struck by the Golden Globes, that there were lots of support there for the anti-ICE protesters, lots of support for Gaza and other things. Nobody expressed any public support in Hollywood for the people of Iran. And that's exactly what you're getting at, I think. That was very telling to me.
They're othering people. It's like as if the people of Iran are expendable.
Right.
They're dispensable. It doesn't really matter, but they don't want to get involved. And that is what we're seeing evolve in Iran is one of the most extraordinary stories of revolution of all time. I was at the Berlin Wall. I was there.
Were you?
I was actually there, knocking bits of it down because I thought it was a real moment in history.
Were you really?
I was actually there. I was 24 years old.
Well, you happened to be there, or you went out?
I went there because there was a Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia. I actually ended up living in Czechoslovakia from 1990 to 1995. I was very excited by this time in history, and I wanted to be part of it. But I can tell you, it was pretty. Velvet Revolution, one person died. Berlin Wall, pretty much peaceful. 12 Piers, this is serious. The estimates are between 2,000 to 12,000 people being killed in 2 days. And you're telling me nobody cares about this? We are now seeing, and the people are still coming out on the streets. Something incredible. We're looking at something that's going to happen that's pretty seismic, and the whole world.
Do we really know, Omid, what is given the shutdown of the internet and the paucity of the footage that we're seeing, and the ability of regime supporters like Professor Morandi, who comes on and says, here's this footage, it shows millions of people protesting in support of the regime and so on, none of which can be verified and was in fact directly challenged by one of the panelists.
Right.
But given this sort of fog of unverifiable claim and counterclaim, because there is no internet there at the moment.
5 days of it now.
Yeah, so what can we really believe? Have you spoken to anyone in Iran? Are you getting a feel for what's really happening?
A friend of mine, a brother was killed, and it's very difficult to even get information, but they said to get the body, you've got to pay what is equivalent to $5,000, which is unpayable. But very, very significantly, they had to sign a piece of paper to say that the body belonged to the security forces and he was killed by protesters. So it's that kind of propaganda that is being pushed. And I think at the end of the day, we're seeing videos. Look, I'm not the kind of person to share those kind of gory videos. I've seen them. I've hardly slept, Piers, in the last 2 weeks because I'm so invested. I should tell you, not as an Iranian, but as a human being watching other human beings stand up to repression that's been going on for years. And frankly, this narrative that it's Israeli-led or that it's American-led, this misinformed, patronizing a narrative which is so offensive to Iranians that we've had these uprisings for years when Israel and America would have nothing to gain. This is the narrative that is pushing people to kill protesters. So I'm all for free speech, but when you're pushing this narrative, you're getting people killed.
Right, and it's why the Hollywood stars didn't want to put their head over the parapet and support Iranian people, because they have bought into a narrative that's being put out there very forcefully. This is all at the behest of Israel. And the point I made to Cenk Uygur is, well, it might be in Israel's interest, clearly. They would love to see the Ayatollah deposed and the regime got rid of. So would America.
Yeah.
But so would many, many other people and countries around the world. This is a despicable regime.
But everybody knows that. And this moment, I would say, when we say all eyes on Iran, it's more significant than Ukraine, Russia, Venezuela, all of it put together. Short of an alien invasion and contact with aliens, this is the moment of history where if something changes here, it could change the whole landscape.
Why?
Because we have a regime that funds terrorism. And this is something that people who are listening need to hear this very, very clearly. And all the people who are saying, oh, but Iran stands up to Israel. Bear in mind, there was a football match, and we're big football fans, and after October 7th, there was a football match between two of the big rivals in Iran. And a regime person came on, was waving a Palestinian flag. The football fans of Iran started singing, shove that Palestinian flag up your backside. And everyone said, this is so offensive to the people of Palestine. But no, I went on and I explained what they're shouting at is the regime official, because football fans knew their support of the Palestinian cause is non-existent. Their whole modus operandi and aim is to destroy Israel and what is in the IRGC constitution to kill all Jews everywhere. And that's fact. And that's what Iranians know. And that's the thing that we are pushing back against.
What do you think is going to happen here? Because we have seen a number of uprisings that got repelled and quashed in ruthless, violent manner by the Ayatollahs. We've seen the German Chancellor come out and say he believes this is the beginning of the end.
Yes.
And it could take just a few weeks. Do you share that optimism?
Yes, I do, because we have intelligence from people who are in the know, people like Tom Tugendhat, who is the former Minister for Security. He seems to have intelligence that the regime are actually over. These are the final death pangs of a regime. And I think that, look, at the end of the day, will it be this week? Will it be next week? Will it be up until March even? We don't know. But mullahs have been seen leaving the country. The economy is unsavable. There is no way this regime can survive. So it's a question of not if, but absolutely when. And the people have said there's the most incredible war of attrition going on. You keep killing us, but we ain't moving.
No.
You're going to have to. We've seen telegram messages today. We need some help because they're literally going to slaughter all of us.
Is the answer Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince? Because as people have pointed out, the Shah, his father, was overthrown himself in 1979. That precipitated the mullahs taking over. Is that the answer for Iran to go back to a constitutional monarchy with the Crown Prince?
I think that that particular revolution had something to do with 1953 and the coup with Mossadegh, and people in Iran were upset with American interference. So in a sense, the Iranians don't mind if Trump get involved because it might be righting the wrongs of the past. Even Obama said he should have done something in 2009 with the Green Movement.
But oh my gosh.
But Reza Pahlavi, all I can tell you is he seems educated. He seems to be talking a big game with regards to transitioning Iran to a secular democracy and a democratically elected government, possibly a constitutional monarchy like Britain that is next to a secular government. And at the end of the day, the Iranian people are saying we have agency and we will decide. And I think that's the most important thing.
What Chuck Todd, former NBC anchor, was on just now saying.
Look at this, guys. Look at this. Let me share this with you. You see this? This is someone right now in occupied Iran, and they're holding a photo of Reza Pahlavi, okay? And yet somehow non-Iranians think that they can they think that they can speak over us, right? So I'm just got a bunch of messages here. Oh, sorry. My phone's blowing up. Everyone's like messaging me. They're like, "Oh, we saw you on Piers Morgan. You went after a chunky yogurt. That was great." So thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know what President Trump is waiting for. I don't know. We have a lot of prisoners who are set to be executed. And what's really scary is that these executions always happen in the morning at like 5 a.m., right? So let's see the current time. Current time is 7:18 a.m. So we don't know. Like many of those prisoners might have already been executed. We don't know. Many of them might have already been executed. Yeah, because they execute the prisoners in the morning. They execute prisoners at sunrise. Yeah. So it's already sunrise and we haven't received any news, so we don't know. But the message, guys, the message that I am getting from inside occupied Iran, the message that people want me to share with you is that we are moving forward. We are not scared. And that this is it. It's now or never. Okay? It's now or never. So even though, guys, even though the terrorist Islamic dictatorship, okay, even though they are going after Iranians are fighting back. And this broadcast, Iran Revolution Live, we're not here to talk about those who have been martyred. We're not here to talk about the heroes of Iran who've lost their lives, because what they have told us is do not focus on us just yet. Do not cry tears for us right now. They have told us, save your tears for after victory, because they are saying we are so close. We are so close. And after 47 years, we have never been this close to overthrowing the terrorist Islamic dictatorship. Right now is the time to fight. So what I want to do, guys, is I want to share with you the bravery, the absolute bravery of Iranians, okay? This is how brave my people are. This is how brave my people are. They're unarmed, and they're being slaughtered in the thousands, and yet they are still going out in the streets. So let me show you the bravery of Iranians. Let me show you the bravery of Iranians, because this is what they want us to share with you. So let me show you the lions of Iran. And guys, if you think I was brave, my bravery today is absolutely nothing compared to the bravery of my compatriots in occupied Iran, because I was dealing with these terrorists through a camera, but they are literally out in the streets. And their bravery is now known by the rest of the world. So here we go. In honor, this is an honor of our brave Iranian fighters. This is what fighting for freedom looks like, okay? There we go. Okay. I know you guys want news. And a lot of you have been requesting me to play Bepish. So I don't know. Where do the people, this is a good question. Where do the people get their supply of flags of the lion and sun? It's 100% banned. So those are actually homemade. So Iranians have been in secret, making lion and sun flags in their homes, and they've all been waiting for this moment. So yeah, now they're literally going out in the streets and they're waving homemade lion and sun flags. So all right, I know many of you are requesting Bepish, so all right, here's Bepish. Here is your favorite song of the Iranian national revolution, Bepish. And guys, you can sing along.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بپرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی. تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این بلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت می همین بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمن زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
I love how now that I'm slowly playing this song, you guys are getting the comments. Yes. So I'm telling you, this is why I'm saying, this is why, like, even back in the 1980s, this is one of our most famous anti-Islam, anti-Islamic Republic, anti-Sharia law pro-revolution, pro-Shah revolutionary songs, right? And yeah, even in the 1980s, he's talking about unmasking the clowns. Kitty, you are so good at this. You're so smart. You caught it, right? So here, let me go back to that part, right? Because it's not just about unmasking the clowns, right? Let me bring it up. Where's the part where he says unmasking the clowns? It actually gets better than that. So, wait, I think it's here. Let me. Yeah, okay. So he says, until we unmask the clowns, okay? Unmask the clowns. But here's so he's saying until we unmask the clowns that are hiding behind their prayer beads and their beards, right? So he's talking about the Islamic regime clerics, right? So he's talking about like Khamenei and Khomeini and like all those like all the Muslim clerics, right? So he's talking about, you know, we need to unmask these like Muslim clowns that are hiding behind their prayer beads and beards, right? Because these Muslim clowns are basically like savages, right? So we're going to unmask them because they're just, you know, they're terrorists. So Kitty, you're good. Kitty, you're the first one who noticed that. I have been playing this song for several days. You're the first one who noticed that lyric about unmasking the clowns. Yeah. Guys, this is what we were saying back in like the 1980s, right? So back in the 1980s, we were like, we need to unmask these clowns. Guys, there's actually a lot of like really good like hidden gems in this song. So I don't know. Do you want me to play it again so like you guys can like pay attention to the lyrics and let me know what you think? Yeah, you want me? Yes. You want me to play it again? Again? Oh my gosh. So can I tell you guys? So the name of this singer is Feridun Farrokhzad, and we Iranians we love. Wait, let me see what this says here. Yeah. So we love Feridun Farrokhzad. And he was an activist, and yes, he was killed. He was killed in the 1980s. He was in France, and the terrorist Islamic dictatorship murdered him in the 1980s in France. And the reason they murdered him is because they felt threatened by him, and the government of France basically decided to cover it up. But he actually wrote this. So this song that he wrote, okay, this song, Bipish. Let me just say something in Persian. دوستان میدونم که اسم آهنگ انقلابه ولی خب به زبان انگلیسی همه غیر ایرانی‌ها دیگه این آهنگو به اسم بپیش میشناسن و بپیش هم خب از انقلاب راحت تره ترجمهش. So it's the Bepish song. It is what it is. So Feridun Farrokhzad, Armin's probably in bed. Armin had to go deal with some things. I don't think he's coming back for the rest of the night, so you're stuck with me. Sorry guys. So Feridun Farrokhzad wrote this song. Was it Germany? Okay, my apologies. Germany. Yeah. He was assassinated 1992 in Germany. Yes. You're right. Sorry. It's been it's been a long day. So he was assassinated by the Islamic regime in 1992 in Germany, and he was assassinated because the Islamic Republic was threatened by him. They were threatened by his voice. They were threatened by his music. And so they murdered him. They murdered him. Just like how they are. No, it's not true. YouTube hasn't demonetized me. YouTube demonetized a few of my videos, but it's all good, guys. I'm not demonetized, so I'm not demonetized. But anyways, so Feridun Farrokhzad actually wrote this song back in the 1980s because even though Iranians weren't fighting back against the Islamic regime then, he knew that at some point in the future Iranians would go after the Islamic dictatorship, and he knew that Iranians would fight back. And so when he wrote this song, he wrote it with the hope and the dream that when the Iranian national revolution finally happens, that we would play this song. Okay. So he wrote this song like 40 years ago, hoping that whenever we Iranians rise up, that we will use this song. And again, like, we Iranians, we love him, we love all his songs, but what I can tell you is that I don't think he ever thought in his wildest dreams that his revolution song would go viral and that people all around the world would like his song. So I just want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of you for not only supporting the Iranian people. I want to, not only thank all of you for supporting our revolution, but I also want to thank you for liking this song, because I know he's looking down on us from heaven, and he's smiling. And he's I'm sure he's happy that it's not just Iranians playing this song, but it's everyone around the world who is enjoying this song. And guys, Bapish has gone viral. Bapish has gone viral. He made this song for today. He made this song for today. President Trump is live? Okay. All right. Okay, let me go to the White House. Give me a moment. If President Trump is live, it'll be on the White House and we can play it from the beginning. So let me search this. Where's he live? Okay, you can't just say President Trump is live. Where's he live? Where is he live? No, it was a super chat, so I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be a troll, but why would you pay money? I don't know why you would pay money to troll. Like, that's weird. All right, anyways. Okay, so I mean, that's weird. So, something. So first of all, unrelated dunk. I just want to say, the fact that you are all here, all 50,000 of you who are watching right now, that in and of itself is huge, because just by your very presence, you are helping to boost the algorithm and raise awareness, right? Raise awareness about the Iranian national revolution. I mean, the fact that you have the lion and sun flag in your bio, like, that is huge in and of itself. You're all doing, you know what? You are all already doing everything you possibly can, because you are witnessing the Iranian national revolution live. You are raising awareness, you're speaking out, and you're bearing witness. You're bearing witness to, I would say, the most significant and also the most hard-fought revolution ever, because the number of casualties is very high. And the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, King Reza Pahlavi, he said that there is an ocean of blood. There's an ocean of blood. Times Now? Okay. Times Now is, guys, okay, Times Now is like an Indian channel. Times Now is spam. So Times Now is not, that's not live. But listen, just the fact that you're all here and you support us, that means a lot. That means a lot, not just to me, but to the thousands of Iranians who are watching right now. And yes, you know, I do have stamina because I have been preparing my entire life for this moment, and I'm just honored. I'm just honored that that you are here with me. I'm honored that I'm able to use my platform to be a voice, and I'm honored that at least for the thousands of Iranians who are watching, I'm honored and humbled that you guys have put your faith and trust in me to be your voice in English anyway. So yeah, thank you. All right, okay, I will play Bapish for you one more time. I'll play it for you again. Okay. I'll play Bapish. And guys, now that you know of all these like little like treasures in there, like really pay attention to the lyrics, okay? Because the lyrics are very, 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 very well written, okay? Just watch this.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز بار رنج و تشویش.
Wait. Sorry. This was too much of a good comment. I totally unmasked at least 2 clowns today, 100%. The unmasking of the clowns is just beginning. All right. Okay. No more interruptions. I'm sorry.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز بار رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و هنگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Wait, I want to teach you guys a new word, okay? So this is a very, very, very important word, and he actually says this in the song, okay? So this is a very important word that everyone needs to learn, okay? Azadi. Azadi means freedom. Ahura Mazda. So Ahura Mazda is the Zoroastrian god, okay? So when he says, we're praying to Ahura Mazda, that in and of itself is a rejection of Islam because, we're Persian, like we're the Iranian civilization, okay? We're the Iranian civilization. We used to be Zoroastrians. Many of us are now converting back to Zoroastrianism, right? So when he speaks about let's pray to God or whatever, he's not saying Allah, he's saying Ahura Mazda because Ahura Mazda is the Zoroastrian god. But here's the word that you need to learn, Azadi. Azadi. It's also one of the chants of the Iranian national revolution, right? So one of the chants is Azadi, 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 Begu. So guys, in the past few days, you've learned a few words. Yes. No, you could say Kotak for Azadi. Because if you say Kotak Azadi, that means you're beating up freedom. But you can say Kotak for Azadi, which means, you're beating up people for freedom. So there you go. But yeah, Azadi, that's your word for tonight, Azadi. And he actually says it in the song, okay? So you're going to hear him in these subtitles, when you see freedom, the word freedom in Persian, we pronounce it Azadi. Okay, so that's your word for tonight, Azadi. When Armin joins us again tomorrow, I want you all to be like Azadi, like surprise him. That would actually make him feel really good. It would make him feel really good to know that people have learned Azadi. Yeah, Azadi means freedom. All right, there you go. Azadi. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا چین ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت.
All right, now, so those are the two times that he says Azadi. Okay, so now you know Azadi. You know what that means. All right, let's go back, and you guys can sing along to the Azadi.
پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا چین ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از من آلین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
Can I just point out, like, how beautiful is this, right? Like, this is a revolution song where we're literally fighting against the most brutal, evil Muslim savages who are literally slaughtering us, right? But listen to what he says. In the song, like the song is nothing, there's nothing about hatred, there's nothing about, like revenge, like there's nothing about like, intifada, like there's no like Allah Akbar, whatever Muhammad jihad nonsense, right? Like there's none of that, right? But look at this. He says until the day this revolution is complete. And look at this part. This is so poetic. And then he says, and we bathe in the light and happiness of our nation's people. So he's saying, until the day the revolution is complete, and we can bathe in the light and happiness of the Iranian people. How beautiful is that, right? Yeah, you're right. There's no Allah Akbar. There's no like intifada. Like there's no calls for violence. Like the entire song is about, let's restore our national identity. Let's restore, let's rebuild Iran for our children, right? It's just such a beautiful song, right? And like this is the Iranian culture. All of our songs, right? Not just this one, but any other song that I play for you. I mean, if you want, I can try to find some other songs that have subtitles and play them for you. But literally, wait. کدوم یکی؟ Okay, now Iranians are requesting me to play other songs, but Goldie میشه یاد ایران به خیر از فریدون رو هم بذاری، تنگیش برای ایران رو در اون آواز توضیح میکن. آره میدونم، ولی خب آخه چون که زیرنویس نداره یه کمی سخته. ببین این آهنگ این یکی چون که زیرنویس داره یه کمی راحت تره که مثلا بقیه رو بیاریم به سوی ما. عذرخواهی میکنم. I'm sorry. So I get a lot of song requests from Iranians, but I can't. You want دختر ایرانی by Andy? You want to see the heavy metal version? Okay, I mean, okay, all right, okay, fine, all right. I will play. So I will play this from the beginning, and then I will go find the other songs that that Iranians are requesting, and I will play those as well. See, this is what I mean. Like guys. So for those of you who aren't for all of all of our non-Iranian friends and allies here, I'm telling you, like Feridun Farrokhzad, whenever we play his songs, it brings tears to our eyes. And so we always we could just spend hours listening to his music, but like this one I provided subtitles, but okay. I will find the rock version of this song. I think it's like a cover or something, but all right, let's see what I can do. I haven't heard that one, but there you go. All right. So, but guys, now you know Bepish is push on, and now you know Azadi. Azadi is freedom, okay?
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتم سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شهنگاه، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ ها دم لباس میش. ایران
عرضگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آلین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردم بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Can I just say I love all of your comments? Like, you know, when you type things like Bepish, Azadi, Kotak, I love it. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. Like it just it gives me so much energy, but not just me. It gives, you know, all of the thousands of Iranians who are watching right now. It's giving all of us energy, right? Right.
And so his credible threats, I think, do many times avoid war. In this particular situation, it's a warning.
You're wearing a couple of hats. I mean, we saw you go in, you brought people out of Venezuela, and now you are the president of the Trump Kennedy Center.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah, there really is. And you have Senator Bernie Sanders saying that he is in favor of this Democratic bill to ban presidents from naming buildings after themselves. Here's Bernie Sanders. Watch. Oh, it's a full screen. And he says, for Trump to put his name on federal buildings is arrogant and it is illegal. We must put an end to this narcissism. And that's what this bill does. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, let's be really clear about the facts, because that's not factual. The board put President Trump forward because President Trump saved the Kennedy Center.
Mm-hmm.
We have for decades watched the Kennedy Center be ignored by the very people now who are standing up.
So you know what? This was a very good question. Let me just go back to this question here. Because someone asked about the pronunciation. Let's see. Where was it? Someone asked about. Oh, the comments are moving too fast. Where was it? Welcome to Learning Persian with Goldie. Yes. Learning Persian with Goldie. Persian 101. I give you all the best stuff. Wait, someone was asking, where is it? It's a pronunciation thing. So I'll be honest, like I've actually so before the revolution, I would do like live chats. It's just right now because there's so many comments. I honestly can't I can't respond to every single comment. But I mean, when my channel was much smaller, I did have live chats. But I just want to say, because I can't see the comment now, but someone asked, they were like, why does the A sound different in like Pahlavi versus Javid Shah? Well, I mean, it's just kind of, similar to English, right? Like, for example, you have a word like apple versus acorn, right? So like, why does the A in apple sound different than the A in acorn, right? So is America on the ground right now? Is the United States on the ground right now? You guys better not be trolling me, because that would not be cool, because there are a lot of Iranians watching right now. So, and I know that there's a lot of rumors. Javid Shah means long live the king. Javid Shah means long live the king. Here, look at this one. This is new. So this is really important. This person, so Said Qasemi Nejad, he is part of King Reza Pahlavi's team. Okay, so look at this. So when we in that song, so in the Bepish song, okay, so in the Bepish song, at one point, Feridun Farrokhzad says no foreigners. Okay. So when he says no foreigners, right? That he's not referring to like, people coming to like travel to Iran and visit and stuff like that. What he's referring to is it's the foreigners who have occupied Iran, because the Islamic dictatorship, they're not actually, yeah, exactly. He means the Arab invaders 100%. So sorry, this is, where is it? This one, where's the comment? Sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's this one. So so when, like in the Bepish song, when he says no foreigners, he's referring to like Omid says, he's referring to the Arab invaders, because the Islamic dictatorship, they're not actually Iranian, right? And look at this report. So this is what I mean when I said that there's like foreigners who are literally murdering Iranians right now, right? And I mentioned the Afghans and the Iraqis and like the Lebanese Hezbollah. This is what I mean. So the Afghan Fatemiyun, Iraqi Hashd Shabi, and Lebanese Hezbollah are currently in Iran assisting IRGC in the slaughter of Iranian citizens. Iranians are fighting this evil octopus of radical Islamist terrorism with their bare hands on behalf of the rest of the world. They need help, and they need it now. And look at this. So these are Iranians in occupied Iran, completely unarmed, right? Completely unarmed, because these are just, regular, normal civilians like you and me. And they're holding up a sign that says Trump help. And everyone else, like, look at this. Like, do you see how brave? Do you see how brave my people are? Completely unarmed, being slaughtered by the Islamic regime, and they're literally holding up the peace sign. They're holding up the victory sign, right? And they're like, just Trump, help. How are they printing out the signs? Well, I mean, we have printers. Like Iran is not like a third world hellhole like Afghanistan, right? Like, so there is still some electricity here and there. And Iranians were actually pretty educated, so Iranians actually speak English. But there you go. Literally unarmed, literally being the reason that I remain positive is, again, because we are a very proud people. We are one of the oldest. We're one of the oldest civilizations in the world. We've existed for thousands of years, and we will continue to exist for thousands of years to come. And so we have a lot of pride. We have a lot of pride in our identity. And so one of the things that Iranians in occupied Iran have told us, those of us who are outside of occupied Iran, they've said to us that do not cry, do not talk about the dead, because they've said to us there will be time for tears after the revolution, after victory. So that's why right now we're only focusing on the positive. And this image, this is what Iranians want you to see, okay? But we are keeping track. We are keeping track of every single one of these murderers. Why is Iran not called Persia? Because Persia is the Greek word for Iran. Iran is actually the original name of the country. Iran has nothing to do with Islam, right? So Iran is actually the original name of the country. So that's why we call ourselves Iran and Iranians. And I know there's like a lot of like misinformation out there, because some people are like, oh, like we should rename it Persia. But Persia is the Greek word for Iran. The original name of our country is Iran, and we're all Iranian. So that's why. And it was only when the Islamic dictatorship took over our country that Iran became associated with terrorism. So we are right now reclaiming our identity. We're reclaiming our name, and moving forward from this day forward, no longer will Iran be associated with terrorism. Moving forward, Iran will be associated with freedom and liberty. And guys, what's the word for freedom in Persian? What's the word for freedom in Persian? Azadi, remember? There you go, Azadi. You guys got it. Yeah. So moving forward, Iran will be associated with freedom and liberty, and no longer with terrorism, because we are not terrorists. It's Islam, it's Islamic dictatorship. They're the terrorists, not us. They're the ones who've been occupying us. Okay. Let me see what else I can find. Yeah, people are posting images of body bags. I'm not going to show that. Oh, this is a good one. Here, let me share this one. How do I bring this up? No, you're not soldiers of Goldie. We're soldiers of the Shah. We are soldiers of Pahlavi because we're all soldiers of Pahlavi. There you go. We are soldiers of Pahlavi. That's who we are, because I am just another soldier of the Shah. We are all part of the Shah's army, okay? Yes, we are all Savak. We are all Savak. But we are soldiers of Pahlavi. No, you're not soldiers of me. You're not soldiers of me. We're all soldiers of Pahlavi. That's what we're doing here. Because that's what Iranian people want. They want us to support the Shah. Yes, soldiers of Azadi. I love that. Soldiers of Pahlavi, soldiers of Azadi. There you go. That's who we are. All right, let's watch this video here, because this one looks pretty good. Where is it? So I have so many like things here. Oh, I got to reshare it. Okay. So look at this. Look at this. So this is actually, I'm actually really enjoying these particular videos. Okay. So one of the things that His Royal Highness said a few days ago was to go and reclaim all of the embassies. Okay. So he said, I don't know. I don't know who that is. And you know what? There's a lot of rumors going around. I'm not interested in rumors. I'm not interested in sources. Maybe that's happening. Maybe that's happening. If that is, I don't care, because that would be OPSEC, and I don't want to give out any information, because I know that the Islamic regime is watching this channel. So I'm not interested in, I'm not interested in rumors. I'm not interested in speculation. I'm not here for the clickbait. So don't care. I'm going to wait until President Trump or whoever announces something. That's all I'm saying. I don't care. I don't care. There's too much at stake to deal with, rumors about, oh, they're plus, quite frankly, I think it's like garbage. Quite frankly, I think it's I think it's absolute nonsense that some random YouTuber would have contacts on the ground claim they have contacts on the ground in Iran with Israeli and American soldiers, and they want to talk about it. I think that's utter garbage. And I actually think that is I think it's disgusting to play with the emotions of Iranians like that, because there is no way in hell that if there was an operation happening right now, that one of those Israeli or American soldiers would be communicating with some random YouTuber, right? So no, I'm not gonna it's I think it's ridiculous. And guys, let's not forget, right? Let's not forget when President Trump went after Fordo, right? No one knew about it. No one knew about it until President Trump posted it on his Truth Social. So there you go. And by the way, even if the source is reputable, I'm not going to break OPSEC, because whatever's happening, that's way more important. And we're not here to break OPSEC. So I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And I actually think it's kind of trashy. We're going to wait for an official statement from President Trump, and that's it. I'm not here to get involved in rumors. And I think one of the things that people appreciate about my channel is that I don't deal in, I have zero tolerance for rumors. We have Mujahideen in the chat. Okay. I mean, I don't know. How do you want me to get rid of them? I don't know. Just block them, I guess. Wait. If you see Mujahideen in the chat, just block them. Like you don't even need to deal with them. Just say no. Just say no to Mujahideen. You want me to play music again? Oh, they're gone now? Okay, there you go. Oh, there we go. I see one of them. All right. I mean, you can just block them, but okay, here, I'll block this person. خیلی مجاهدین بیشرفه میدونی خیلی بیشرفن. Yeah, their funding will be cut soon anyway. But honestly, just you can just block the Mujahideen, right? So, oh, you just watched me on Uncensored. Thank you. Okay, you want me? Okay, fine. Okay, I will play the rock version of Bipish. Okay, fine. I will do that right now. Here you go. Okay. Per your request, here is the rock version of Bipish. I actually haven't heard it yet. So let's see how we go. Let's see how it is. That was pretty good. But I have to say, I like the original better. I prefer the original better. It's just like the original has just more like heart and soul, right? I don't know. I just feel like the original, like this is good. And like I'm actually someone, I love rock, I love heavy metal. So like this kind of music is my jam, right? Like this is actually the kind of music that I generally listen to. And I really do like it. Like I really do like this version, but just the original version that just sits better with me because I don't know, like Feridun Farrokhzad, he's just like he's the OG, like he's the man, right? He's the man. So there you go. I think someone asked if Iranians eat pork. I mean, yeah, like so I'll put it this way, like I mean, I don't like buy pork chops or something and like cuz I don't know, like it's not a thing for me. But like, I'll have like pepperoni on pizza. I love bacon. Like bacon is amazing. Yeah, so yeah, Iranians, I think, especially Iranians outside of Iran, but like there's actually there's no like pork or bacon in occupied Iran. But I would also say that like even just like just culturally, we don't eat bacon, right? So like it's not really in our culture to eat bacon. Like Iranians, we eat mostly like lamb. Lamb is really big, right? Yes, the protests are still ongoing. So lamb is really big, of course. Beef, chicken, lamb, beef, and chicken would be like the big ones, right? We don't have like domesticated pigs in occupied Iran. There's wild boar, right? But it's not really in our culture right now. So even like non-Muslim Iranians, which of course the vast majority of us we're not Muslim, we don't really eat like pork just because it's not really a thing. But like I love bacon, I love pepperoni. So I mean, and then like, oh, prosciutto, I love prosciutto. So I don't know. I can like handle pork if it's like, in like small thin slices, but it's not like, like for Christmas, for example, like if we're doing like, if I'm doing a Christmas dinner with my family, we're not going to have like a giant piece of ham or something. We usually just go for like, turkey or lamb or something like that. We like, it's just not a thing. I'm getting so many requests from Iranians to like speak about different things, and honestly, like I can't. Please get some sleep. We love you and bacon. I love bacon too. I actually probably should go buy some bacon because I'm all out of bacon. I don't know. Bacon's really good. No bacon? That's yeah, absolutely. No bacon. That's definitely reason enough to rebel. I agree. Okay. Bacon protest, yes. Yes. So okay. Let's see if there's any news. And if there's no news. Oh wait, I did want to show this one. I never ended up showing this video here. So I really want to show this one. So what Iranians are now doing, so because His Royal Highness King Mirza Pahlavi, a few days ago, he put out a message and he said to all Iranians outside of Iran, it is now your responsibility. It is now your responsibility to go to every single embassy of the Islamic dictatorship, and you have to take down their flag, and you have to replace it with the flag of the lion and sun, right? So right now, literally every single embassy of the Islamic dictatorship is under attack by millions and millions of Iranians, right? So look at this, for example. This is so amazing. Here we go. Watch this. So this is in Spain. So so Iranians, right? So because the king of Iran said, go and he literally said, go to the embassies, tear down the Allahu Akbar jihadi flag, and put up the lion and sun flag, right? And so that's what they're doing. Like this Iranian, he's literally climbing the walls. He's climbing the walls of the embassy, and he's tearing down the jihad flag, and he's putting up the lion and sun flag by order of the king, right? So again, when people say, "Oh, well, the king has no support or authority," literally every single embassy in the world right now, right? Iranians are tearing down the jihad flag. They're putting up the lion and sun flag. That's because the king of Iran of Iran said that. Look at this. And they're saying, "Afarin, good job." Javid Shah. Javid Shah. Bah. Merci. This is how we reclaim. This is how we reclaim our national identity. This is how we reclaim our country. This is how we reclaim our embassies, right? So this isn't an attack. This is reclaiming what always belonged to us. So there you go. That's Spain. Okay. Let's see what else we can find. So, oh, look at this. Look at this. Yasser Arafat and the Palestinians were big fans of Khomeini. Of course they were. Oh, I'm not going to show that. Oh my gosh, look at this one. So, oh my gosh, these were the amazing Canadians right now, okay? Look at this. Large crowd of Iranians residing in Canada gathering in front of the US consulate in Toronto on Tuesday, January 23. That was wait. I just dropped my phone. That was yesterday. That was today because it's just midnight now. So, gathering in front of the U.S. consulate in Toronto on Tuesday, January 23, and demanding U.S. support for the people's protest. Look at all these Iranians. Look at here. And by the way, look how peaceful everyone is, right? So this isn't like they're not going there to like attack or like burn American flags or anything like that, right? Like they're basically going there to just say, you know, America, we love you, please support. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Can I just ask you something? Have you ever seen anything like that? Like, have you ever heard of a protest or like a demonstration where Iranians are going to the embassy of the United States and they're like, hit them, right? Because usually it's the opposite, right? Usually it's like the Palestinian jihadi savages, right? So the Palestinian jihadi savages are like, Allahu Akbar, jihad, and then they burn the American flag, right? But here, you literally have Iranians going to the American embassy and they're like, please hit them, hit the Islamic Republic, right? But you're not gonna hear this or see this in the mainstream media because this doesn't fit the narrative, right? Because the mainstream media, they cannot understand why Iranians want President Trump to attack. All right. I see there's footage from like other places. I will get to the footage as well, guys, because like this is amazing. Look at this. Look at this. I'm so honestly, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit of FOMO because I've been like this entire time, I've just been in front of like my laptop speaking to a camera, but it's like, you know, I'm sharing all the news with you, I'm sharing all the info with you, but I am kind of like feeling a little bit left out and lonely because usually I'm at the demonstrations myself, but I haven't been to any of the demonstrations. But you know, I'm sharing the demonstrations with you. Yeah, I saw the trucker convoy too. I saw the trucker convoy. So yeah. So you know, I kind of miss being there, but you know, at least I'm sharing. At least I'm sharing. I'm sharing the news, you know? Oh, thank you. So you're here from Armin's channel. Thank you so much. Yeah. Armin went to sleep. Or no, sorry, no, he didn't go to sleep. He had to do other things. You need me here? You need me here? Yeah, I mean, no one else is really broadcasting, right? So there you go. I've kind of become like the unofficial you know, the unofficial voice, I guess. I don't know. Am I? Do you guys really think so? You think I'm doing more damage to the enemy where I am? Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. That makes me feel better. Thank you. Thank you. Cuz I kind of do like I really wish I was there in the crowd. I really wish I was there in the crowd. So I miss you all. All right. Okay, let me play this one more time, then I'm going to get to the other videos, okay? Here you go. Just look at this insane crowd from Toronto. There you go. And they're I think they're all yelling like Javid Shah, right? Okay, look at this one. Where's this from? So this is Germany. Okay, so this is Germany. So again, following a call. What's this? Goldie, a good soldier knows where to be most lethal. Please look at IRGC Bank failing. Yeah, we've heard of the IRGC banks failing for a while. The economy is pretty much collapsing. The economy is pretty much collapsing. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that. Okay, so let's go to this one. So this is Iranians in Germany. And this is Tuesday, January 23, following a call by Prince Reza Pahlavi and in support of the people of Iran, gathered in front of U.S. consulate in Hamburg and demanded U.S. support. So again, right? So all the Iranians are going to all the US consulates and they're like, please, please support Iranians, like go after them, like bomb them, right? And then do you see, this is also what I want to point out. So even though they're going in front of the US consulates, right? They're not angry. Like we're not angry people. We're not burning the American flag. We're not like, yelling death to America. Like we're not a bunch of like savage Islamic jihadis, right? So you can see, like, even in this demonstration at the bottom, Iranians are waving the flag of America and Israel because, they're our allies. Look at this. Right? So they're saying President Trump support Iran, right? So they're saying like go like get the Islamic regime, right? So the reason it says 23, that's because that's the Iranian calendar. So in the Iranian calendar, it's Bisose Day. So because we use a different no, this is Hamburg, this is Germany. So yeah, that's why it says 23, because we use the Iranian calendar, not the Gregorian calendar. So that's why there's a difference in dates. There you go. So there you go. So, literally, no Allahu Akbars, no like, death to Americas. It's literally President Trump support Iran. There you go. These are the real Iranians, right? Real Iranians right here. All right, let's see what we can find next. Oh, I showed. Isn't this photo iconic? Oh, what's this? Look at this. So Iranians are scaling. رسیدم به آخرین فصل از نبرد نهایی اتحاد ایران و آمریکا. So here you go. So here are Iranians. So they're scaling statues and they're putting up the flag of the Lion and Sun flag. Look at
my short time in Washington, I've seen firsthand how the system is broken. A small group of failed voices.
Oh my gosh. Wow. So look at this. Look at this. So Iranians, what they're doing is they're taking footage of the Iranian national revolution and they're putting President Trump's voice over it. Look at that. See what I mean? Do you see how much Iranians love President Trump in America? Look at this.
My means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. It's called the road less traveled.
I was not expecting that. That was actually really, really cool. Okay, I need to like
my short time in what
I kind of feel like I want to play that again. I kind of feel like I want to play that again. Wow. Should I play that again? Like honestly, like I've never seen anything like this. Like I've never seen a situation where Iranians, like who would have ever thought that Iranians, right, in the Iranian national revolution would be playing and broadcasting speeches from President Trump, right? Because what President Trump is saying, it's almost like it's matching the Iranian national revolution, right? Like there's so many parallels. So this is a post of someone named Saeed Frankie, and he's even saying like POTUS, thanks. Like this is what I mean when I say like yeah, I know. Who would have thought Iranians working with the US? There you go. But I'm telling you, we Iranians were never your enemy. It was Islam. When Islam took over our country in 1979, that's when, you know, they started yelling like Magbat America, like death to America, you know, all like Islamic jihadi nonsense, right? Like we Iranians were normal, peaceful people. And prior to 1979, Iran was actually Iran. So here's the thing. Before 1979, Iran had the 5th most powerful military in the world, and Iran was a huge ally of the United States, right? It was only when Islam took over that they brought their jihad. Oh, you want me to play it again? All right, okay. I will play it again. So I will play it again for all the Americans here. This is so cool. Look at this.
My short time in courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. It's called the road less traveled.
Wow. You know, I think that's a good place to I think that's a very good place to end the live stream tonight, because we've been going since 10 a.m. So it's been 14 hours. I've been live streaming for 14 hours. It's so I just put it on my X account. So if you follow me on X, you'll find it there. Yeah, I've been live streaming for 14 hours, and it's been a little bit of a long day because I also called out the Nazi, remember? Because this also happened today, right? I mean, no one cares about chunky yogurt. Like chunky yogurt is chunky yogurt's going viral, but no one cares about chunky yogurt. I care more about this guy. I care more about the Joseph Goebbels of the Islamic dictatorship. This was more fun, right? And look, there's a cartoon about me now, so that's kind of cool. And like it's me pointing my finger at him. So there you go. All right, guys. Thank you everyone for joining. I will see you all tomorrow for day 18 of Iran Revolution Live. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting the Iranian people. Thank you for recognizing, that we're fighting for freedom. And thank you for helping amplify our voice. You are making it easier for us to continue. So thank you so much, and I will see all of you guys tomorrow. Love you all. God bless you all. Payande Iran, Javid Shah.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شو همگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در پا بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش دیگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش